Hi guys, welcome back to Vedic Astrology. Today I am presenting to you the 2026 annual forecast, and this is being recorded for the sign of Pisces. Now you can watch this video both from a Pisces ascendant rising as well as from a Pisces moon standpoint. Of course, there are three key things which are going to be coming into play through the course of this year, and first and foremost being Saturn is stationed in your first house in your lagna on your Rashi if you are watching from a Pisces moon perspective, which means this is the peak of Sadesati that you guys are going through Pisces moon. Nevertheless, Saturn is there on the first house. It's the Janma Shani which is coming into picture, and that means you are almost wearing the crown of thorns, a heavy crown on your head. Saturn's placement in the first house itself does indicate its natural point of debilitation, but when he is placed in the sign of Pisces, there are going to be certain optimistic situations as well which are going to be coming into picture. One thing is for sure, from a Pisces moon standpoint, this is going to require a lot of maturity, challenges coming your way on your physical body self as well that you will have to navigate. There is going to be a sense of heaviness that you will have to face through the course of this year. But there is not everything negative out this year in 2026, because you are going to see a certain golden age coming through as well, helping you address that peak of Sadesati with the brilliant shift of Jupiter through the course of this year. He is going to be coming into its exaltation, bringing in golden blessing for you folks, Pisces, especially for the second half of the year, or more so from 2nd of June onwards. And then last but not the least, the hidden exit. And that is crucial for you folks as well, because Rahu and Ketu will be making its shift into the sign of Capricorn and Ketu into the sign of Cancer respectively. Means Rahu is pulling out of your 12th house and should be moving in towards your 10th, whereas Ketu will be coming out of your 6th and moving towards your 5th. And this means that there is going to be a tremendous opportunity of gains, wish fulfillment, success coming in your life as well. The way we've structured this 2026 predictions forecast video is that we are going to talk about 4 key sections broken into the quarters of the year. The first quarter, Jan, Feb and March. Second one from April, May and June. Third quarter from July, August, September, and the last one in October, November, December. And through the course of these quarters, we are going to touch upon the key significant events that can potentially occur based on the transit events of these planets. So without further ado, folks, let's deep dive into this annual prediction and see what do we have in store for 2026. Now let's start with the first quarter, which is going to be about financial gains, but mental test as well. As you guys can see on the screen here, I have represented 4 planets on the screen in the chart. Firstly, Jupiter is depicted in the sign of Gemini, later into the sign of Cancer, and lastly Leo, because that is the shift that he is going to be doing from your 4th house to the 5th and later into the 6th house. Rahu and Ketu have been depicted in your 12th and your 6th respectively, whereas Rahu going to be making a shift in towards your 11th house and Ketu will eventually move into your 5th house, whilst Saturn remains stationary in your lagna, in your Rashi. If you are watching again from a moon sign perspective, from a Pisces Sadesati perspective, this is going to be very crucial. Now, first and foremost, what you have to understand is that at the start of the year itself, there is going to be almost a mental fog coming into picture, because you have multiple planetary movements coming to the sign of Capricorn. Jan 13th, Venus would be the first planet which will shift into the sign of Capricorn in your 11th house, and he is the lord of your 8th and your 3rd. And therefore, the possibility of some sudden gains with your own efforts, with your own karma, is definitely highlighted with the shift of Venus. Followed by which Sun is going to be shifting into your 11th house, and he happens to be the lord of your 6th. And therefore, there's a very strong possibility that you will be able to find success against your enemies in terms of new job opportunities coming your way, in terms of you overcoming any kind of health, loan, litigation challenges, because 11th house happens to be 6th from the 6th, and Sun's movement into the sign of Capricorn is, suggesting positive shifts coming in from all those avenues. The third important and the most important shift in the quarter, or I would say in the month of January as well, is the exaltation of Mars in your 11th house. This is brilliant. Guys, you are going to find your ninth lord, which is your house of fortune, destiny, luck, moving into your 11th house. And he also happens to be the lord of your second. So, very powerful dhan yoga, financial prowess coming into picture. Yes, there is a continuous stress on your emotions, on your well being, on your health, because Saturn is placed in your Lagna. Even if you're watching from a Pisces rising and ascendant perspective, Saturn's natural debilitation point is here itself. But the important bit is he also happens to be the lord of your 11th and 12th house. Yes, he brings in challenges in terms of expenses, difficulties, problems, unexpected problems, unknown enemies coming in your life, but it also brings the possibility of gains into your life as well. And therefore, from a Pisces moon perspective, if I were to call out, this is going to be the peak period on your emotional, mental, physical challenges coming your way. However, the start of the year itself is promising an amazing start with multiple of these planets moving into your 11th house, giving a strong indication that you will have something materializing in terms of your dreams, ambitions, desires, goals, targets coming into fruition. Jan 17th is when Mercury also transits into the sign of Capricorn. So you see, within 3-4 days duration itself, all of these planets will be making a transit into your 11th house itself. And Mercury happens to be the lord of your 4th and your 7th. And therefore, a lot of you could find a rise in your potential assets, savings, your knowledge, your business partnerships, your collaboration with your spouse. And there is a strong possibility that if you are a married person, your spouse could also see a rise in their career or some positive event coming in to your partners for that matter. As you navigate further, Feb is going to be a month. By the way, I just missed calling out the positioning of Jupiter in here. Jupiter is stationed in your 4th house itself in the sign of Gemini, albeit in retrogression, and he's going to be in that mode for Jan and Feb duration. Now, retrogression of Jupiter being your Lagna Lord, being your Rashi Lord, and the Lord of the 10th house indicates that there is going to be some degree of delay in with respect to the significances of these areas. But because there is such a strong proposition of planets placed in the sign of Capricorn in your 11th house, things will keep on moving. You might have to rework, you might have to put in an additional amount of effort, but there is a heightened amount of Cheshta Bal coming in with Jupiter. And this is his natural place of exaltation as well from a Kalpurush chart perspective. So Pisces, very strong, alignment of Jupiter as well there. Ketu sits in your 6th, which has been causing some turbulence in terms of your enemies. You feel isolated, you're pulling back. 2, 6, and 10 Ketu tends to bring in breaks on careers as well. So, or there could be a gap in your job. Many of you could have got laid off. Those kind of difficult scenarios would have also come into picture since Ketu's placement. But because Sun is doing that, 6th movement from itself, there's a lot of positivity that I see starting in from January, and trickling down to the month of February as well. Rahu continues to be stationed in your 12th house, and yes, expenses or your involvement with foreign collaborators in import and export opportunities or being in exploratory mindset is definitely going to be on a high through the course of this period. So I'm going to not speak much about Rahu and Ketu unless and until their shift comes into play, and we'll touch upon Saturn where as and where required. Now, Feb, as you get into the month of Feb, Mercury transits into the sign of Aquarius at the start of the month itself on 3rd. 6th, Venus also joins into the sign of Aquarius. Sun also moves into the sign of Aquarius mid of February itself. So again, multiple planetary shifts are coming in at the last week of the month. Mars will also be moving into your 12th house. So this is definitely indicating some sort of big expenditure coming in your life, some sort of major expense. There could also be a certain degree of confusion around the kind of problems that you are dealing with and how to navigate. So there could be ballooning of some unexpected problems coming in as well. But you have to remember, all of these planets are giving an aspect towards your 6th house, into your house of job, into your house of, obstacles, loans, litigations. And there could be, couple of outcomes that you can anticipate. People who are looking forward to, to buy a new property, to spend their money in terms of expanding their real estate, movable, immovable assets, I see a very strong possibility of many of you Pisces taking a decision. Maybe some of you might move in the direction of, uh, you know, making a real estate purchase once Mars is exalted, and then working out on the loans, financial part of it, where the expenses, the down payment and stuff comes into picture. That gets activated around February period. So that's definitely an indication on those side of things. I don't anticipate you getting a handover of your house just yet, but February is the month where you will also see that with this massive shift coming into picture and all the monetary gains, promotion, new job opportunities that you were finding in the previous period prior to this shift, there will be a change in your sleep cycles. You could find disruption on your sleep cycle. Again, a surge in your expenses, or for some of you, you might end up working in isolation in a remote sort of a role. That probability also comes into picture. The crucial event happening in the month of February is that on 26th of Feb, Mercury is going to be getting into retrograde mode in your 12th house. Guys, I want to highlight one bit. Mercury is going to be getting retrograded 3 times through the course of this year in 2026. And Mercury's retrogression being the lord of your fourth and your seventh house is definitely indicating that you got to navigate your, property work, your partnerships work, any kind of business related document signing that you're doing. That has to be thought through. Maybe getting a second or a third opinion before making any kind of decisions is highly recommended. Rahu is already sitting in that house, so there is going to be an expansion of the ideas coming to your mind. That is where the mental fog that I was alluding to. And Mercury in the 12th house, it's natural point of debilitation as well. So some of your decisions could go haywire, and I would want you to make sure that you are not making any impulsive choices at this point in time. You've got to lie low, especially once Mercury starts getting retrograded around Feb 26th, and he will become direct on March 21. So about 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks period is a period where you might want to lie low. Now, as you move further, there is definitively some relief coming into play because Venus is getting exalted on March 2nd in your lagna, in your first house itself. Now, Venus's exaltation is, giving such a relief because Saturn is making you heavy, especially if you are through a Sadhe period. Emotionally, since Saturn moved into Pisces and later got retrograded as well, it wouldn't have been an easy period. Especially people who have Saturn direct in their natal chart as such. They would have felt all the more heat versus those who have a retrograded placement of Saturn in their natal chart. They would have not felt much of a difference there. Now, for you folks, you will realize that, Venus's conjunction in its exaltation with Saturn is giving you that grace. It's providing you that strength, both emotional as well as, beauty for that matter is coming into picture. So you will feel, a lot more cautious, motivated about yourself. There is going to be a rise in your spirituality as well at this point in time. And at the same period, this can bring, the ability for you to find some degree of fame because of your own karma, because of your own efforts. And, I've shot a very detailed video regarding fame through Vedic astrology, and Saturn and Venus's conjunction tends to bring that in your career, in your profession. You are a student watching this video. Maybe you crack open some examination. You go ahead and present something in the conferences, which brings you onto the limelight in your career, at your job front, in your business front. There is something stupendous that could come in, which gives you the limelight in front of a large audience, or you gain respect because of all that, continuous hard work that you guys have been putting in Pisces. So don't drop the ball there. Right, good time is anticipated, whilst some melodrama might come into picture in the month of February. As you move further on May 11th, Jupiter also becomes direct. And guys, from the retrograde mode to the direct mode, the shift of Jupiter is going to give us very strong indication that all the things that were seemingly stuck, especially with respect to your career, with respect to your health, your personality, your finances for that matter, he is an indicator of a significator of finances, quite naturally, Jupiter. Those issues are going to now get sorted out. In fact, you will find a lot of emotional and mental peace on a family front within your assets and, set up perspective too. Remember, new purchase, just wait it out until Mercury becomes direct on March 21st in the sign of Aquarius itself. March 15th, 16th, around mid of the month, Sun will be making a transit into the sign of Pisces. So he is going to be coming and becoming conjunct with Venus and Saturn both. It brings tremendous amount of confidence, brings strong leadership capabilities. You are going to be brimming with courage, but it can also bring argumentative situations with people working under you or with your fatherly figure as well. I will not necessarily say bosses here, but yes, in general, father could be seen with son's placement, though he is your sixth lord. Now he's doing eighth movement from there, so there could be some sudden dynamic shift that could also come into your work, career, profession. But the good part is Venus till the end of the month, till 26th of March, is still stationed in your Lagna in its exaltation. He is your eighth lord as well. So, a sudden shift of sorts, hopefully positive, is going to be coming into picture in the month of March. So let's keep our fingers crossed in terms of how that pans out for you. You've got to check your natal dasha, antar dasha also. It becomes a very crucial bit for you to navigate and understand the implications of it. Now, I think if I were to sum up the key updates for the first quarter, so to speak, it is going to be revolving around the exaltation of Mars in your 11th house, promise of good gains. He is your ninth lord. He is your second lord as well. Some positive financial, income is coming in your life. Good promise, good kickoff in the month of January. There is going to be a lot of goals, desires, ambition, fulfillment coming your way. Feb is the month where you will see some disruption because of all this hard work or maybe materialization of your objectives. You tend to get more busy, but you've got to monitor that retrogression of Mercury very closely. And then again, back in the month of March, you will see that things are, shaping in a much more positive direction with Venus's placement there and several other planets coming into your Lagna itself. As you move towards the second quarter, which is April, May, and June period, this is the time when the golden blessing arrives. Well, as you see here, Mars is going to be transiting into the sign of Pisces on April 2nd itself in your first house. It's a tipping point. It's a turning point coming into your life because the worst of Sadesati effects from a peak perspective that you could have imagined. Oh my gosh, this is such a great blessing. You will see some bit of diminishing of those negative effects during this period. Why do I say that? See, one thing is second lord has gone 12th to itself. This means that there will be some degree of involvement of your family members towards you. They would be serving you at this point in time, and you might not have enough time. You could be very busy in terms of making matters work in your life. Your karma will become your top priority. But at the same time, Mars happens to be the lord of your ninth house coming into the Lagna. So there is a sure shot promise of support of your luck coming into picture during the course of this period. Mars from here will be giving an aspect towards your Jupiter in the fourth house, your seventh house, and your eighth. So be cautious in terms of managing your relationships, your assets. I think you will have a very frugal control towards the kind of investments, money spending that you're doing during this point in time. April 11th, Mercury comes into Pisces in the Lagna. Directionally, that's a brilliant situation to be in, but he will be coming into a debilitation point here. Now, Venus had already transited into the sign of Aries, and therefore you are not getting any kind of a niche banga support here. But you've got to understand Jupiter is the planet which is still sitting in Kendra, and that is the beauty that is coming into picture for you because he's the lord of this and it is in a mutual exchange with Mercury. So you've got a blessing in disguise there. This is how you are getting a niche bang in your case, Pisces. And you will realize that whilst this niche bang is in play, there could be some initial difficulties with respect to your home life, with respect to your business or partnerships, but you will not only overcome them, but you will succeed as well. There will be a positive ray of light coming in with this shift as well. Again, as I said, this quarter is turning out very positive for you. Sun will be transiting into its sign of exaltation in the sign of Aries in the second house for you on April 14th. So April month is giving continuous positive indications. I anticipate some sort of monetary gains, financial gains coming into picture. You get to enjoy some auspicious event in your family, a lot of social respect coming in from your family members, and that would be very conducive in terms of you finding success from a job perspective as well, because your sun happens to be the lord of your sixth house. There is a possibility some of you might be able to overcome any kind of chronic health issues coming in during this period. So that's the brilliant part. Now, I just forgot to mention the conjunction of Mars and Saturn together in the first house. See, Mars is in a much more comfortable spot here when compared to Saturn. And Mars conjunction is definitely going to bring certain amount of headaches, frustrations, or potential injury situations as well. Because that conjunction, that compatibility of Mars and Saturn is not at its best. Plus, you, especially Pisces moon guys, you are going through Sade Sati. So there could be some amount of botheration, stress that might surround you, is not resulting into any financial losses or anything negative from a career perspective. But yes, there will be some issues that might require your attention. Sun's movement on the other side in the second house, as well as while is in the first, will give you a lot of strong command in your speech. Your voice is going to be powerful, and people in your family and around are going to be listening to you. Avoid any kind of egotistical clashes because Mars aspect is coming into the family house too. As you move further, um, you notice that by April 19th, Venus would have transited into the third house in the sign of Taurus, whilst Mercury will be coming into your second house in the sign of Aries. But the most important shift will come into picture on May 11th when Mars moves into its own sign in the second house in the sign of Aries itself. Now, your Bhagesh, your ninth lord, as well as your second lord, is in the second house itself, and he will briefly become conjunct with Sun as well in this house. So this is a good, powerful situation to be in. You will be frugal, you will be in control of your finances, but it also brings the risk of some, speech related issues with family members. Be mindful of that bit. Sweet tooth can definitely come into picture because Mars likes to enjoy a sweet. It likes to cook. He denotes kitchen as well. He denotes heat. I see some action coming in on all those things during this period itself in the first part of May. As you look further, Venus moves into the sign of Gemini in your fourth house, becomes conjunct with Jupiter. Good placement. It's going to bring a good wealth yoga. It is going to bring a good collaboration, in terms of sanity of mind, peacefulness within family. Some luxurious event could come into picture. Unexpected, unanticipated, luxurious lifestyle might become a part of your life. And then Sun also transits at the same time into the sign of Taurus along with Mercury on May 15th in your third house. Followed by which Mercury is going to be in a very fast paced motion and he is going to be entering into the sign of Gemini, fourth house on March 29th itself. So, May 29th itself. So, guys, what is happening here is that Mercury is gaining phenomenal amount of speed. He is also becoming Atichari this year, and that is the reason he also becomes retrograded 3 times through the course of this year. Now, Mercury's placement into the Gemini sign is not a bad placement in there because it is his own house, but directionally he is losing some strength there. However, you might bring in some amount of comic timing, happy situations with your family where he becomes conjunct with Jupiter as well briefly. Uh, the biggest event of the quarter is coming in when Jupiter comes, your Lagna Lord, your 10th Lord comes into exaltation in the sign of Cancer in your fifth house. And you've already seen the trailer for about 45-50 days in the year 2025 in the last part whilst I'm recording this video. You would have had some degrees of experience of how that is going to be panning out for you. But now Jupiter's shift is definitely giving a promise of some major success because your Lagna Lord or your 10th Lord it's forming a Kendra and a trine, a Raj Yoga. It's a Lakshmi Narayan Yoga which is coming to picture here. And I anticipate that it is going to be a period which brings immense joy to you, your family, your children. Your romantic life could see new heights. The creative projects that you've been working on in the hiding, the creative pursuits that you've been undertaking, any kind of new startup initiatives that you've been embarking upon, you are going to find lots of success coming in there from that perspective. Important bit for you to understand is Jupiter will be giving an aspect to the Lagna, to the ninth house and your 11th house as well from its exaltation. So yes, gains are also promised. It's a debilitated aspect, but good financial gains are also indicated throughout the 5-month period from June 2nd till October 31st. So it's a phenomenal period coming into picture. You will have Jupiter's blessing, benediction of the Supreme of the God, because the aspect is toward the Lagna. There is going to be a lot of clarity, and more importantly, for Pisces moon guys, This is where Saturn, who's been causing that impact of Sadesati, Jupiter will now be controlling this Saturn as well and ensuring that you are getting full support of your past life punya, your purva punya, your past life merits. If you've been trying to conceive, this is the best time for you to plan for your progeny, for new relationships getting started. Your education will see a robust growth during this point in time. Students watching this video, this is the best time for you to get the right degrees, get into the right courses, ensure that you put your best foot forward in terms of making things happen. The stars will be aligning positively for you during this period. Venus also will become conjunct with Jupiter in the sign of Cancer in your fifth house around June 8th itself. So you see multiple planetary shift coming into play, and mid of the month you will find Sun coming into the sign of Gemini in your fourth house. So yes, there is going to be a lot of focus, ego build-up, respect coming in from an asset, knowledge, etc. perspective. But be watchful of your communication out there. Now, Mercury moves its shift. He's moving pretty fast. He moves into the sign of Cancer on June 22nd. And within a week, because he's also in Atichari movement, it will be getting retrograded on June 29th. Now, Mercury being the lord of your fourth and your seventh house, sitting retrograded in your fifth is a crucial event. And this is where you can anticipate some sort of a glitch. Be mindful, there could be some old flame that might return, and return of an ex-lover, some kind of a new discussion comes into picture with respect to your education, some sort of confusion, maybe your education or even your children's education, which might require an additional amount of attention from your perspective. So that is going to become a priority. Be watchful in your decision making and document signing. I think that is the point I repeatedly keep calling. Mercury is going to remain retrograded from 29th of June all the way till 20th, 21st of July period. So roughly about 3.5, 4 weeks where you will have to navigate through this bit very carefully. Now, guys, as you start the third quarter, this is going to be the period which is going to become insanely intense, and we will touch upon the reasons on that as we step in chronological order to understand what would be the reason for this intensity. But you start the quarter on July 4th with the first transit with Venus moving into your sixth house in the sign of Leo. Now, Venus's movement into the sixth house is not one of the most important ones, but he doesn't find himself comfortable there as well. But the important bit you have to understand is he's the lord of the eighth house, forming a Viprit Raj Yoga. So some sort of unexpected gains for people who are working in a job somewhere or who are employed in the health industry, especially in the health industry or in finance industry as well. You will find some positive bit working out for you. You working with your own hard work and efforts, being the lord of your third house as well, is going to give you some clarity in terms of healing things, or you could be involved in healing others as well at this point in time. Venus is a healer, especially coming into the sixth house. So that bit is going to come into picture. July 7th is when Mercury moves back into the sign of Gemini in your fourth house, but Sun is going to be making a crucial transit into your fifth house. It is going to go 12th to itself, 6th Lord, 12th to itself in the fifth house. Not a terribly bad movement. Most importantly, it is coming in conjunction with an exalted Jupiter out here, and Sun has its natural ownership of the fifth house in the Kalpurush chart. So this is the point where you will find at the start of the, or the middle of July itself, that your creativity, your ability to be thinking out of the box, oozing out that radiance, feeling lucky for that matter in a way, because your sole purpose seems aligned, is going to be coming into picture. But it's something which gets marred with the shift of Saturn getting into retrogression on July 27th, where he is present in the sign of Pisces in your first house from a Sadesati perspective. Crucial period. Your 10th and your 11th lord on top of your natal moon is becoming retrograded. Now, the key review of Saturn is beginning in from here, because you will notice that now, somewhere or the other, you will have an inward thinking, towards your body, your fitness, review of your karma, review of your desires as well. That sort of a thing is going to be triggered and heavily triggered by Saturn again. And if you want to think as to what that magnitude can be, just look back your June to November period of Saturn's retrogression, you'll get an idea. But 2026 around, that will be toned down. It will be severely dialed down because Jupiter is giving an aspect towards that Saturn's retrogression this time, and he is giving an aspect whilst he is exalted and giving it back to the sign of Pisces. So that is the brilliant blessing coming into picture for you folks here. Yes, there will be in Sadesati, typically people feel a heaviness. I practice astrology. I've been doing this for multiple years now. I've read books and I have a very strong understanding of Sadesati, but living through Sadesati and reading through books is a very different experience, guys. And I plan to, if you guys are interested in this, the Aquarius, Pisces, Aries people, and maybe later Taurus guys will also face it. If you guys want me to create a detailed video on Sadesati experience, I would be happy to share some of my thoughts outside of what I feel has been given in the book. So I'll be happy to put that in perspective. I would want you to please drop down comments. Dave, create a Sadesati insight video as well, and I'll do that. And since I've taken a break from that, this continuous speech on the predictions, is please subscribe, like and share, guys. I need your support to grow my channel. I've been putting in efforts, but that growth seems to be delayed, maybe because of the retrogression of the planets. And hopefully you guys are listening to this and helping me out there. All right, coming back to the Saturn bit, this is where, because it is in your Lagna, so from a Pisces as a rising guys as well as moon perspective, you could start questioning identity as well sometimes. And what the hell am I doing? Why is it happening to me? What does it mean? Those kind of deep questions, spiritual questions, because he's your 12th lord as well, they are going to come into picture. You are going to question your path, your journey. Am I moving in the right direction? Is this the path? Is this the level of maturity that I need to bring to the table? Or am I actually mature for my age, for the space that I'm in? All that identity crisis, all that introspection is what this Saturn is going to, trigger. You might prefer some degree of solitude as well, but it is going to be a time of reconstruction. So guys, don't ever give hope. I keep on repeating this and I keep telling this to myself as well. I don't wear any stones, unlike many other astrologers who try to sell stones. So many jewelry companies reach out to me. I refuse it. So the point I'm trying to make to you guys is think as to what you can do in terms of reconstructing yourself, because that is one of the mandates of Saturn during the Sadesati period. And retrogression is, a malefic planet is getting retrograded. He becomes very powerful with its Cheshta bal, and you've got to be hopeful that exalted, your Lagna Lord, your Rashi Lord Jupiter in its exaltation is going to provide lots of blessings and support during this period. As you move further, Venus gets debilitated in the start of the month of August. He is moving into the 7th house, but he's giving an exalted aspect to the Lagna there. Now, this is going to be a time where you've got to be careful about your relationships, your partnerships. You might feel neglected by your loved one, by your partner or your business partner for that matter. He or she might be making their own decisions, their own calls. So it is a time where you've got to show some degree of patience. Don't get panic stricken. Okay. August 2nd, Mars transits into the sign of Gemini itself in your 4th house. Not a brilliant period for getting married any which ways. August, September periods are not the ones that are recommended as per Vedic astrology for one getting into marriage and stuff. Shravan period starts at that point in time. But Mercury will also enter into the sign of Cancer in your 5th house on August 5th. And we'll touch upon its retrogression in a few minutes. Now, Sun moves into your 6th house in the sign of Leo. So he's coming back to its own place. Brilliant time, mid of August, 16th, 17th August, when that shift comes into picture. Brilliant time for you to take care of your health concerns. Any issues coming with respect to your job matters will be squashed away. You will be able to overcome your loans, litigations, any legal matters that have been troubling you. The headaches, these problems that are coming with the retrogression of Saturn. You have now Sun sitting in the 6th house. So you see how fortunate you guys are turning out in your Sadesati period itself. This year around 2026 around versus 2025. So there's a positive shift which is coming into picture. I'm excited about that, guys. So Sun comes into the sign of Leo, gives you that strength. And at the same, around the same period, Mercury also shifts into the sign of Leo itself. Natural placement of Mercury in the sixth house, not bad. It is actually 12th to itself. So, from a business partnerships perspective, relationships perspective, Venus also sitting in debilitation becomes crucial. That is where you will have to be cautious about people who are looking to separate, who are looking to end their relationships. If that is your target, well, that's a brilliant period because you are getting all the support out there. But for people who do not anticipate anything of that sort and they want to bridge this difficult time, my suggestion is, guys, hold your nerves through the course of August period. Be patient. Do not be retaliating, reverting back in any which ways. Let the outburst from your partner, your business partner, your life partner come through, and you should be able to bounce back, repair things, heal things if need be in a much better fashion in the months to follow. We'll talk about that in a second. September beginning, you have Venus moving into the sign of Libra into your eighth house. Now, eighth house Venus, other than Jupiter, probably I'm never okay with most of the planets, but Venus is coming into its own sign, so it's an exception there. Okay, eighth lord coming into the eighth house. This is going to be the time which is going to bring in a lot of hidden knowledge to the fore. You are going to learn new stuff. Deep understanding of occult could come into picture. I should keep that in mind. Okay, that is going to be a brilliant period from that perspective. It also brings the risk of some sort of hidden situations, affair comings into life. Your interest towards eighth house secret matters could also be on the rise, especially with respect to your relationships and stuff. So be mindful, be watchful on those avenues because you could get lured, and Venus is about to get retrograded. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, as Venus shifts into the sign of Libra, within a week, Mercury is coming into your seventh house into its exaltation. So now, you see, September, just a matter of 2 to 3 weeks, the issues that you were facing, especially with respect to your business matters, with respect to the concerns that you have in partnerships, they will start getting resolved. High ego situation can come into picture. Please be mindful of that. But people who are entrepreneurs, self-employed, running your own businesses and stuff, I anticipate you guys will be finding some high degree success. Albeit Venus is giving a debilitated aspect to the Lagna, so don't get too bossy or too eager to gain any attention. Let things run their own course in partnership. Partnership is a two-way thing. It's not just about you, it is about your partners as well. There's a high probability that your partner might be able to crack something amazingly well. Your life partner might end up getting a new job opportunity, new business deal of sorts. They succeed heavily in some sort of negotiations and stuff. So partner success is also your success. Remember that. So that's a good thing coming into picture. However, Sun will also be transiting into the sign Virgo middle of the month, forming Buddha Tithya Yoga with Mercury in your seventh house itself. This is where a lot of shine coming towards your partner. Keep your ego aside and be submissive. It's a natural point of debilitation for Sun for that matter. But then, mid of the month itself, September 18th, Mars will be coming into the sign of Cancer, where he becomes naturally debilitated. Now, Mars, guys, is your ninth lord. So, ninth lord is 9 places away, Bhavarth Bhavam coming into picture and coming in, conjunction with an exalted Jupiter, with your 11th lord, with your Rashi lord. So, see, brilliant niche form is coming into picture, massive niche form. But you have to understand, everyone is like harping about this niche bhang happening after so many years. Yes, I agree. But the niche bhang always means that some negativity is there and that it gets cancelled and then massive returns come into picture. By the way, Mars is giving an exalted aspect towards your 11th house. So some massive gain in terms of your wish fulfillment definitely written on the cards during this period. But it could be marred with initial challenges. And that could be related to your romantic life. Maybe some ditch comes into your investment strategies, planning, and stuff like that. Or anything related to your children, your romance getting a deep hit before you finding success in the same place or some other place for that matter. So that is something you can navigate based on your own life, your natal chart, Dasha, Antardasha. Natal planet placement will also give a lot of clarity, but at least the transits are giving a decent view for you folks, Pisces. And last but not the least, on September 26th, Mercury also comes into the sign of Libra in your 8th house. Now, 8th house movements are not a huge fan. Your 4th and your 7th lord is coming into the 8th. Be wary of any kind of additional relationships, any kind of illicit connections must be avoided during this point in time. That is the danger zone. But, by the way, I would not recommend any kind of gambling, speculative activities, throwing your money, taking unwanted risks during the shift of Mercury as well. That is a key caution. No visiting of Vegas and playing on those roulette tables. Okay. The highlight, if I were to capture for the quarter, is of course Sun's conjunction with Jupiter in the fifth house. That's one brilliant thing coming into picture. Good highlight there. The shift of Saturn in its retrograde mode for the 5 month duration. It is crucial, but the important bit to remember is at least till 31st of October, Jupiter is keeping a tight eye and control on that Saturn. It is November period which is going to become crucial as we talk about the fourth quarter. We are going to touch upon it. The debilitation of Mars, but niche bhanga coming into play, massive niche bhanga coming into play with its partnership with Jupiter, and last but not the least, I think the exaltation of Mercury to a certain extent is also going to be a way positive thing happening in this quarter. As you pivot towards the last part of the year, this is going to be the great release or the new path that you're going to be embarking upon, Pisces. Why do I say this? Well, Jupiter is, of course, going to be making major shift, but let's go chronologically so that you get a good sense of what's happening here. First and foremost, October 3rd, Venus is going to be getting retrograded in your 8th house in the sign of Libra. And guys, this is for almost 40 days duration. Now, this is going to be a time where you will have to have an absolute review of your relationships. There is going to be some sort of, trigger coming in with respect to tax matters, insurance, will related matters, inheritance of sorts. And Venus is also money. So you see financial aspects related to anything, either you or even your life partner could come into picture because it's the retrogression towards the seventh, right? So that bit comes into picture. There could be a review of your hidden desires coming to the fore. The sexual aspects of it, which I don't deep dive into in the open forum so openly unless we are doing an in-person reading one-to-one. Those kind of hidden secrets could also resurface, and you will have to evaluate, give a double click analysis to your relationship matters as well. Some sort of a deep dive. This is going to be a crucial period, guys. Now, Sun will also make a transit middle of the month in October in the sign of Libra itself. Luminary is coming into the 8th house. Not a great thing. Venus is any which way is retrograded, problematic situation, and then Sun is also coming into debilitation here. Now, he's forming a Vipreet Raj Yoga for you folks. So that is okay. Plus a niche fungus coming into picture because Venus is stationed there. So it's not that terribly bad, but at the end of the day, niche situation is coming. Debilitation is coming into picture. So you've got to be careful with respect to your job related matters, with respect to health related matters, any kind of issues coming in with chronic problems, chronic health problems that could get highlighted. So be careful to navigate that situation carefully. Now, October 31st is when the mega transit of Jupiter. He is an Atichari movement, fast paced movement, and he's going to be now trickling down into your 6th house, guys. And Jupiter in the 6th, not one of the most stupendous positions to be in, but he is going to give you a teaser of very similar experience of what you've had in 2025 with his exaltation. He's going to show that for a couple of months when he is moving into Leo. By the way, till the end of the year, Jupiter is going to be remaining in your Leo sign itself. He will become retrograded, but he's going to be there in Leo. So that's a crucial bit you have to understand that coming into picture. Jupiter in the Leo is definitely indicating that golden era of, its exaltation is ending. It's no more in the 5th house. It is in a troubled position. And he is now going to be working towards giving you the wisdom to protect yourself. Your hyper focus could come into your matters of health related things, managing your loans, finances aggressively, or maybe, a lot of involvement towards your work, career, profession, job, especially because it's your 10th lord as well, 9 places away into the 6th. But that will, involve you to fight through your enemies, fight through some of those problems, and a lot of time, effort, karma could be involved addressing those things at this point in time. But at the same time, you see, Venus will be, trickling back in because he's in a retrograde motion. He is going to be tickling back into the sign of Virgo, again into debilitation in retrograde mode itself in the first week of November, along with a shift of Mars into the sign of Leo. This is a good thing because Mars, when he enters Leo, around 11th of November, 12th of November, if the dates are correct, he is going to provide the much needed energy and empowerment towards Jupiter. You have the wisdom to tackle it, but Jupiter is a benefic planet. He's a soft planet. He is not a fighter per se in those areas. But when Mars is coming into picture, your ninth lord making a shift into this thing, just traverse through 10 days period peacefully. Don't be too hassled by the difficulties coming your way. Once Mars is there, you will have the ability to counter that with full aggression, because a strong Shatru Anta yoga is coming into picture there. Now, November mid, you have multiple shifts coming into picture. 13, 14, 15 period. Mercury is turning direct in the sign of Libra in your 8th house. Venus is turning direct in the sign of Virgo itself in its debilitation. Again, it will be moving towards Libra, whilst Sun will be entering your 9th house in Scorpio. So this is a good shift coming into picture. Whilst a strong Shatruvanta Yoga, 9th lord is in the 6th house, and the 6th lord is in the 9th house. So Parivartan Yoga is also there in picture. And you will be finding good support of your destiny, fortune, luck again coming back. Decent support, I would say, again will be trickling back in your direction. Mercury will also become conjunct with the Sun on 2nd of December, thereby, entering, bringing additional, Kendra and Trine conjunction, Lakshmi Narayana Yoga coming into picture here. And Venus would have also got into the last week into the sign of Libra, again into your 8th house. But the biggest shift, the biggest karmic edit is coming into picture now on December 5th, when Rahu and Ketu will be making a movement, with Rahu coming into your 11th and Ketu coming in your 5th house. Guys, this is going to be transformative, because, Ketu's placement in the 6th hasn't been easy for people, for your finances, for your job, for your karma, for your business for that matter. And it has been bringing a lot of difficulties towards the Pisces people, especially Pisces moon, who've sort of lost track of what's happening in the Sadhisati period. But once Ketu pivots into the 5th house, and more importantly, Rahu comes in the 11th, your material gains will again start, materializing. That insomnia that you had with a 12th house perspective, unnecessary expenses come to your life, you would now be obsessed about the gains, the inputs, the success that you are going to, fathom for the next 18-month duration. Of course, when we reach that point, we will be creating the video to understand that gravitas as well. But Ketu is coming into the 5th house. Now, this is going to bring in certain degree of detachment. It could bring in a breakup with respect to, or temporary breakup, I'll say, because Jupiter is going to come back into the sign of Cancer in 2027, but not until 2026. So there could be some temporary pause, detachment in your romantic relationships. Some of you could see a break in your education coming in. Some sort of losses could be triggered temporarily in your stock market investment strategies around those areas too. Not the most opportune period for child planning until Jupiter provides that support. So matters related to romantic connections, etc., will also be impacted here. But you have to remember, since Ketu sitting from here is going to be giving an aspect towards the Lagna or your Saturn as well, you will start feeling a bit aloof as well. Like, you get a sense of things are automatically happening, and you will be more inwards looking from this point onwards with Ketu's placement. Inwards looking for your spiritual growth, and outwards looking for your material growth because of Rahu's presence there. Now, just 5-6 days later, Saturn becomes direct in your Lagna itself. So that retrogression period, all that review of Saturn in your Lagna is finally coming to an end at this point in time, because now you will feel that, that non-negotiable, structure of Saturn pushing you through the course, facing you a lot of, making you face a lot of dilemma, making you incur a lot of expenses, a lot of losses. All of those, shifts is finally shimmering down, because this is the time where you will feel again in control of things. And hopefully by the start of 2027, when Jupiter is back, it will provide much more consolidation. But you have good, decent 5-6 months period in this year where, even if you are going through Sadhisati, you are in absolute control, guys. And same applies for Pisces rising people as well. Jupiter, though, becomes retrograded on 13th of December itself. And that is where because he would have not moved in too many high degrees in the Leo sign, its retrogression is more like an exaltation in itself. So that's a positive shift, albeit it's a situation where you will feel all the more, re-attempting, retrying things of sorts. That's not going to be an easy thing to navigate. And we'll discuss once we get to the 2027 point. We'll do a separate video on Jupiter's transit too. But I think a decent, era for you from the last quarter perspective as well. I hope I've not missed any point. Um, uh, y- I think the last bit that I wanted to call out was you will end the year with both Sun and Mercury entering into the sign of Sagittarius in your 10th house. So you are going to end your 2026 also on a high, Pisces. That is an important bit to remember. All right. I hope you enjoyed the perspective that I brought to the table. There's a lot of time, effort, energy that goes into building these insights. If you appreciate the energy, the hard work that goes into it, I request you guys to please subscribe to my channel. Please like this video, smash on that like button, share my video with your friends and family. Put in your comments as to Dev what you could do better, and I would love to get your feedback. Thank you for watching. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Dev Astrology. Today we are presenting the annual reading for the year 2026 for the sign of Aquarius. And you can watch this video both from an Aquarius ascendant rising as well as from an Aquarius moon sign standpoint. Now, of course, for Aquarius moon, this is the last leg of your Sadesati because Saturn is placed in your second house. Well, 2026 is going to be an year which is going to define your victories over obstacles that have been coming your way. And I anticipate a lot of positives coming into the course of 2026 that is going to be transforming and helping you come out of the challenges that you've been going through for a while. Well, the major highlights for the year 2026 happens to be the fact that you have Rahu and Ketu placed for major part of the year all the way till 11 months into your 1 and 7 axis. So Rahu is placed in your first house itself, being your co-lord. Then you have Saturn, which is your ruler, placed in the second house, and that is the only planet which is not undergoing any kind of transit through the course of this year. Of course, he will become retrograded, but this Saturn is giving a promise that you are going to continue to bring in consolidation towards your financial gains, your savings, your career, anything related to your health, your family members for that matter. It is going to make you consistently help grow around all of these areas. And then very importantly, the Lord of your second house, which denotes all of these significances, is coming into exaltation, forming that Vipreet plus Hamsa Rajyoga in your sixth house, where he comes into exaltation in the sign of Cancer. And that's a brilliant thing coming into picture for you folks, because what you can anticipate is that this is the point in time from where you will ensure consistent victory over your obstacles through your logic, through your wisdom, through the sanity of your mind. Well, what I've done in this video is I've broken down the annual predictions in 4 quarters, which is Jan, Feb, and March for the first quarter, the second quarter for April, May, and June, July, August, September for your third, and the last quarter in October, November, and December. So without further ado, folks, let's deep dive into this reading and understand that how can you plan your 2026 ahead and what are the transits going to be bringing to the table for you. Now, folks, as you can see on your screen here, I have represented the chart that is going to be visible for 2026. I have essentially represented only 4 planets here because rest of the planets will be making more frequent movement through the course of the year. Now you have Jupiter, which has been represented to move from the sign of Gemini in your 5th house all the way into the sign of Leo in your 7th house, whilst Saturn continues to be placed in the sign of Pisces through the course of the year, whilst Rahu will shift from your 1st towards Capricorn in the 12th at the last part of the year, along with Ketu's movement from the 7th house into your 6th house in the sign of Cancer. As you begin the year, you will see the first key shift coming into picture where Venus, Sun, Mars, Mercury, all of them will be making an entry into your 12th house in the sign of Capricorn. Now, this is crucial because this shift will start from Jan 13th and all the way till Jan 17th. In 4 days, 4 planetary shifts is going to be coming into picture in your 12th house, in your house of expenses, in your house of spirituality. And most crucially here, Mars is the one which is going to be coming into its sign of exaltation. So this is going to be a period at the start of the year itself, Aquarius, where you could feel sudden expenses coming your way, major expenses coming in your way. There could be a lot of hidden work in isolation where you might feel as if your efforts are not being seen or giving due credit. That possibility is also coming into picture. But at the same time, you will have the ability to bring extraordinary amount of spiritual focus. You have to understand here that the shift of sun is 6 places away into the 12th, so there could be health related matters or issues in terms of your business objectives also coming into picture. Health concerns for your spouse is what I mean here, from a seventh lord moving into the sixth house, 6 places up into the 12th house perspective, whilst some challenges with respect to business issues could also be on the rise. Mercury being your fifth lord and your eighth lord is forming a Vipreet Raj Yoga there. So it is going to bring in the possibility of some bit of unexpected situations, unexpected transformation in your life, which will involve a certain degree of spirituality, a certain degree of upliftment from a religious perspective. But yes, isolation seems to be the key there. Mars being your third lord as well as your 10th lord is also moving into exaltation in the 12th. And this is crucial because Aquarius, people, if you are, connected in some sort of international travel, your work revolves, partnering with people from abroad in different countries, in multinational corporations, any kind of import and export related work. This is where you will require, a high degree of travel also coming into picture. So that becomes a crucial shift for you at this point in time. However, more importantly than the month of January will be the month of February, where Mercury on Feb 3rd will be coming into your Lagna in your first house from a Rashi perspective on Feb 3rd, followed by Venus joining on Feb 6th, and middle of the month when you will find Sun also making a transit into your Lagna itself. Now, this is going to be a period which is going to start triggering immense amount of confidence, self-belief, action on your front. Multiple planets are moving. In fact, on Feb 23rd, Mars is also going to be moving into your first house itself. And you will feel, almost obsessed with anything and everything. And there is a, potential that you could feel overwhelmed as well, because Rahu is already sitting there and so many planets coming into the same house and getting that trigger of the expansionist Rahu, the illusionist Rahu. There could be a negative possibility of an identity crisis also coming into picture. You could feel lost as well. And that is where you've got to be extremely focused on understanding what are your priorities. The obsession could range from a wide variety of spectrum, from your appearance, your health, your fitness, your personal goals, your professional targets for that matter. Because you see, Mars is the lord of your third and your 10th. So there is going to be an obscene amount of obsession in your karma, in your profession, in your career, in your education. You will be prioritizing all those aspects. Then at the same time, there could be issues with respect to your romantic life or unexpected situations also coming into picture, since Mercury being the 5th and the 8th is in your Lagna. Venus is bringing some bit of consolidation of your luck, fortune, destiny. But at the same time, he is the lord of your 4th house as well. And there could be a situation where you feel almost too many things happening, too many moving parts all around there. And that might make you drop the ball as well. So some bit of lethargy, procrastination as well could creep in your mindset there. But very importantly, February is the month where you will find the retrogression of Mercury in the sign of Aquarius in your Lagna itself. Mercury is going to retrograded 3 times this year in 2026. So it is an absolutely crucial bit for you to understand that this is the period. The identity crisis is what I was referring to. There's a high probability that would come into picture once Mercury is in its retrogression. He is your 8th lord as well as your 5th lord. So yes, there could be creativity, but there could be issues in terms of communication breakdown, some kind of a challenge propping in your relationship with your romantic partners, with your children for that matter. There could be some aggressive tendencies coming in from your end. You've got to keep a check on that front as well. Now, this is that point where you are going to question who you are and what you said. So a lot of times there will be confusion in terms of how you are representing or what you mean to the other people versus what they are interpreting. So be cognizant of that particular fact here. This sort of shift is not permanent, guys. These are not permanent changes that are going to come into picture. Be it with respect to your communication, any kind of conflict situation coming into place, or any kind of shift in your looks and appearance, you of course you will be focused towards those areas, but it's going to be a temporary transit which is going to trigger your interest in all those areas. Maybe just trying a different look, trying a different hairstyle, something of that sort could be your priority. But I would want to highlight, do not get into any kind of tricky negotiations, contract signing through the course of the period whilst Mercury is retrograded, because that is going to, bring some lack of judgment, improper decision making could come into picture. So you've got to be careful on that specific area. Now, as you move further, you will see that on March 2nd itself, Venus, which is your fourth lord and your ninth lord, sorry, I meant Libra from that perspective. So he is coming into exaltation in your second house in conjunction with Saturn from March 2nd. And this is a crucial information for you folks, Aquarius, because Venus is the lord of your fortune, destiny. He's a Yoga Karaka planet for you guys. And his exaltation in the second house is definitely going to bring in, massive, I should say, probability of massive gains, some sort of an improvement in terms of your career profile and stuff. Promotion possibilities could come into picture. New job opportunities could come into picture. There could be a lucrative, asset appreciation that might play out for you, and you might be able to find certain financial gains because it's the 11th movement that Venus is making from the fourth house. So that becomes a very important prerogative for yourself. And as long as Venus in conjunction with Saturn, who's your Lagna lord, there is a significant possibility of you guys getting some sort of fame as well. It could be from foreign collaboration, or it could be because of your own karma, your own effort. So due recognition that was not coming your way all this while, Aquarius, this is the period where you will see acknowledgement coming in from all quarters. Now, as you move further, May 11th is the time when Jupiter is going to become direct in the sign of Gemini. He happens to be the lord of your 11th house and your second house. So he holds important financial portfolio for your sign, Aquarius. And Jupiter is sitting in the sign of Gemini in retrogression from the beginning of the year. In fact, he gets retrograded from 2025 itself, slips back from the sign of Cancer, where he just touched upon and showed a teaser for a limited few days. But his movement back into the Gemini sign is indicating its aspects towards your ninth house, 11th house, and your Lagna. And whilst he is in retrogression, you would have felt almost stuck, stalled with your activities, with your actions, not moving anywhere. There could be repetitive set of actions coming in your communication with your romantic partner as well. You could be finding certain troubles in your education life with respect to your long distance travels, or some sort of a mismatch with your bosses, superiors, gurus, mentors, teachers, whatever that situation is. In fact, some of the gains that you've been anticipating, the goals, targets, objectives that you've been chasing, folks, Aquarius, there is a probability that there could be some degree of delay coming whilst Jupiter is retrograded. But by this time in March, you will see that there will be a significant shift. By the time retrograde planets are moving from the retrogression and becoming progressive or direct in their motion, you see that they tend to reward the person based on their efforts, and you can anticipate something positive happening during this point in time. Again, Jupiter is giving its benediction with its aspect to your Lagna. So that's a very strong positive indication again coming in your life. March 15th mid is the time where Sun will also be transiting into the sign of Pisces in your second house itself. And that is where he becomes conjunct with Saturn. That's going to be a challenging period where you've got to keep a check on your communication, on your language, on your expression, especially in an informal setup with your family members, with your near and dear ones, because they could, or anybody could misconstrue your intentions whilst you express yourself. Good time trickles down in March itself, because on March 21st, again, Mercury becomes direct from its retrograde movement in the sign of Aquarius, whilst Venus in the last week is going to be transiting into the sign of Aries in your third house. So a lot of action happening in the first quarter. But hey, if we were to discuss the key shifts coming in, the key takeaways, I think the first bit is a stellium almost forming in your 12th house in the sign of Capricorn, where all these planets are bringing some sort of a major expense investment coming in your life. Jupiter is continuing to sit retrograded at that point in time in your 5th house. So you'll have to be very clever and strategic with your investment strategies. Then the shift into the sign of Aquarius of all these planets, there is going to be some degree of confusion, but a lot of confidence also coming into picture. And very importantly, Venus, your yoga karka planet, getting exalted in the second house. By the time you end quarter three, you are going to find strength in terms of your finances, in terms of your relationships, in terms of your luxurious experiences that you are having in life. Now, as you progress into the second quarter, this is going to be a period of divine health and debt reduction. Why do I say this? See, at the start of the quarter itself, you see the shift of Mars into the sign of Pisces in your second house. This is where he becomes conjunct with Saturn in the sign of Pisces. Now, this is crucial, and I'll touch upon that in a bit. But in the same month, you will see three more transits. Number one, Mercury is also going to be becoming conjunct on April 11th with Mars and Saturn in your second house itself, whilst mid of the month, Sun is going to make its shift into your third house in its sign of exaltation, and Venus will enter the sign of Taurus on April 19th in your fourth house. You have to understand that multiple planets are now entering into the sign of Pisces in your second house, which denotes your communication, family, and structure. And there are two malefic planets, which is Saturn and Mars, coming in conjunction in your second. And this is going to be a key period where you've got to keep a check as to how you are communicating your thought process, your expression with your family members, with your near and dear ones. There is a high risk of certain argumentative situations coming into picture in the course of this quarter. I want you to be extremely careful. More importantly, in the month of April itself, guys, there could be some argumentative situations that can come into picture. And you must try and navigate this in terms of reconciliation, not taking that into excessive, obsessive behavior for that matter, because he's your third lord as well, being 12th to itself in conjunction with the 12th lord. So a lot of aggression, a lot of expense coming in, which means venting out of your aggression, your energy, your firepower for that matter. So be cognizant that you navigate this thing sharply. This can also create issues at your workplace because he's giving an aspect towards your ninth house with its eighth aspect, and it can bring in some confrontational situations with your bosses, gurus, teachers, professors, whomsoever, whatever walk of life you come from. So I see some sort of a risk coming into picture on that area as well. The good part is Mercury, being the natural lord of communication, being the fifth lord, is sitting there, but he's the eighth lord as well. So there could be some unexpected sudden outburst that might happen, which may not be what you ideally would be wanting. But the great part here is Sun is coming into exaltation in the sign of Aries in your third house, which means it is going to give tremendous confidence in your speech, in your communication to the outer world. There will be an expansion, a burst of your courage. You could be, supporting your siblings, your near and dear ones in terms of your neighborhood as well. And there is a possibility of some sort of a growth, positive outcomes coming in for your siblings, for your brother and sister as well at this point in time. When I say siblings, I include your cousins as well in the structure. So there is a strong possibility of that happening during this period too. The last part of the month, sees Mercury's shift into the sign of Aries, which is on the last day of April. However, Venus is entering into its own sign in Taurus, as I mentioned earlier. Venus's position in the fourth, not at all bad. It is going to bring in some luxury takeaways, some significant amount of emotional stability, that you will find yourself at an emotional and mental peace at this point in time. So that is another good bit. The only thing is communication is where you'll have to be watchful. There is no dearth of your courage in terms of your efforts, the kind of fight you're going to put through to make things happen. Great sign there. Now, as you enter into the month of May, you see on May 11th, Mars is also entering into the sign of Aries itself in the third house. That's another positive bit. So you are going to bring tremendous amount of energy, especially in your karma, in your workplace, in your communication. You will roll up your sleeves and take the matters in your hand. You will be ready to put pen to paper. You will shift things by taking effort with your own hand. So that's a crucial bit coming in there. And then on May 14th is when the shift of Venus comes into the sign of Gemini, whilst Sun the next day is going to be moving into the sign of Taurus. Whilst all this aggression is there, guys, there is going to be a definitive lack of sleep. You could find yourself completely obsessed with the work coming in your way. And there is a possibility of some egotistical situation also rising at the same time. Mercury will also be conjunct with Sun because he is making his shift into the sign of Taurus along with it. And you would notice that Mercury is making very fast movements through the course of this quarter. So he was earlier in the sign of Aquarius, moved into Aries, and now already in Taurus. And in the month of May itself, it is going to be transiting into the sign of Gemini. So it is coming into its own signature house. It is going to feel comfortable. Eighth lord is moving 10 places away into the fifth house. It can bring in sudden end in terms of relationships for some of you as well, Aquarius. So there could be an abrupt end of your romantic partnerships at this point in time. But I still feel that you will be very much motivated in terms of doing things, repairing things from your side, and you will get the support of all of that through your Jupiter, because Jupiter is sitting in your fifth house itself in the sign of Gemini. So, albeit there is some degree of challenges coming in, Jupiter is giving you the sanity in terms of right decision making. So, listen to your conscience, listen to your heart, because you will be able to traverse the right path through your own judgment. He is continuously giving an aspect into the sign of Sagittarius. So, he is promising wish fulfillment as well. You will have the ability to mend things, repair things before they come to a closure. Be mindful on that aspect. And it's not just the romantic bit, it could reflect in your stock market investments, it could reflect in your own education, your children's education for that matter. So be careful on all those areas. Now, the biggest shift of the year comes into play where Jupiter, which is the lord of your second and your ninth, oh my gosh, so important. He comes into exaltation in your sixth house in the sign of Cancer. Now, guys, this is a prominent shift coming into picture, because this Jupiter is giving us an indication that that when he is placed in the sixth, matters related to any kind of loans that you've been facing, you've not been able to repay, or you've been trying to secure a loan, because he is a wish fulfillment lord, money lord, coming into exaltation, being the lord of a Artha house and a Kama house, coming into a Artha house itself, is giving a very strong indication that you are going to find success. That particular job, that dream company that you've been eyeing for, that new college admission for which you need to crack that competitive examination, that particular health issue that has been of prominent concern for you, and you wanted to take the right surgery, the right remedy, all of those kind of matters are going to find a good conclusion through the period Jupiter is placed in your sixth house. He's in exaltation from 2nd of June all the way till 31st of October. So June, July, August, September, October, 5 months, full 5 months duration, 150 days, you are going to get that asymmetrical support coming in from Jupiter. And this is the time where you've got to make the maximum bang of the buck. You've got to make sure that you put in the efforts, you maintain your daily rhythm, you maintain the regimen that you need to follow, be in a discipline, and your goals, targets, or objectives on top of your mind. You should be able to achieve that, because Rahu sitting in your Lagna is giving you that obsession. It is giving you that drive, that hunger, almost making you famished to achieve more. So that's such a great synthesis for you folks. Jupiter is giving this prominent ability for you to clear those long-standing debts. If you've been struggling with any kind of chronic health issues, you will be able to address. And more importantly, is the house of litigations as well. So any long-standing hidden struggles that you've been having, this is the time where you will be able to navigate them through cleverly. Why do I say that? Because Venus will also enter your sign of Cancer in your sixth house. Venus's placement into the sixth, not a great thing, but he's your ninth lord. So destiny, fortune, luck is also providing you tremendous support from that perspective, along with your own wishes aligned in that area. And then Mercury also enters the sign of Cancer on June 22nd. We'll talk more about Mercury in a second. Whilst let's look into Sun. Sun is transiting into your fifth house in the sign of Gemini. From a Kal Purush perspective, this is the own house of Sun, and he feels comfortable in the sign of in the fifth house for that matter, aspecting your 11th house. So positive bit in terms of wish fulfillment, Lord sitting in the sixth exalted, and Sun giving an aspect there, being your seventh Lord. So from a partnerships, romantic connections perspective, business collaborations perspective, absolutely brilliant time there, guys. Mars has entered your house of Taurus in your fourth, and this is where he's giving an aspect to your 11th house as well. You see how beautifully this is panning out, but he's giving an aspect towards your 7th house and your 10th house too. So there could be some argumentative situations again arising there. You have to keep a check on them, but at the end of the day, you will be able to sail through. Now, the important glitch that I wanted to highlight is that second time around in this quarter, for the first time though, Mercury is going to come into retrogression in the sign of Cancer. He stepped into the sign of Cancer on June 22nd, but June 29th, he is going to be entering, the retrogression bit again. And this is where you've got to be careful when you are signing off, clearing off any debts, any kind of health diagnosis that has come into picture. Get a second opinion. Make sure that the paperwork is in order. Be meticulous, diligent, consistent in terms of the follow-up calls that you need to make to your lawyer, to your banker, to your health practitioner, whomsoever you are dealing with in whatever life. If you are appearing for a competitive examinations, guys, very crucial time. There is a strong possibility you might be able to crack it, but there is also a chance that you might make erroneous mistakes. So, whilst Mercury is in retrogression, you've got to be extremely careful, especially students watching this video, any kind of business person, working personnel who are putting in certain proposals, some submission on your project. There is a chance that you could be making some mistakes during this point in time. Mercury is the Kal Purush chart perspective. He owns sixth house as well. So, it's not a difficult situation, but you've got to be careful in terms of any kind of communication glitch that can cost you. Now, as we step into the third quarter, you will see that at the start of the month of July, Venus is going to be moving into the sign of Leo in your seventh house, whilst Mercury will be moving back into the sign of Gemini, fifth house on July 7th. Sun transits the sign of Cancer for you guys in the sixth house itself. Now, that's a good movement in the middle of the month because Sun is going to represent some sort of strength in terms of overcoming your obstacles, challenges, difficulties. But remember, Sun happens to be the lord of your seventh house and he is moving 12 places away from itself. And this can be difficult for people who are in partnerships, who are married, in relationships of sort, who are running their businesses in conjunction with somebody as a partner, where there could be certain dispute situations also arising. It can be seen as a positive for people who want to end that partnership, who want to bring that to a closure, because that is where Jupiter is sitting in exaltation, Sun has come in conjunction as well. And if you want to find a relief from a litigation perspective, if you want to end something in your business association, if you want to bring a closure in your relationship or your business partnership for that matter, it is going to be a positive period from all those areas. However, for other people, I would want to give a caveat that navigate this period carefully and be cautious, because later on Jupiter will give the possibility to repair and make things better from your relationship standpoint as well in the last quarter, and we are going to touch upon that in the next segment. So that is a crucial bit there. But now on July 24th, Mercury again becomes direct. So he had become retrograded in the sign of Cancer on 29th, and after 20-25 days period, it becomes direct again in your sixth house itself. But the very next day, your Lagna Lord Saturn becomes retrograded on July 27th in the sign of Pisces. And this is crucial, guys, because Saturn is not just your Lagna Lord, he is your 12th Lord as well. And his retrogression is giving a mandate to you that this is a time you've got to review your emotions with your family, your connections with respect to your near and dear ones, your communication style. Have you been in the right optimistic frame of mind in terms of putting your ideas in front of people, or do you need to reflect upon yourself and change something about yourself during this period? Saturn is going to be in this shift for almost 5 months, right? From July 27th all the way till December 11th, which means it's going to be a crucial period for you to fix some of these affairs. It is also going to make you review your assets, your financial situation. It is going to be an audit of sorts that you have to do yourself. With respect to your savings, are you moving your money in the right way? You could have tried to address certain debts, or may not have done so. I don't know what your situation is, but any kind of old debts, old financial issues could also resurface, because at the end of the day, Saturn is sitting in your second house, giving an aspect towards your eighth. So unexpected situations can arise. They will resurface, and you will have to be working towards, or you will be forced in a way to work towards a sustainable future, sustainable long-term savings plan. My recommendation is, if you don't have Saturn retrograded in your natal chart, it is going to be much more challenging period for people who don't have that, and then they find retrogression coming in the transit. You've got to put a plan earlier in the year and don't wait for Saturn to retrograde and make that shift. At least when Jupiter is moving into its exaltation, you should start that financial planning from June onwards itself to address these concerns. As I mentioned, when Sun enters your sixth house, it is going to be like a period where you will be literally bombarding and overcoming any kind of enemies coming your way. Now, of course, enemies doesn't mean war-like situation in the modern era. It essentially means any kind of competition that is bothering you, any kind of difficulties coming your way with respect to health, etc. You should be able to navigate that smartly. Jupiter is the planet of wisdom, so it will be giving you that strength as well to manage your work, daily schedule, discipline, health, and conflicts successfully. As you shift into the month of August, you find that Venus is going to be moving on 1st of August itself into its point of debilitation. He was exalted earlier in the year, bang opposite to it in your 8th house. It is going to come into debilitation. Now, this is crucial because this is where your relationships, your love life, your shared assets with your business partner or with your life partner are going to become chaotic. There will be some sort of a disturbance coming in. You guys know I'm not a huge fan of planets coming into the 8th house. So this will be some sort of a disturbance. There could be some negative incidents that could come into picture in the life of your father, your guru, your teacher, your mentor, your boss, your superiors. So from a career, work, profession perspective as well, be careful. Mind your speech. I think you will bring proper speech communication to the fore here. But at the end of the day, the ninth lord has moved 12 places away. So he will try to bring in some degree of positives as well into that suddenness. But be wary given the fact that he is debilitated out here. Mars transits into the sign of Gemini in your 5th house on August 2nd, whilst Mercury is moving into the sign of Cancer on August 5th. But more importantly, Sun transits to its own sign, middle of the month in the sign of Leo. And this is where, whilst it's a natural debilitation point, Sun is not the natural friend of your loving Lord Saturn. However, you will bring a lot of subtleness, submissive behavior, collaborative behavior in terms of your partnership. So, as I said earlier, when there is difficulty and if you want to repair things, keep patience in the previous part of the month, because now in August, you will work towards repairing things. You will try and make things happen. You will be much more, how should I say, receptive, more open to the feedback coming towards you as well from your partner. And you would be, it's not that you will just, submit into their needs. You will present your ideas. You will be direct with your communication, but you will be subtle with it. You will be more assertive than aggressive in your choice of words. And there will be a certain degree of confidence as well that creeps into this. So that's a positive shift. I don't see that negatively, albeit Sun's position to the 7th is not one of the best ones, but it is still okay. It brings good positivity for the people who are in business streams, who are collaboratively working in the marketplace for that matter. Mercury also moves into the sign of Leo this month itself on August 22nd. But importantly, Venus will make a shift on the start of September, 2nd September, into the sign of Libra in your 9th house. Now, this is a brilliant movement coming into picture because now Venus coming into its own sign, into its own house, is also suggesting that anything that was going wrong, that needed some sort of a repair, some sort of a conflict resolution, you will have the support of your luck, fortune, destiny, helping you make things happen. Mercury will also shift into the sign of Virgo in your 8th house. It will be coming to exaltation in the same week on September 7th. So not at all a bad shift, because 8th lord has come into the 8th house and into exaltation, and all those affairs that were bothering you, that were creating a ruckus, you seem to be handling pretty well now. Your focus will be towards research, learning new stuff, towards the occult as well, and some sort of unexpected gain from the losses or the problems that you were anticipating can come into picture. Speculative gains are a definitive possibility because Mercury is not just your 8th lord, but your 5th lord as well. So 5th lord getting exalted in the 8th house, and the connection is coming between 5th, 8th, and 2nd. So that's a very interesting combination. And then your 11th lord is sitting exalted in your 6th house. So I think it's a beautiful synthesis through the course of September, where things again financially seem to be consolidating. Relationships seem to be taking an upwards trend. As you move further, Sun transits into the sign of Virgo middle of the month. He is coming into the 8th. I'm not a huge fan of luminaries coming in there. It is going to bring in a spotlight in your hidden affairs. Some sort of a defame could also come into picture. Keep your karmas on a check. That is going to be crucial. But very importantly, Mars will be entering the sign of Cancer, where he becomes debilitated. And this happens on September 18th in your 6th house. Mars in the 6th house, not at all a bad position. Great Shatruhanta. Debilitation, not so good. But Neech fungi is coming into play, which means natural debilitation because of the exaltation of Jupiter in your 6th house. Now, this is crucial for people to understand because a lot of times you will say niche fungi is there. This is tremendously extraordinary and whatnot is going to be achieved. Guys, you've got to understand one fact that niche fungi has one specific thing. There has to be a negative exposure of some sorts before it can start delivering you positive outcomes, which means that whilst Venus is sitting in its own sign in the ninth, Sun would have entered into your eighth house. Some difficult obstacle, some challenge is definitely going to arise. But post that, you will be able to overcome it. You will be able to fight through it and then find success. It could be a health related matter, any litigation coming into picture, any financial issue coming into picture, or there could be some argumentative situations because it's Mars at your workplace in your competitive examination. You make some goof up and then you make a bounce back into some other sphere. So you've got to be careful on that front. Navigate this thing smartly. Last but not the least, Mercury will also make a transit into the sign of Libra at the end of the month. So it will be becoming conjunct your eighth lord coming into your ninth house, your fifth lord making 5 places away shift, coming into the ninth house itself. It's both good and bad from its results perspective. There will be a sudden shift of some sorts, but at the end of the day, your past life karmas will be supporting you to build your luck during this period. So, guys, as we start with the last quarter of the year in the month of October itself, you are going to find this quarter as the time where some sort of a relationship test or spiritual pivot is going to come into picture. Now, why do I say that? First of all, Venus is going to become retrograded in the sign of Libra in your ninth house itself. Now, Venus is a Yoga Karka planet and his retrogression is going to last 40 days for you. So that is one of the most important events which is going to come into picture. And this is going to be a time where you are going to find your relationships, your partnerships, getting questioned. You will have to look back and see that the financial assets that you've been building all this time, your movable, immovable property might require some sort of repair. Breakdown could be coming into picture because at the end of the day, machines do break down. There are repairs always needed at your home, warehouse, whatever property that you own. And his retrogression is indicating a shift towards the sign of debilitation into the sign of Virgo. So that is going to be a very critical period for you, as you could feel some degree of frustration or additional amount of effort being required from your end to fix those matters at this point in time. And this is in the start of the month itself. Then middle of the month, you see some transit is going to be happening into your seventh house itself. Seventh lord coming into ninth house. It's a good movement from a sun's perspective, albeit he is coming into debilitation. But the good part is niche fungi is coming into play for this sun because Venus is sitting in conjunction in your ninth house itself. So it could have been much worse, but it is not as bad. What I anticipated, there could be some sort of a travel that could come into picture. You will have to be a bit submissive with your seniors, elders, gurus, mentors, teachers, for that matter. Your travels may not be giving you the kind of outcome you anticipate at this point in time. Frustration might build on those areas as well. Your relationship might require some revisit. Why do I say? Because the seventh lord is also in the ninth house, 3 places away and in debilitation, albeit getting a niche one. So there will be some issue in your marriage, in your relationship that will require effort from your side. But the good part is you will be able to repair matters. You will be able to fix things. Now, I said that some sort of a spiritual test is also going to come into picture because Jupiter is now going to be making a transit on October 31st into the sign of Leo in your 8th house. And this is an important movement coming into play. Your 11th lord is coming into the 8th house. Your second lord is coming into the 8th house. So there is going to be a sudden shift, sudden transformation with respect to your hopes, ambitions, targets, goals, money, family. There is going to be an impact, and you will be able to navigate through this period only with spiritual blessings, with spiritual guidance. So that is going to be a critical test, and this is going to be a test of your mettle, of your resolve, of how can you successfully overcome this test of time. Remember, Jupiter from the 8th house gives an aspect towards your 12th, your 4th house, and your 2nd house. So all of your areas with respect to your emotions, mental peace, expenses coming into picture, savings getting impacted, all of that is going to happen. It's just that Jupiter is still going to give you the possibility to do the right things. It is going to give you that wisdom to do the right things because he likes the sign of Leo. That is the saving grace for you here. Now in November, Venus shifts back into the sign of Virgo itself in your 8th house, where he becomes conjunct with Jupiter. But Mars will be moving into the sign of Leo on November 12th. The very next day, Mercury will also become direct in the sign of Libra. So this is a crucial bit because now multiple planets are coming into the 8th house, and I definitely anticipate Aquarius. Last quarter is going to be a period for you where some degree of transformation, some degree of shift in your thought process is definitely going to come into picture. With that retrogression of Venus, lot of self-reflection, joint assets getting questioned with your partner and stuff. All of those things will be on the fore. But middle of the month, Venus becomes direct on November 14th, and Sun transits into the sign of Scorpio for you in your 10th house. So that part of the month is where things will start bouncing back again. The first half could be critical for you, but in the second half of the month, when Sun is direct in your 10th house, what you will notice is he gets directional strength. You will be putting in the right karma, the right effort in terms of your relationships, partnerships, business collaboration with your spouse as well. They could also find some kind of good success in their career at this point in time. There could be a bliss for your spouse too if you are married coming into picture here. And in the very next week, Venus will again huddle back into the sign of Libra. So again, as you see the month is progressing, there is a recovery of sorts happening in your life. Mercury will also be transiting into the sign of Scorpio in the month of December start itself. So now this is a period from second half of November onwards in this last quarter where your focus will be shifting towards right decision making, right acumen in terms of your karma. You will be acknowledging as to what is the right action you must take, be it at your educational front or job, career, work front, or in your business life as well. For people who are entrepreneurs watching this video, good pivot is coming, luck is supporting you, your energy and forces are aligned in the right direction. However, the year has to end with some spectacular event, and December 5th is the time when Rahu is going to be shifting into the sign of Capricorn for you folks, while Ketu will be dripping down into the sign of Cancer. The very next week, Saturn is going to be turning direct in the sign of Pisces on December 11th for you folks. Now, what does this mean? Essentially, ends that crisis sort of situation that Rahu had been giving, those illusions that were coming into your head all this while. It is not easy to understand until that shift comes into picture. All the drama that you saw in the month of November, by the time December comes, there will be a absolute clarity. Rahu doesn't do bad in the 12th house, so it's a decent situation to be in. But a lot of work is definitely coming in. Big expenses are coming in post that period. Of course, it's going to be an 18-month shift. A lot of that discussion is out of scope. When we reach that point, I will be creating dedicated video for you to understand that. Spirituality, maybe interest in other religions, other philosophies, other cultures could also be on the rise. And this is the time where your focus on me, myself, I is going to come to a closure. Now you are going to be working on the grander scheme of things. You will be thinking from a public perspective too. Ketu on the other side has been sitting in your 7th house, and there has been some degree of detachment, not right mismatch of spirituality or purpose or alignment with your partner that had been creating all these issues from a partnership perspective. Now should come to an end because Ketu's movement into the 6th is going to take that focus away, and you are going to now be not too bothered about the challenges that have been bothering you. You will feel a lot more relaxed, almost a monkey off your back. And there is going to be a firm financial structure that also comes into picture now because Saturn is becoming direct. Your lovely Lord is becoming direct, and he is going to ooze out a lot of positivity. You would have done your repair work. You would have fixed a lot of issues in your life by this time. Important bit to note, Jupiter on December 13th, in the last part of the year itself, will be turning retrograded in the sign of Leo, and he remains in the sign of Leo throughout 2026. And so that is the overall summary of what is panning out for you guys, Aquarius. It's a pretty interesting year. It's a happening year. Lots of positives, lots of learnings also coming in your way. I think it is important that you bring in some servitude, some service behavior mindset in yourself during the course of the last quarter. I think that is gradually going to increase in your mind. You are going to become more philanthropic by nature, and it is going to be adding as a remedy as well. So do some charitable activities, do some donation, especially during the retrogression of Saturn. helping the homeless people, feeding people out there, giving food. He's in your second house, helping the elders, older people in the society, in your family, if possible. It's one of the best things to do. I think, Aquarius, this is going to be a year which I will still say it is going to be uh, bringing you a certain set of obstacles, but you will master the art to overcome the challenges, especially in the second quarter of the year. Your first quarter is going to be, more about laying the foundation, building your identity. But as you continue to move, the third quarter is going to give you a lot of financial gains, but the fourth quarter is going to show you some sort of a spiritual test, some sort of a power reset coming into picture in your life. And at the end of the day, I think what you're looking is you've started the year, especially in the first quarter after the month of January, with a decent situation to be in. And you will end the year also in a very positive light. You'll truly emerge as unbeatable, or a person who's learned the art to manage difficulties coming in their life and being more confident about those situations. So I hope, Aquarius, you've enjoyed this reading. You've liked the insights and the assessment that I've brought to the table. There's a lot of time, effort, energy that goes into this. If you appreciate the effort, I request you to please smash on that like button, subscribe to Dave Astrology, put in your comments, tell me what you felt about this reading, and help me grow my channel. Thank you. Thanks for watching this. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Dave Astrology. Today, I have come up with the 2026 annual predictions and forecast for the sign of Capricorn. And you can watch this video both from a Capricorn ascendant, rising, as well as from a Capricorn moon sign perspective. Well, what an year is about to come for you, and some of the best things are awaiting, I would say, because 2026 is going to be an year of public elevation as well as partnerships growth. This is the much awaited period, Capricorns, that you've been toiling hard all this while for. And I'm pretty excited to share some of the key things that are going to be coming into picture. Well, what I've done is for this video, I would want to highlight that number one, you are going to see the exaltation of Jupiter coming into your seventh house, in your house of partnerships and relationships, forming an extraordinary Hamsa Yoga. Then your Lagna Lord Saturn is sitting throughout the course of 2026 in the sign of Pisces in your third house itself, which promises extraordinary amount of discipline, focus, power in your communication, success with your own courage, and your ability to make things happen. Jupiter, on the other side, is promising some extraordinary partnerships. Many of you Capricorns who keep putting your comments that, Dave, when is the right time coming? Well, 2026 is the year where you can forge new relationships, new partnerships. Many of you would get married as well during this year, or crack a huge business deal, growth in terms of your business prospects and opportunities, as well as gain some due public recognition, adulation, which has not been coming through your way with all the hard work, Capricorns, that you've been putting all this while. And then, last but not the least, the key reset comes into picture at the end of the year in the month of December, when Rahu moves into your Lagna and Ketu moves into your seventh house. Now, what I've done for the case of this video is that I've broken it down into 4 key segments, which is your first quarter of Jan, Feb, and March, second quarter for April, May, and June, third quarter for July, August, and September, and then the last bit for October, November, and December, where we'll walk through some of the key highlights that are going to come into picture across all these quarters. And based on that, we will understand as to what is the tectonic shift, the deviations, the transits that are going to be impacting you. Of course, we are going to be doing a deep dive into your monthly readings as well, understand with more clarity as to what you can anticipate. But in this video, hopefully you will get a grand scheme of things, understanding as to what should be anticipated for 2026. So without further ado, let's deep dive and understand what we have in store. Now guys, as you can see on your screen here, we are going to be walking through the first quarter details, but I have represented the 4 main transiting planets of the course of the year in the screen, where Saturn, your Lagna Lord, or Rashi Lord, if you're watching from a moon perspective, is shown in your third house. Rahu is shown its transition from the second to the first later in the year. Jupiter is going to be making 3 hoops, starting from your sixth house to your seventh and later into your eighth, whilst Ketu is going to be moving from your eighth to your seventh house for that matter. But with the start of the year itself, in the month of January, of course, Jupiter is going to be placed in your sixth house in a retrograde fashion. He happens to be the lord of your 12th house and your third house, forming Viparit Raj Yoga in your sixth house itself. Now, retrogression of Jupiter is not too bad a thing because it's a benefic planet and it is going to bring in certain amount of rework from your perspective when it comes to sixth house matter affairs. You will have to put additional amount of, energy, courage, or maybe even expenses coming into picture, dealing with your loans, litigations, your day-to-day regimen. There could be some loss of or lack of discipline coming into picture from all those areas, and therefore it might result into you putting in twice the amount of effort in those areas. As long as, and the remedy is very simple, as long as you are able to maintain a certain discipline from your side, be it financial discipline, health regimen, your day-to-day activities at your workplace, or being focused aggressively in terms of your studies, education, for your competitive bids, for your competition at your business place, marketplace, you will be able to overcome those issues because he is giving a retrograded but stronger aspect towards your 10th house, 12th house, and second house. But what a start to the year, because right in your Lagna, in the first part of the year itself, on January 13th, first of all, you see the transit of Venus coming into the sign of Capricorn, being the lord of your fifth house and your 10th house. So he's a Yoga Karaka planet, Capricorns, for you folks, and he's coming into your Lagna. That is only going to add a lot of, self-belief, lot of creativity, confidence, hard work, and efficiency coming in from your side. The very next day, you see the transit of Sun as well. And that means you will be oozing with confidence. You will be, supplied with that strong self-belief. Remember, he is your eighth lord as well. So some bit of suddenness in terms of transformation, in terms of learning is bound to come. But this is an excellent period for your health, for your looks, for your presentations, for your self-belief, and the way you are going to articulate your thought process. Bang with 2026, you are going to start the year with confidence, thanks to Mars, who's also coming into exaltation in your Lagna. And then Mercury also makes a transit the very next day into the sign of Capricorn. So you see, there is a clutter of planets in your first house, and there is an excessive amount of, obscene amount of energy that is going to be bursting in your mind, in your physical self. Mars being the lord of your fourth house as well as your 11th house, him coming into exaltation in your first is definitely, alluding to the fact that this is going to be once in a decade moment for you. Like with all the planets present in the first part of January itself, right from Sun, Venus, Mercury, and exalted Mars in this placement, there is going to be a lot of things that you can do, achieve. But I want to give a caution as well. From the basic principles of astrology, when there is a clutter of more than 3 planets, there also comes the risk of confusion in the minds of the people. So you will have to figure out a way to navigate, prioritize your action items so that you do not, find yourself all over the place. This is definitely an energy boost, folks, because as I said, from a health, confidence, leadership potential perspective, all of that will be an all-time high during this period. It's a brilliant time for you to start new initiatives, launch new projects, initiate of conversations, any kind of negotiations that you've been struggling with all this while, be at your workplace, at your college, school, in your business professions. You must take that. You will find yourself unstoppable as well as poised towards victory. So that's a great thing. The important bit is ensure that you are sticking with a regimen, with a schedule, because Jupiter is sitting retrograded. Health must be a focus for you guys at this point in time. As you move further, what you will see is that around Feb 3rd, Mercury is going to be transiting into your sign of Aquarius. Then Venus will become conjunct with it, followed by Sun's movement in the middle of the year. And later, Mars is also going to come into the sign of Aquarius around Feb 23rd. But the crucial bit in the month of February will be the retrogression of Mercury in your second house. Now, Mercury, guys, happens to be the lord of your 6th house and your 9th house. He is your lord of fortune and destiny, your Bhagesh for that matter. And him becoming retrograded in your second house, of course, whilst he's direct, it's forming a tremendous Dhan Yoga. As I said, the good part from January trickles down into the month of February as well. Great start to the year is coming into picture from that perspective. But the fag end of February is indicating that there could be some mistake, that there could be some erroneous thing that could come into picture from your efforts perspective, and therefore you must be very cautious in terms of your decision making, document signing, any kind of new things where paperwork is required, where your communication is required. During the retrograde phase of Mercury, you have to be cautious about it. You have to understand the fact that Rahu is already stationed there. So Sun will be sort of coming in an eclipse, and Rahu is an amplifier. He is a multiplier, and he multiplies left, right, and center, good or bad. So any kind of mistakes could result into a financial disaster as well. And that is where I'm throwing that caution right at the start for you folks, so that you make judicious calls as to where and how you can navigate better during this period. Then as you move further, March 2nd, another hit. Venus is moving into your third house and it's sign of exaltation, where he becomes conjunct with your Lagna Lord. Now, this is a phenomenal shift coming into picture in the start of the month itself, because you are going to find, number one, extraordinary amount of strength in terms of your relationships with your siblings, great amount of courage coming into you. Venus coming in the third house is not a great thing, but him coming into exaltation and being in conjunction with your Lagna Lord Saturn is a very strong yoga of gaining some fame, respect. Saturn and Venus combination is a very strong karaka for fame, and I have created a fame related video as well. If you guys just go and do a YouTube search, you will be able to find details around that. So this becomes a crucial bit, because this is the time where you will realize that with your own effort, with your own courage and hard work, you will be able to find some recognition. There will be a high degree of enterprising behavior. Venus happens to be your 10th lord. Whatever thing you are going to touch, there is going to be a Midas touch in yourself. You are going to find that you are turning everything gold at this point in time. This doesn't mean there wouldn't be any complications, guys, because Venus happens to be moving 6 spaces away, being the lord of your 10th house. So it is crucial for you to understand, but he's your 5th lord as well, and moving 11 places away, coming into exaltation. Great time for your romantic relationships, for your children, for your education, for any kind of new pursuits that involve creativity and craft of some sorts. So that is going to be a crucial bit coming into picture there. Now, what we see is that a week after March 11th, Jupiter will also be turning direct. Another blessing coming into play for you. And once Jupiter turns direct, I think you will be moving in a very systematic, rhythmic, regular, effort perspective. You will be able to tackle your loans, litigations, any kind of complications coming into picture with respect to your finances. Your gut, intestine, stomach portion will feel, your digestive systems for that will feel much stronger at this point in time. You will be able to do, much better from your health perspective as well at this point in time. But around mid of the month, March 15th, Sun will also be transiting into your third house itself, where he becomes conjunct with Saturn. Now, this is where certain degree of complication can come into picture, but it's not complicated from a health perspective, because your 8th lord is going 8 places away from itself. So Bhavarth Bhavam is coming into picture. It is only going to magnify your efforts, your courage, but you got to be careful in terms of your relationship with your seniors, bosses, gurus, mentors at this point in time. Whilst all this happening, March 21st, you will find Mercury becoming retrograded. And by the end of the month, Venus will also transit into your 4th house in the sign of Aries. I think the beauty that is coming into picture in the course of this quarter is there are multiple planets starting with your Lagna, moving into your finances house. Your efforts, your karma, your confidence is going to be on the rise. It is going to result into, manifestation of whatever objectives you have in your head in terms of goals, gains coming into picture, financial gains, especially family abundance coming into picture. Later, you see with that transcript and a ballooning of, almost bombardment of efforts coming in with these planets shifting towards your third house, especially Venus getting exalted and Jupiter gaining its direct progressive movement is going to be the highlights for this quarter. The second quarter for you guys Capricorns is going to be the period of divine partnerships. Now, why do I say that? See, the first turning point is going to be coming in terms of your health or debt related obstacles which you have to navigate carefully. The start of the month, Mars is going to be transiting into the sign of Pisces in your third house. And that is crucial for you to understand because Mars, being your fourth lord, is 12th to itself here, and he's sitting in conjunction with Saturn. This is a point of time, Capricorns, where you have to be very careful in terms of any kind of accident situations whilst driving your vehicles. That is going to be an important bit that you will have to take care for yourself. Then this is also going to be a period where Mercury is going to be transiting in the third house in the sign of Pisces, and this is a place where he becomes debilitated. Yes, the good part is he's giving an exalted aspect towards your ninth house, but Mercury's debilitation definitely could indicate that there could be some decisions, especially in your formal communication space at your workplace, that could bring certain degree of challenges. To make matters interesting, Mars is sitting in conjunction with Saturn. And this is where, whilst you will have your communications sharp and very direct, it could be extremely negative or pain causing as well. You could come across as a person who does not respect people. Whilst that may not be your agenda, especially for folks who are, communicating with their seniors, elders, bosses, superiors, clientele, this is a time where you've got to make sure that you come across assertive and positive and not aggressive, because Mars Saturn combination can bring that risk in this place. Sun will be transiting into the sign of Aries mid of April itself. This is a place where he comes into its exaltation. So that is going to be a crucial bit because your eighth lord is now coming into exaltation in your fourth house. And you must understand that this could bring one expansion in your assets, your property, movable, immovable, vehicles or assets that you acquire, in terms of your knowledge as well, your hidden knowledge about matters, in terms of the kind of research you could be interested towards doing, learning occult for that matter. People who are in the space of occult, you are going to have a shine in terms of your knowledge and understanding, but at the same time it will bring the risk of egotistical situations, conflict situations with your family members as well. However, I anticipate that most of you Capricorns will be focused towards your family life. And later in the month of May, Mars will also become conjunct here. So that is where I anticipate this to be tricky, time period, because not only Mars can bring conflict situations to arise, he is forming a Rochak Yoga sitting in your fourth house, but the risk is that it's giving an aspect towards your seventh house too. So April is a time where you got to navigate this very carefully with your connections, with your siblings, with your family members, with your spouse and partner. If you are already married, in your business relationships too. And you must look out for mechanisms to subside your ego. Exalted Saturn is giving a debilitated aspect towards your 10th house. So you've got to be mindful of that. This might bring the risk. April is a tricky month, which might bring the risk of you faltering on your karma or making mistakes in terms of your own efforts itself. Now, Mercury will be transiting. Before I jump into Mercury, I want to highlight that the transit of Venus will also happen into the sign of Taurus in the month of April itself. So he will be coming to its own house, to its own sign in your fifth. And that's a good bit coming into picture. So at least there is going to be some degree of positivity in your creative pursuits, in your romantic life, in your connections with your children. And it can also bring good, prosperous opportunities for your investment portfolio, for the stock market strategies that you're going to be following. So Venus is giving some good indication in that bit. Mercury will be transiting into the sign of Aries in April 30th. But as I said, Mars becomes conjunct in Aries with Sun. And at this point in time itself, Venus will also transit into your sign of Gemini in your sixth house. And Venus's position in the sixth is not one of the great situations to be in. Thereby, you will find that the conjunction of Venus and Jupiter, however, is going to create a good Kubera Yoga. It will give the ability for people to address matters related to health, related to relationship management. If you are facing any kind of turbulence in your marriage department, in your partnerships department, this is the 12th house, and you will try and work towards repairing things as well during the course of this period. Mid of May is when Sun transits into your sign of Taurus, fifth house, and Mercury also comes into the transit along with Sun and Mars placement there. So you will realize that this is going to be a time where again some energies are coming from a creative pursuit. With you could be, most of these planets are giving an aspect towards your 11th house, so you could be motivated towards fulfilling your goals, ambitions, desires. And as long as you are creating, bringing a creative bent of mind, using your craftiness, and your past life karmas as well are going to be supporting you. Remember, this is a transit reading. You must see your natal chart, dasha, antardasha, and anticipate what sort of a magnitude or the tenacity of or the strength of this transitory impact is going to come into picture. It is dependent, it is correlated, and you must analyze that in conjunction. But we're talking about transit, so I want to give some of the key highlights that can come into picture during this course. Now, as you move further, the important bit, the most important transit of the quarter is coming in at the start of the month of June itself. June 2nd, Jupiter is going to be making a transit and entering into the sign of Cancer in your seventh house, where it gets exalted and forms a brilliant Hamsa Mahapurush Yoga in your Kendra house itself. Now, this is the ultimate blessing coming into picture, guys, because Jupiter is the lord of your third as well as 12th. So, some bit of difficulties could be coupled with it. However, I see prosperity coming in with respect to new business deals, with respect to your collaboration in terms of finding a new partner for marriage purposes or for new business partnerships too. So partnerships at all levels does give a sound indication. To make matters interesting, your third lord is getting exalted in the seventh, which means there could be, with your own hard work and effort, some sort of public adulation also coming into picture. Jupiter is going to give you that possibility through the course of June 2nd till October 31st whilst he's stationed there. So your own hard work is that you've been putting all this while in 2025 and prior to that, eventually in 2026, things are materializing in the right fashion for you, and your hard work is resulting into that brilliant outcome coming into the picture. Venus is also going to be becoming conjunct around June 8th in the sign of Cancer with Jupiter. And that's a great thing again, because your 10th lord is doing 10 places away movement and coming to a Kendra house in exaltation. Brilliant time for people who are running their own ventures, who are self-employed, who are trying to expand in partnerships of sorts. Your karma, your effort is going to give you the results that you've been anticipating for all this while. Capricorns, I know you've been very patiently waiting, and I want to emphasize that this is one of the brilliant time periods coming into picture for you. The only glitch was the April month that you've got to navigate from a communications perspective cleverly. Then Sun will be getting into the sign of Gemini in your sixth house. He gives you the ability to put together that fight, bring vitality from your health perspective, overcome any kind of obstacles coming into picture. So mid-month of June is again giving you a lot of strength to overcome any kind of complications as well in case they start coming your way. Mars too will be shifting into the sign of Taurus in your fifth house itself. But more importantly, Mercury makes its movement into the sign of Cancer in your seventh house around June 22nd, and he becomes retrograded for the second time in the year in Cancer on June 29th. Now, this is again a crucial point, because Mercury's retrogression is happening 3 times this year, and this is the second bit in right at the fag end of this quarter, where you realize that this retrogression is going to bring in some sort of confusion with respect to your partnership matters. So any kind of, let's say, marriage decision, new partnership paperwork must be done before this period, because when he enters here, some sort of a big plan, communication breakdown, a new initiative might see intervention of sorts, paperwork going wrong, decisions being doubted upon. You are reflecting on your decision making, if am I moving in the right direction or not. So all those challenges are definitely creeping in, and the important part for you to note is that Mercury is not just your ninth lord, he's also your sixth lord. And therefore, it's crucial that any decisions you want to take with respect to partnerships should be done before June 29th, or any kind of actionizing has to happen before that period and must not happen during the retrograde period of Mercury. That is a crucial bit for us to take away. I think that, keeping that bit around, which is just for the last couple of days, major part of quarter two is, giving divine blessings coming your way. Now, as you move further, the third quarter starting from July 1st is going to be a test of your authority and your courage. Now, why do I say that? See, whilst the previous quarter was giving you a peak in terms of public life, adulation, respect coming into picture, partnerships of new sorts in form of marriage or new business engagements getting in started, this is also going to be a period. This quarter is going to be a period where some bit of frustrations can creep in, and you've got to make sure that you continue to review your efforts. Why? Because first, Venus is going to be transiting into your sign of Leo in your 8th house. Okay. And that is going to be happening on July 4th itself at the beginning of the quarter. Sun comes into the sign of Cancer around the mid of the month, whilst Mercury is going to be turning direct around 24th, 25th of July onwards. So at least Mercury is giving some relief. Sun is coming in conjunction with Mercury as well as with Jupiter there. So communication has to be kept in check. This is the natural point of debilitation for Sun, and he's 12th to itself. So he's the 8th lord coming into the 7th house. If there is any fiasco that has happened in the last week of June, or the potential in the earlier part of July as well with Mercury's retrogression, then it can bring lot more difficulties, and that could be challenging for you to navigate. Patience is the key here, guys, because the 8th lord is in your 7th house, the 6th lord is in your 7th house, and Jupiter is the only savior sitting there in terms of addressing those concerns. Now, I'm not saying everything is going to go haywire, but yes, complications could come into picture. The difficult part is that Saturn will also be turning retrograded on July 27th. So that's a major shift coming into picture here. Now, the focus in terms of partnerships, as I said, with Sun's presence, in the period of July and August, along with that exalted Jupiter in your 7th house, does promise that there could be some recognition of sorts as well. But at this, why do I say that? Because it is the 2nd to the 7th. It's not just a negativity coming in with the 8th house. At the end of the day, Sun happens to be a malefic for your Lagna chart. So that is where some complications, some unexpected transformation could also come into picture in your relationships, in your partnerships, or in your commitment related matters. So you've got to be careful. But any kind of public launch, any kind of public event, launching a marketing campaign of sorts for your products, for your projects, etc., it's going to be a brilliant time from that perspective. So you've got to keep that in mind. It's going to be giving mixed results. You've got to see from your own natal chart as well as your situation as to what things can pan out for you. Now, as you move, just to reflect on that Saturn's retrogression bit as well. Now, this is the time where you might start questioning your efforts. Some of the decisions that you could have made during the Mercury retrograde period, or in the entire 8-month duration whilst Saturn was direct, Saturn is going to force you. He's your Lagna lord. He's going to force you in terms of analyzing whether or not you've shown the courage, your effort in the right place. He's sitting in your 3rd house. Was your communication accurate? Were you speaking in the right tone? Is there any way you can improve on yourself because of the failures that you could have potentially seen, especially from your formal communication setup, from your professional setup, or maybe forging better relationships with your siblings, with your neighbors, or with your gurus and mentors, with that aspect coming into picture. So all of that analysis, introspection, reflection is going to be coming into picture. And given that he is your Lagna lord, unlike for other zodiac signs where I've been giving this interpretation, it's not that malefic of an impact for you, because he is going to make you seriously consider that what are the areas where you can refine yourself, where can you improve yourself, and that becomes the crucial bit here. All right, let's move into the transitory dates and understand more. August 1st, Venus will be transiting into its sign of Virgo in your 9th house. Now, Venus being the 5th lord, moving 5 places away, Bhavarth Bhavam coming into picture in your 9th house, definitely a Lakshmi yoga. It's a positive Dhan yoga coming into picture. However, he is in its sign of debilitation here. And this is where there could be some, creative conflicts. I wouldn't consider this to be a negative situation, but there could be some conflicting energies that could come based on the ideas, based on the viewpoints that you might have versus your boss, your manager, your guru, your teacher, your mentor, your client. There's a possibility that your father wants you to embark on something and you clash with your father with respect to the educational goals, for that matter, let's say you have. Or at your workplace, you want to run the project in a certain fashion, but you are in a conflicting situation with your bosses, with your manager. So it's not entirely a negative situation, but what you've got to understand is that it will give you a creative juice. It might not result into the way you want to get things done. So you've got to be open for uh, for a reconciliation of sorts, for accepting that that sort of change is possible. Now, I also anticipate that for some of you, it could result into a diminished impact of your luck factor coming into picture. Mercury is already throwing tantrums, setting in there. And then Venus's debilitation in here might just feel as if, you are just making a tad bit low in terms of outcome versus what you really deserve. But this is temporary, guys. I don't see too much of a negativity because Venus will be jumping into, its own sign of Libra later. But Mars, during this phase in August 2nd, is going to be getting into the sign of Gemini. It is going to be there in your sixth house, forming good Shatru Hanta Yoga, whilst Mercury will be transiting again into the sign of Cancer, and Sun gets into the sign of Leo mid of August in your eighth house. So your eighth lord is coming into the eighth house. That's a key shift coming into picture here. I'm sorry, I need to keep referring to the dates because it's an annual reading. So I'm just referring to the dates before I make my predictions. Sun's movement into the Leo sign is a good one coming into picture here because that indicates that there is going to be a lot of inwards thinking in this. All the difficulties that you would be facing, Capricorns, you are not going to be feeling bogged down until unless there is something drastically negative in terms of your dasha antar dasha running in your natal chart. So there will be an ability for self-reflection, research, learning new stuff, reskilling yourself at this point in time. But I'm not a huge fan of luminaries coming into the eighth house. But in your case, Capricorn, this is sort of an exception because the eighth lord itself is doing a return to its house. Same month, Mercury will also become conjunct, and Venus will be there temporarily till the end of August. But start of the month of September, Venus now transits into your sign of Libra in your 10th house. So that's a good shift coming into picture here. Whilst Mercury will be making a very fast-paced movement, it almost becomes Atichari, and he will be coming into the sign of exaltation in Virgo in your 9th house in September 7th. So September again is giving promises of the right things happening. Sun is in its own sign there by this point in time. Mercury is exalted in your 9th house. You would have already repaired. I don't see any negative issues coming in with your seniors, bosses, teachers, gurus, mentors for that matter. There could be some conflict in terms of disagreement. Conflict is not the right word. There could be some disagreements, but now your karma, your effort is poised. You are working with the right sort of empathy, with the right side of mind frame, whilst you are getting extraordinary support from people around you. Blessings, your luck is again playing the dice in the right fashion for you. This is a good bit coming into picture. And mid of September, Sun also enters your 9th house. It's both positive and negative in its connotation because Sun at the end of the day is a planet that brings certain degree of blessings. It shines your 9th house, but in your case, he also happens to be your 8th lord. So that is where you see some significant shift. But I see this is a time where your authority could get tested in some sorts. Venus is in its own sign. Good Malavya yoga is coming into picture. So it's showing a promise of good career growth. But at the same time, Mars has also entered around September 18th in your 7th house itself in the sign of Cancer. That is where he will be conjunct with Jupiter, but debilitated and getting a niche bang with giving an aspect to your Lagna, to your 4th house, and towards your 2nd house. So multiple things happening during the month of September. Now, I see both positives and negatives coming into play here. See, you've got to understand people are going to paint with a single brush that niche fung is happening. It's an extraordinary situation to be in. Everything is going to be perfect. No, you've got to face the brunt at the start of it before you reap the benefits out of it. So some issue, it being the 4th lord as well as your 11th lord coming into your 7th house and debilitation might result into some, complicated situations in your partnerships. But as I said, Venus has also shifted. complication is also being highlighted because the 8th lord is in the 9th house. Somewhere or the other, after the initial hiccup, guys, you will be able to sort it out. Jupiter is the one which will be giving you the right guidance, the right blessing. It may not be a bad idea sometimes for you to get a feedback from your spouse, from your partner for that matter, because it's getting exalted in your 7th house. So their guidance, their recommendation, their inputs also becomes a crucial point for you to navigate through the course of this period. Now, Capricorns, the last quarter of the year is going to be the grand reset of sorts. When you start the quarter on October 3rd, the first shift is going to be coming into picture with Venus becoming retrograded in the sign of Libra in your 10th house. This is an important bit because this is the time, and this retrogression, by the way, guys, is coming into picture for 40 long days. So you will see that there will have to be some sorts of reevaluation of your relationships as well as your career. Why did I say relationships? Because Venus's significance in itself is for relationships, for connections, and he is also the lord of your 5th house, responsible for your creativity, your craft, and your romantic connections. Plus, being the lord of the 10th, it is going to bring a review of sorts in your career life too. You've got to understand this is the point where people or you yourself could start questioning your status. You could start, evaluating that whether or not you are getting the right or you've achieved the right reputation in your life. Is there enough authority that you are driving with respect to the work that you've been delivering? And you would want to do an analysis of where your time, effort, energy has been going all this while. You would, by the way, be coming up with creative solutions itself. It's not going to be about brute force, but strategizing it, thinking out of the box in terms of addressing those issues. This retrogression is happening in your 10th house, which means somewhere or the other, relationships and authority, both in their combination, are also going to be getting questioned. Now, Sun will be transiting into the sign of Libra on around the mid of the month, around 16th, 17th of October. And yes, this is the natural point of debilitation for Sun in the sign of Libra, but this is not a bad situation to be in. Number one, it is going to be getting niche bhang because he is in conjunction with Venus here at this point in time. Number two, he is in a Kendra in the 10th house where he gets Digbala. The directional strength of Sun also comes into picture. So there will, of course, be a highlight, coming into a throw of light of sorts in terms of the mistakes or the flaws that you carry in your career, in your profession. He's your 8th lord as well, after all. So he's going to bring in certain degrees of challenge, sudden light, sudden view of those flaws could come into picture during this period. But Sun, being Sun, is going to give you positive insights from a 10th perspective. He is going to help you navigate that position of authority cleverly through the course of this period. October is also a month with a major transits of Venus's retrogression, Sun's transit to the 10th. The end of the month is going to result in a shift of Jupiter now coming into the sign of Leo in your 8th house. And this is interesting. The 8th movement is coming in for Jupiter because he is leaving your house of partnerships and he is entering now into the house of transformation. One thing is clear, that he is the lord of the 12th coming into the 8th. So a definitive Vipreet Raj Yoga is coming into picture. But all the blessings and good things that we were talking in terms of partnerships, in terms of marriage, new deals coming into picture, are now going to be more from a transformation perspective too. So that pivot, that reset is again going to enter in your life, where you will have to think that whether or not I have done the right moves in certain areas, taxation related matters, inheritance related issues, insurance related matters. See, these are expense related connections coming into picture. All of those things are going to be coming into the light. There could also be the possibility, at the end of the day, Jupiter is a positive planet. So there could be a possibility of some positive financial unexpected gains coming in through your in-laws. It could be through your joint partnerships in your business profession as well. So unexpectedly, you might find some gains coming in your life during this window as well. And remember, Jupiter is going to be stationed in your sign of Leo through the course of this year, albeit he'll get retrograded later in December. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, as you move further in that retrograded mode itself, Venus will trickle down in November into the sign of Virgo, and Mars will also be getting into the sign of Leo on around November 12th. So This is where both Mars and Jupiter are going to be conjunct. This is going to be a tricky period. November is going to be tricky from that perspective, whilst Mercury at the same time will be coming into the 10th house. So it's going to bring a balance of sudden shifts, sudden changes in your life, but at the same time, you will be pushing hard with your efforts because your ninth lord is now providing you some support in the 10th. Not everything is turning out negative there. Venus will turn direct within a couple of days. However, Sun around 16th, 15th, I think Venus gets direct in the sign of Virgo, but Sun moves into the sign of Scorpio in 11th house, middle of the month. That's an interesting shift, and this is a promise of those stupendous, unexpected financial gains that I was alluding to, because Mars and Jupiter are now conjunct in your 8th house, whilst Sun, being the 8th lord, has come into 11th. So all your money houses, your 2, 5, 8, 11 are actively, getting activated for that matter. Venus will bounce back in a week's time into the sign of Libra itself. So the first couple of weeks of November can be a bit jittery, but you will have the ability to make a comeback of sorts, repair things from those areas, and then comes the crucial shift in the start of December. Mercury is going to be moving into the sign of Scorpio in the start of the month itself in your 11th house. Your Bhagesh or Fortune Lord is coming into the 11th. But December 5th, the biggest shift of the year with Rahu and Ketu coming in your 1/7 axis. That's the transformative shift which is going to come into play here. And some major event is definitely promised with this shift. Every time Rahu and Ketu are in 1/7 axis or 4/10 axis, something transformative comes into picture. Rahu's entry in the sign of Capricorn is going to bring tremendous amount of obsession in your life with respect to your career, work, money. Especially, he's the co-lord of your second house with respect to your family, your connections, your near and dear ones. But you would also be thinking deeply about your identity, your appearance. How do you look? What sort of transformation is required? You will be thinking all about yourself. There will be an absolute focus towards you, me, myself. That is going to be the focus once Rahu is entering in here. And at the same time, Ketu is in your 7th house in the sign of Cancer. Jupiter is still sitting in the sign of Leo. He's not going to be coming and becoming conjunct with Ketu for 2026. That's going to happen in 2027. That's out of scope for the discussion in this particular video, guys. But now Ketu's shift is going to be coming in your 7th house. And, somewhere or the other, it is not going to be about partnerships anymore. It is not going to be about us. It is going to be about me. Because Ketu is a dissector. He is a knife. He tends to cut through things. And he is going to bring in detachment from 7th house perspectives to a certain extent. And the only way you can navigate that cleverly is if you have a spiritual bond with your partner, with your spouse, within your relationships, with your business partners as well. If there is a purpose that is aligned, there is a mission that is aligned, that is where you will feel success coming in through this Ketu as well. Or else, if Rahu tends to overpower in this situation, you will be focused about I, me, myself only. And that is going to be a tricky shift. Usually, Capricorns, you guys are very hardworking people, service oriented in terms of your mindset as well. But the tricks of Rahu are going to be casting some magic, some illusion during this point in time. However, your Lagna Lord, your Rashi Lord, if you are watching from a Capricorn moon perspective, Saturn will become direct in a week's time on December 11th. So he will be bringing again that review time, that delay of sorts, things that required you to rework on things is now finally coming to an end. So you started your year with a bang and you are going to be ending the year with a bang as well. Couple of months are intermittently bringing in certain degrees of challenges in your life. But now with Saturn becoming direct, there is going to be that renewed courage, vigor in you. Rahu's any which ways in your so you will not know what your appetite is. You will be hungry, you will be famished, full of ambition. And Saturn becoming direct is going to provide you enormous amount of courage as well as structure to approach those problem areas efficiently. Jupiter, as I said, has been in your sign of Leo in your 8th house, and December 13th, 2 days later, once Saturn becomes direct, Jupiter is going to turn the dial and he is going to become retrograded in your 8th house. So some of those learnings, that research, that deep diving into the occult, those things are now going to carry back, and it is going to flow into your relationships as well. And later in 2027, you will see the impact of that once Jupiter becomes conjunct with Ketu in your seventh house. So, pretty interesting year 2026 for you, Capricorns. There are a lot of positives. There's a tremendous amount of dynamic shift coming into the year for you. I think if I were to conclude and sum up what you can see in this year, one, the biggest highlight happens to be Jupiter's exaltation in your seventh. Good, partnership coming into play from, a personal spouse relationship standpoint or from a professional business partnership standpoint. Absolutely positive. You must look forward to, share yellowish, orangish sweets, delicacies in and around your surroundings to your elders or even teachers. It's a great remedy throughout the course of the year. You could do that on Thursdays, perhaps. It's going to be helpful there. Saturn all year round sitting in your third house, providing tremendous capability of courage, energy in you, structure in your thought process. That is the biggest highlight. You've got to navigate your relationships with your siblings, with your neighbors, with your gurus and mentors carefully, especially when he is becoming retrograded. And then the year ends with a bang, when you see that Rahu and Ketu shift coming into picture. I hope, Capricorns, you've enjoyed the insights and the assessment that I could bring to the table here for your perusal today. If you have, I request you to please smash on that like button, subscribe to Dave Astrology. Please put in your comments, your feedback. Tell me what I can do to improve better and help me grow Dave Astrology. Thank you for watching. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Maha. Hi guys, welcome back to Dave Astrology. Today I'm presenting to you the 2026 annual predictions and forecast for the sign of Sagittarius. And you can watch this video both from a Sagittarius rising ascendant standpoint as well as from a Sagittarius moon perspective. Now, this is going to be an year that brings a lot of opportunities for you to lay down the foundation for your future, as well as the year as it progresses is going to bring sudden financial transformation as well in your life. Well, why do I say that? This year is going to be an year where Sagittarius, you have Saturn placed in your fourth house, Kantak Shani. And that means it is going to bring a structural test towards your peace of mind, towards your mental sanity, your emotions, your learning, your knowledge. It is going to test the health of your mother as well. It is going to be a period where you are going to reflect upon your inner happiness and understand where lies your true motivation. Then you will notice that the squeeze is felt in your heart, in your mind, in your soul because of Saturn's presence into the fourth house itself. So there could be some pressure that builds up on your home, on your property, on your assets as well. But as the year progresses, your lung lord Jupiter is going to move towards exaltation as well in this year. And yes, that exaltation is happening in the eighth house, but it brings that Vipreet Raj Yoga of the lung lord getting exalted in the eighth, which means this is going to be an year which is going to bring some degree of transformation, positive transformation in your life, as well as sudden gains, some sort of positive news which is going to disrupt and transform, sort of a financial rescue, if I may, in your life as well. By the end of the year, your lung lord, your Rashi lord Jupiter will be moving towards the ninth house. And that means this is going to be an year where you will find a relief, an alignment of your moral values, your principle, your luck, destiny, fortune falling in place in the right direction. Bhagyodaya, as they say, is going to come into picture where you will find a final redemption. And then, of course, the most important transit of Rahu and Ketu will also be coming into picture. Through the course of this video, I have divided the discussions into four most important areas. Quarter one, which is Jan, Feb, and March, where we will understand what are the transits going to do, and you can accordingly analyze the key takeaways from that perspective. Quarter second for April, May, and June. Third quarter for July, August, and September, and then the last quarter of October, November, and December. And for each of these quarters, we are going to dive into the specifics that come into picture in terms of key shifts. So without further ado, folks, let's deep dive into this reading and understand what should be the plan that you must follow for the year 2026. So Sagittarius, as you guys can see on your screen here, what I've done is I've represented the 4 key planets which are going to bringing in a shift through the course of this year. First and foremost, you see Saturn has been placed in your 4th house in the sign of Pisces. Now, there is no intermittent transit happening for Saturn through the course of this year, but he will become retrograde. Then you have Rahu in the sign of Aquarius in your 3rd house, who will at the fag end of the year move into your 2nd house, whilst Ketu is in your 9th and will be moving into your 8th. Jupiter has been depicted here moving in from your 7th towards your 8th, and then towards your 9th house in the later part of the year. Well, the first quarter of 2026 is going to be the financial power play coming into play. What happens here is that at the beginning of the year itself, you find Sun is going to be transiting into your 2nd house in the sign of Capricorn around 14th of January. Now, Sun happens to be the lord of your 9th house, and he's been stationed in the Lagna in the 1st house itself in the beginning of the year. So somewhere or the other, the new year start is going to look positive for you, because you are going to have fabulous support of your luck, fortune, destiny coming into play. Then as Sun transits into the 2nd house, he brings the possibility of financial gains through the luck falling in your direction itself. The important point to note is that in the month of January, there will be multiple transits of planets coming into the sign of Capricorn, and most notably will be the shift of Mars, who will come into exaltation on Jan 16th into your 2nd house itself. Mars, being the lord of your 12th house as well as your 5th house, is an auspicious and positive planet for you. He denotes spirituality, creativity, your past life punya, karma coming into play, and his shift 10 places away into exaltation is definitely indicating that with your luck being on your side, the powerful Dhan Yoga will be activated, and therefore, Sagittarius, there will be occasions of positive activities happening on the family front, from a financial gains perspective, from a food that you consume, and the quality of food that you consume should also be on a good side. However, you must remain cognizant of the fact that Mars exaltation in the 2nd house is also bringing certain decisive actions, aggressive energies, harshness in your communication as well, which means that this could disrupt or bring in egotistical situations for you with your family members, and you must be careful on that front. The position of Mars and Sun is in your 2nd house for most of January and then later in the month of February as well. But it is definitely indicating a gift of aggressive, successful financial action coming into play. It also shows that there will be some rise towards major or high risk investments coming into picture. And the reason is that Mars, being the lord of 12th, is going to bring in certain set of expenses, maybe towards property, movable assets like a car, or some kind of an equipment, engineering equipment where you might want to get invested towards. Property decisions are going to be crucial during this phase of time, because Saturn is also stationed in your 4th itself, and both Saturn and Mars tend to showcase some sort of positive outcome with respect to the property and assets in a person's life. So if you are planning something in that direction, the first quarter is going to give you crucial opportunity to move ahead. Then as you move further, Sun, of course, will be moving towards your 3rd house and later 4th house as well in the month of March, where he will be coming in conjunction with Saturn. Now, Mars will also come into that position, and we'll talk about that in a bit, but this is going to be a crucial shift, and you must understand that any of these malefic, fiery, aggressive planets moving to your 4th house will bring certain, contradictory situations with respect to your emotions, mental peace, or shift in your asset allocation, asset classes itself. As you move further, you will notice that Venus is going to be, getting exalted in the sign of Pisces in your 4th house around March 2nd. That is a major shift coming into play. Of course, the transit of Venus is through the 2nd house, through to the 3rd, to the 4th, but we're talking about the highlights here. And that becomes crucial because this is going to bring some sort of positive shift in terms of expansion of your wealth. And that is what I've been alluding to with multiple planets making a move here. Many of you Sagittarius could be making up your mind, taking final decisions in terms of property purchase, asset purchase, or vehicle of your choice also coming into play. The other important bit for you to note here is that Mercury is going to be getting retrograded in your third house on 26th of February. Now, he represents your communication. He happens to be the lord of your seventh house and your 10th house. So it's an important planet which becomes retrograded in the second month itself in your third house. And therefore, your karma towards your, immediate vicinity in your neighborhood, towards your siblings, towards your formal and written communication at the workplace as well could come under scrutiny. People who are working in this field of sales, marketing, communication led jobs, negotiations, HR industry, and stuff, you must be careful during this period in terms of not doing anything without thinking twice. Maybe looking back into your paperwork, revisiting the decisions that you are making, getting an external validation in terms of inputs as well is going to be helpful for you during this phase. To make matters interesting, Jupiter, which is your Lagna Lord, is stationed in a retrograde position at the start of the year in your seventh house itself, from where he is giving an aspect towards your 11th, your Lagna, of course, and your third house. Now, Lagna Lord coming into the seventh house is not a bad situation to be in, guys. But retrogression definitely means that there is going to be some degree of delay, some level of a revisit, additional amount of efforts coming to picture that you might have to make through the course of this period. Do not be shying away from that, because around March 11th is when Jupiter, which is your Lagna Lord, Rashi Lord, if you're watching from Sagittarius moon sign perspective, is going to be becoming direct. And the impact is that finally any kind of stalling of partnerships that was occurring, any kind of foreign international trips that you were planning and they were not materializing, now is the time when Jupiter being in the seventh is going to give you the opportunity to materialize all those things. This is also going to be a good period for people to get into marriage proposals, to strengthen your partnerships, both from a spouse perspective as well as commercial, public partnerships as well, that enhance your business, your self startup, your, if you're a self employed person, those collaborations are also going to see some degree of strength coming into play during this period itself. Then you have Saturn sitting in your fourth house. This is going to be an year where throughout the course of the year, you will feel a certain degree of pressure on your home front, property front, or maybe with respect to your connection with your mother, her health, or your emotions as well. It's not going to be an easy thing to traverse, because from a Sagittarius moon perspective, it's the Dhaya as well. Now, Saturn sitting here is giving an aspect towards your sixth house, towards your Lagna and your 10th house, which means your karma, your work, career, profession, your finances, and your overall health will also be under the scrutiny of Saturn, and it will demand you to put additional amount of effort in all of these areas. Then you have Rahu station in your third house in the sign of Aquarius, and it is going to be moving to its own nakshatra as well, which is crucial. And this is where I see the brilliant part of Rahu's impact. It's called as Lakshmi in Vedic astrology when Rahu is sitting in the third. So it's a very powerful situation for you guys, Sagittarius, to be in, because this Rahu gives you extraordinary amount of courage. It gives you strong communication, the ability to go out and confidently express yourself like most extroverted people do. However, you must remember the retrograde aspect of Mercury that I've suggested you, and keep that in mind, because same Rahu could push you all the way, and thereby, as I keep on saying, it gives you from one hand but takes from the other. It can bring in certain degree of commotion, confusion, mistakes that could come in because of your own language, your own speech, which could put you in a back foot during this phase itself. Then you have Ketu station in the sign of Leo in your ninth house. And there could be a definitive continuation of detachment coming in from your faith, from your belief system, and you would want to try different things. There could be a separation coming into play from your bosses, superiors, managers, fatherly figure. And therefore, this separation, this alienment would also mean you might be either thinking in your own head, in your own direction, or trying to explore something different from a career, work, profession perspective too. Remember, Ketu was in your 10th house earlier, so you've experienced that. And now that work or karma related experience of Ketu into the ninth in terms of your relationship with your fatherly figures, with your superiors, is going to be crucial. And that is why through the course of the year, bringing in spirituality and more importantly, religion closer to your life is going to be crucial. As I said earlier, Venus is coming into exaltation on March 2nd. So that is going to bring tremendous amount of opportunities for you because he happens to be the Lord of your 11th house and your 6th. Therefore, March will also give strong chances of promotion, new job opportunities, whatever goals, objectives, targets you've set for yourself, be it with respect to new partnership, relationship, your education and stuff, there is a high chance you should be able to materialize those bits as well during the course of the March period. Last but not the least, as I said earlier, I would want you to draw the attention to the fact that once Jupiter becomes direct, wherever you felt stuck in terms of your relationship or travel plans, they shall begin to, get a green light, so to speak, and they will transpire in the right positive direction as you seek. Now, the second quarter should be defined as the period of the financial crisis, coupled with some sort of a hidden, unexpected rescue. Well, this is going to be a period where you can anticipate some unexpected ultimate reward coming into your life. You will be power driven and the power is going to be high in your life during this period. However, your Lagna Lord, your Rashi Lord is also going to be moving towards your 8th house, which brings a lot of transformation to your life. When you start this quarter in the month of April, you will notice that Sun will be transiting into your 5th house, where he will be coming into its exaltation in the sign of Aries. Now, for you guys, Sagittarius, you have to understand Sun in the 5th is a natural position for the Kalpurusha chart, but for you folks, he comes in exaltation in the 5th, and that is why it is one of the most brilliant positions of Sun specifically for you in this chart. This does give a promise of growth with respect to your romances, your investment strategies that you've put into play, some sort of a positive development coming in with respect to your own education if you're a student watching this video, or for your kids and their education in that space as well. This is also going to be time where you are going to bring tremendous amounts of learning, creativity in your workplace. You have to understand April and May is the period which is showcasing high amount of power coming in your life, with Sun coming into in its exaltation in the 5th house, and later it will be coming into the 6th house as well in the month of May mid, which indicates that this is going to be the time where you will have the ability to overcome any kind of challenges, difficulties, problems, obstacles. You are going to be focusing towards your health, improving on matters related to chronic diseases that you will be able to address with your own efforts as well. Then as you move, by the way, the presence of Sun is forming a great, Raj Yoga in itself for yourself. So you should try to materialize that to the fullest, because it is your 9th Lord who's moving 9 places away from itself and coming into exaltation. So Bhavam is coming into play. Very strong Rochak Yoga from that perspective. Then you have Mars also transit into your sign of Aries on May 11th, and he will also be coming in conjunction with Sun itself. So that's another beautiful shift, because Mars, as I mentioned earlier, being the Lord of your 12th house and your 5th house, coming and stationing itself in the 5th is going to give you a tremendous opportunity to leverage your investments, multiply your investments through the right, I would not say speculative, but strategic investments. Creative ways to invest your money into the right places is going to come into picture. Venus and Mars, Sun, all of them through the course of this quarter will be transiting into your 5th and 6th house respectively. However, Venus will also transit into your 7th house into the sign of Gemini. It is important for you to note that this is going to be the period where you will face some degree of stiff competition coming to picture. However, you will be well poised in terms of overcoming that competition as well. There will be a definitive surge in your creative energies, your creative juices to tackle those problems explicitly in good strength. Then you have presence of Mars forming that Rochak Yoga. Not only it makes you extremely creative, but also it brings high amount of energy, making you almost unstoppable in terms of solving these problems. All of these planets are giving an aspect, albeit a debilitated aspect from Sun towards your 11th house, but all of them will be giving an aspect towards your 11th, which means some sort of wish fulfillment and gains is definitely, getting an indication through the course of this period. Now, Saturn remains stuck in your fourth house, whilst Rahu and Ketu are in your third and ninth house, respectively. So, as we've discussed earlier, whilst all these challenges are coming into play and you are creating, craft of sorts, a creative, approach from your perspective, there would still be this, monkey on your back. You will feel bothered with the presence of Saturn in your fourth, as well as with Ketu's presence in your ninth, because he's going to continue to test your faith, your relationships. Whilst all these planets are in the fifth, Ketu's aspect is also falling into your fifth house itself. So that remains crucial aspect for you to understand. Mercury, on the other hand, is going to become retrograded in the sign of Cancer on June 29th. And now this is a critical bit which is coming into picture, because in your eighth house, when he becomes retrograded, there is a possibility that many of you could be making certain mistakes with respect to your tax related matters. Any kind of hidden, unexpected, uncomfortable situation could arise with respect to your financial situations, to insurance related matters, or inheritance laws for that matter. And I would refrain from making any key investment, any key strategy, speculative activities during this phase, because it could result into significant losses coming into picture. But this quarter is also a quarter where your Lagna Lord, Rashi Lord, Jupiter is going to be coming into its sign of exaltation, albeit in your eighth house. Now, Jupiter's presence in the eighth house is definitely indicating a sort of cosmic paradox coming into play. You all know I'm not a huge fan of planets, luminaries coming in the eighth house. Probably Jupiter is the only planet where I would be okay to survive it with its presence in the eighth. I'm myself going through one with Scorpio in the having Jupiter in the eighth right now. But you have to understand that this Ashtam Guru is also in its exaltation. And it is the lord of two benefic houses, two Kendra houses in your case, the first and the fourth. Therefore, it's triggering a very powerful Vipreet Raj Yoga in your case. One thing is for sure, with the presence of Jupiter in the eighth, with its aspect towards your 12th, second, and fourth, there is going to be some severely enormous amount of expense coming your way. It could also mean that there will be a tremendous rise in your spiritual and emotional thought process, because it is the house of moksha, and you must keep that in mind, that spirituality, religion, donation, doing charitable activities, all of those bits are going to be especially helpful through the course of this transit. This Jupiter will continue to give an aspect, a debilitated aspect towards your second house. Therefore, there could be a decrease in your financial savings for that matter, but it will result into investments. And there is a high probability you could choose a property or asset purchase of some sorts that might result into this kind of a deviation. The other important bit I would want to remind is, throughout this course, Sun, Mars, Mercury, Venus, etc. are moving towards your fifth, sixth, and seventh, and therefore matters related to your romance, your near and dear ones, your children, your partnerships, your relationships will be on the forefront. In fact, from a career perspective as well, this is going to be a time where there will be a high degree of focus from your peers, competition, people at your workplace, looking into how you are approaching matters. Then you have to remember that the last glitch or the last bit of a challenge is coming in the month of June itself, when Jupiter is getting exalted and Mercury is coming into retrogression. Now, this is the time where I would emphasize on matters related to will writing, insurance, inheritance, where any kind of paperwork glitch could be bringing you under the scanner. So avoid any kind of shortcut measures or speculative measures as well, because your mind could be enticed towards doing something shady as well in the last month of the second quarter. Sagittarius, the third quarter as July begins is going to be a quarter where you are going to embody the blessings coming in your life, as well as there will be a tremendous amount of focus towards your mind, mental peace on the home front, so to speak. Well, with the start of the quarter, as I said, already with a shift of Jupiter in its sign of exaltation in your eighth house, is going to indicate throughout this period some sort of hidden financial blessing coming into picture. But at the same side, you have to understand that the significations of Jupiter are towards spirituality, religion, wisdom, learning. And this is going to be a period where you will have to immerse yourself in learning new subjects, new matters, new initiatives, and pivoting your life to a completely different area. Sun will be coming in conjunction with Jupiter in and around mid of August, where he will also be moving into your ninth house itself. And Sun's position by itself, any luminary by itself in the ninth house is not one of the most, favorite situations for us to be in. But given that he's sitting with Jupiter, there will be a certain degree of knowledge and wisdom that you will find yourself coupled with at this point in time. So that is another good bit coming into picture, but you have to also remember that Sun is your ninth lord and moving 12 places away from itself. So yes, you could feel certain degree of loss in terms of your fortune or destiny. You might feel as if things are not moving at the same pace as I might aspire, but at the same time, his presence in the eighth, he is a benefic planet in your case. His presence in the eighth house is also indicating that you are going to bring light towards matter of hidden affairs, towards matters of difficulties like insurance, inheritance, etc. And there is a very strong probability that for some of you, I think around 16th, 17th, because mid of the month is when Sun does its transit, 16th, 17th of August is when it will be coming into your ninth house itself and forming that conjunction. Now, through the course of this quarter, Sun will also keep traversing into your ninth house and your 10th. So this means, as I was saying, this is a quarter of blessings. And his transit from the eighth, a difficult house, then towards its own sign, own house, and later towards your 10th is indicating a lot of positivity, because Sun being the ninth lord in the 10th, gaining directional strength, is going to give a rise in terms of positivity towards your karma and efforts as well during this course. Then you have Saturn, which is again stationed in your fourth house itself in Pisces, but on July 27th, the biggest shift from a Saturn perspective is going to come into picture, where for the next 5 months, he will be in a retrograde position. Now, this is a period, it's a crucial and difficult period, guys, because this is the time where you will have to undergo the review on your home front, property related matters, asset related matters, movable, immovable property that you might have acquired. They will undergo some sort of a challenge or some sort of difficulties, problems coming in those sectors will be the highlight through the course of this 4.5, 5 month duration. Saturn here is indicating one thing is for sure, that there could be certain delays for people who've been looking forward to get loans, expedite matters of their property, because he is giving a retrograded aspect towards your third house as well. And therefore, difficulties with respect to financials around your property could come into picture. This may not be the best time for, doing any kind of speculative purchases. If the entire period is going to make you sort of question the or review the foundation of your asset purchase or property purchase in this period. So prior to this period, in the last quarter, my recommendation is, if you are jumping into any decision making, try and do that before the retrogression of any planets, and make sure you are reviewing your dasha antardasha of your natal chart as well, because that is going to be becoming a very crucial shift from the third quarter onwards, where you will have concerns related to all these matters. Saturn's retrogression is also going to denote that health concerns related to your mother could come to the fore, they might come to the light, and there could be difficulties, expenses related to that could have to be incurred by you, because Jupiter is also giving an aspect towards your 12th from its exaltation. The good part is, it may not be any fatal situation, because Jupiter's aspect is on that retrograded Saturn and on your fourth house in his own house itself. So he will try and safeguard you from difficult things as well. And it is a Viparit Rajyoga when the Lagna Lord or the fourth Lord, Kendra Lord, is sitting in exaltation in the eighth. So after facing those difficulties, those challenges, after reviewing and introspecting the problems that you've gone through, it could be simply a lack of peace of your mind that could come into play. After you've faced those difficulties, this Jupiter will be giving you a promise of successful bounce back as well. But you must anticipate pressure coming on your home front and continuous stress on your work related things too, because Saturn will be giving a retrograded aspect towards your 10th house. He's the lord of your second and third. There could be a lack of motivation in terms of karma, in terms of effort, in terms of courage that could come into picture through the course of this period. And you will have to reignite that energy, that passion within you to make sure that you continue to put together the fight that is required to traverse through these difficulties. He will be giving a retrograded aspect towards your lagna, towards your first house as well. So expenses are related to your siblings, your family, any kind of savings that you've made, some sort of loss or delay or introspection will be required through the course of this period. The second bit that you have to keep in mind is that Venus will be transiting into the 10th house, which is your sign of Virgo, 12th to itself, where he becomes debilitated. And this is going to bring the second degree of challenge at this point in time itself, where he would also be getting a retrograded aspect from Saturn. So, yes, you will have to bring a certain degree of empathy, certain degree of calmness, politeness, whilst dealing with people in and around you. No matter what walk of life you come from, if you are involved in your own business, self-funded startup, self-employed, working in a job, being a homemaker, in education, you will realize that there will be unexpected, unanticipated issues. And this debilitation is going to make you feel as if you are not getting enough recognition. There is a certain degree of dissatisfaction that could also creep in. Your authorities, the authorities at your workplace may not provide you enough support, or you might feel unappreciated through the course of time. But this is a temporary crisis which is coming into picture. Remember, the movement of sun in your chart during the same phase is much more positive. So there is a positive ray of light as well. But each planet is going to bring in certain different triggers. Venus, being the lord of your 11th, will essentially give you an idea that the returns, the outcome, the ROI that you anticipated is not enough. At the same time, he is the lord of your 6th house and in debilitation in the 10th. So it is good for career in a way, but again, as I said, the outcome could be muted for that matter. This might be much better for people who are going through any kind of chronic problems, sugar, diabetes, those kind of issues, skin related issues. You will find yourself overcoming or at least fighting those problems. However, the fight required or the effort required from your side may be much higher. Then, through the course of this quarter itself, you will see the final test around September 18th, when Mars will also be coming into its sign of debilitation again in your 8th house. Now, Mars is again a positive planet for you. He is the lord of your 5th house, and him moving into the 8th, albeit he is getting a niche fanga, is crucial. Now, guys, you have to understand, people are going to paint this niche fanga as if everything is going to be dramatically great. Yes, there is a very strong possibility of some positive shift coming into picture, especially from a financial perspective. However, this Mars is forming a Viparit Rajuga, being the lord of your 12th into the 8th house. So there is definitely some sort of challenges that could come into picture with respect to your relationship with your father, with your guru, your mentor, your boss, your superiors. There could be a certain degree of crisis of faith as well, which can come into picture. After all, your 12th lord is sitting in your 8th house and sitting with the guru itself. But there will be positives because cancellation, a proper cancellation of this niche fungi is coming into picture with Jupiter's exaltation in the same place. He, being the lord of your 5th house in the 8th, will bring sudden, unexpected, speculative gains possibility to too. Now, I'm not recommending here that people get into, options trading or get into derivatives market, or you jump into commodities or gambling for that matter, because many of you do keep asking questions around those areas as well. I'm not a huge proponent of any of those areas. However, unexpected speculative gains are a probability. There could be some level of satisfaction that could come after initial level of difficulties with respect to your matters of romance, children, or education as well. With respect to education specifically, I would want to call out, this is going to be a period where you will receive a certain setback, some kind of a disappointment. But do not worry about it, because that disappointment will ultimately lead into some positive outcome resulting with respect to your gains. It could result into post-graduation selection in a new college, movement or shift that will come into picture when we discuss the next quarter which is the last quarter of the year. The last quarter of the year, starting from October, should be defined as the victory lap. The reason I say this is that this is going to be the period which is going to bring in some ultimate positive transitions coming into picture for you. First and foremost, Sun is going to be moving into your 11th house in the sign of Libra. Now, guys, one might think that Sun's debilitation is a negative bit coming into picture because your ninth lord is moving 3 places away and coming into debilitation. So, yes, it can may result into diminished returns coming into picture, but you have to also understand that Venus is going to be coming into your sign of Libra in the 11th house itself. Now, Venus is going to make one key shift here. He is going to be becoming retrograded on October 3rd when he is moving into Libra, and this is crucial. One, because it is bringing in niche bhanga for Sun as well in the 11th house. But at the same time, this is going to be the period where you will be looking back and reflecting on your matters related to career and your gains. Or rather, I should say, with respect to your sixth house issues. So you will look back and check as to what was your karma, how you went about dealing with your enemies, with the obstacles and the challenges that you faced, the financial decisions that you have taken through the course of this while. And you are going to fine tune during the 40-day duration of this retrograde period as to what should be your approach moving forward. However, this 40-day period is not completely bad in your case because you are getting the support of your luck, fortune, destiny with a debilitated sun that is getting niche bhanga in this house itself. This also forms good yoga of some sort of reputation growth, some sort of an acknowledgement expansion in your networking circles as well. But Venus's retrogression will also remind you that not all connections, not all collaborations are that positive as one may anticipate. So you may have to be very careful in reviewing your friend circle as well and the importance that they hold in your life. It is a time where you must confront the debts, the credit card expenses that you've made in terms of going over and above for your purchases, for your luxury. So it's going to be a crucial time where you will have to take certain corrective actions on that front. This will also be a time from an 11th house perspective where you might embark upon some course correcting action of your income streams, of your gains. It could be through social media or any kind of side hustle, additional hustle that you are running to find that income. But do not trust any kind of financial advice coming in from any quarter. You must lean on your own personal judgment at this point in time. Because Sun is eventually debilitated, your own decision making will be far superior than anybody else. And Jupiter is in still decent dignity for you guys because he will be in exaltation through the course of this quarter as well as moving into ninth. And we will talk about that in a bit. Then the other bit that comes into picture here is that Mercury will also be coming into your sign of Libra itself, and he would also, be moving in a retrograde motion. In fact, Mercury is getting retrograded 3 times through the course of this year, guys, which I've been highlighting in the sign of Aquarius, then in Cancer, and now in the sign of Libra. And therefore, decision making with respect to your connections, with respect to your partnerships, in your relationships, communication as to how you are giving that feedback to your partner remains crucial. Through the course of October till November, Venus is retrograded there, and then Mercury is also coming and sitting in the same house for a brief period of time in retrograde, in conjunction with Venus as well. So you will have to keep a watch on your words, on your communication at this point in time. Good part is, around November 13th is where Mercury becomes direct, and November 14th is when Venus becomes direct. Both of them placed in the sign of Libra itself. And therefore, all your karma, all your career related issues, your loans, litigations, your relationships, by the end of November and December, by the end of this quarter and by the end of this year, you are going to see that there is going to be an absolute amount of clarity coming in your life. There will be a new synthesis that you will be able to present for yourself, and you will be taking the right measures across these connections, these factors of life. Then you have Mars, which also transits through Libra, Scorpio, and then later Sagittarius through the course of this quarter. His movement in your 11th, 12th, and Lagna is not a bad movement, because Mars coming into the 11th house is promising good amount of stupendous gains. And in fact, most of the planets are making transits towards the house of your gains through the course of this period, which is a positive indication. You you will, however, be excited about the most crucial shift of Jupiter, your Lagna Lord, your fourth Lord, which happens on 31st of October, where Jupiter leaves your 8th house and now enters your 9th house into the sign of Leo. This is a good shift coming into picture, and promising that all the retrogression of Venus or Mercury, or the shift of Sun into its debilitation, or the movement of Mars towards the 12th as well, is decently handled by Jupiter, because he is the natural owner of the ninth house. He is coming into the friendly sign of Leo and is promising that your luck, your wisdom, your faith, self belief is going to be restored at this point in time. You are now going to find that there is going to be an expansion of collaboration with your elders, with your colleagues, with your superiors, bosses. Their benediction, their support is bound to come in your life, because Jupiter is also giving an aspect towards your Lagna, your fifth house, and your third. And you will not be shying away from taking any measures, any efforts that is required to make things happen. So that's a extraordinary push coming into picture from 31st of October, applicable from the start of November itself. The next part of this reset, the next part of this shift will be reflected when Rahu and Ketu make the most crucial transit. Rahu is going to be moving in towards your second house, whilst Ketu will be moving towards your eighth. And see, Rahu's movement towards the second is definitely going to bring an obscene, obsessive amount of focus, massive focus towards your family, towards growing your wealth, towards your savings. All the expenses, losses, or the investments that you've made, you are going to try and consolidate them. You are going to consolidate your assets, bring them under one hood, and make sure that you are navigating that or structuring them in the right fashion for yourself. So money is going to become an important criterion, but it will also bring the risk of argumentative situations at times with your family members. The crucial bit is this: Rahu is going to make you street smart. You would have learned from your mistakes. With a shift of Venus, with a shift of Mercury, you would have now have had important lessons, and you, for the next 1.5 years, whilst Rahu is going to be stationed here, his aspect is towards your 10th house, ninth aspect towards your 10th house. So you will be navigating your karma, your work, your career, your profession, your competitive life, addressing matters in a much more strategic fashion now. Street smartness will be part and parcel of the game for you folks. Then the other bit that comes into picture is that you will have the shift of Ketu in your 8th house, and therefore some degree of spiritual intuition, interest towards the occult is definitely going to be a part and parcel of the game. This Ketu is coming into the sign of Cancer. He's forming sort of a Viparit Rajyoga, being the co-lord of the Scorpio sign as well. And his presence in the 8th is going to safeguard you from losses as long as you don't care about matters. It could also result in some sort of distancing you of yourself from your in-laws, or distancing yourself from the financial collaboration that you have with your partners. You will focus towards the karma, towards collaboration more than the financial aspects of it. And it is not at all a bad thing to happen. In fact, bringing an upliftment towards your spiritual goals, towards your spiritual alignment, is going to be a crucial remedy as well of sorts in this case. Now, Jupiter will become conjunct with this Ketu later point in time in 2027, but that is out of the scope of discussion for this video, because Jupiter is going to remain stationed in the sign of Leo in your 9th house through the course of December. Then, last but not the least, the most important shift is coming into picture, where December 11th, Saturn becomes direct. However, Jupiter becomes retrograded on December 13th in the sign of Leo. But Saturn being direct is a crucial bit, as now you will have a lot of clarity from your emotional bent of mind, from your assets perspective, from your property perspective, as to what were the decisions that went wrong or right. You would have taken corrective measures around those areas as well. And this is the time where you will bounce back with a lot of sanity, a lot of clarity of mind as to how you should be navigating your life, your investments further. Jupiter's retrogression is happening in the ninth house, and this retrogression is positive for you because it is retrograded towards its sign of exaltation. So whilst he remains in your ninth house itself, he is going to bring a lot of wisdom, a lot of clarity of thoughts. In fact, it is going to financially empower you along with spiritual or religious growth as well. Now, some of you keep asking me that, Dave, what are the kind of remedies that we can do during the course of this period? I just wanted to call out that you being ruled by Jupiter, doing Vishnu Sahasranam is absolutely a great remedy through the course of the year. I'm not a huge proponent of remedies because I try to see this from a lens of understanding the blueprint, traversing those problems cleverly and smartly like an educated person should. But I do have a spiritual bent of mind, and that is where I believe that, doing Vishnu Sahasranam, given that Jupiter is coming into your 7th, 8th, and 9th, is going to be a crucial bit. Supporting people, older people, especially homeless people, elderly in your family through the course of the year. I mean, these are naturally good things to do, right? But especially when Saturn is in its retrogression, and given that if you are watching this from a Sagittarius moon standpoint, conduction is definitely a difficult thing to handle. So doing anything of that sort, making any donations and charitable activities towards spiritual places or towards homeless people, elderly homeless people, is going to be of great help. I hope, folks, this has given you a lot of clarity as to how you can go ahead and navigate the year 2026. There is an enough amount of effort and time that goes into creating these videos. If you feel I've done a good enough job, I request you to please smash on that like button, subscribe to Vedic Astrology. Please put in your comments, tell me where I can do better, and I look forward for your support. Om Namah Shivaya, Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Vedic Astrology. Today I'm coming up with a new video which is about Scorpio's 2026 annual forecast and predictions. Now you can watch this video both from a Scorpio rising ascendant sign as well as from a Scorpio moon sign perspective. 2026 is an interesting year because we can call this year as the great karmic gauntlet as well as the divine benediction, the divine rewards which are going to follow. If I was to break down this year, it's going to be essentially divided into two halves. One, which is prior to the 2nd of June, before which Jupiter remains in the sign of Leo for you guys. And then post June, when Jupiter is going to be making a switch into its sign of exaltation and later into the sign of Leo. Now you have to understand that the term karmic gauntlet is coming into picture because of three key reasons. One, for Scorpios, your Jupiter is sitting in your 8th house. Ashtam Guru is coming into picture, which is bringing some bit of a blocker to your luck, fortune, destiny, ideas, and creativity as well. After all, your 2nd and 5th lord has gone into the 8th. Probably Jupiter is the only planet that I'm comfortable with to a certain extent sitting in the 8th house. Then you have Saturn forming that Kantak Shani in your 5th house. And it is blocking not just your 5th, but giving its aspect to the 7th, 11th, and the 2nd house, thereby impacting your finances, your partnerships, your business, your relationships as well. And then Rahu and Ketu are sitting in your 4th and axis. Rahu is in your 4th house, bringing in chaos, and Ketu is bringing in disillusionment, detachment, separation from your karma, from your efforts, from the energy. So it's a tough situation, of tough combination that sits right at the start of the year. However, this is not the story of defeat. This is the story of endurance. This is a time where you will be putting in the efforts for the first 5 months, but there will be a pivotal shift that will come into picture from the second half of the year. If I were to break down the key highlights, the mega stories for 2026, you have to look into the Jan to May period where you will have to go, or you will have to endure the difficulties, the challenges that are continued to be coming in your life. Remember, Jupiter is moving back in retrogression from its point of exaltation into the sign of Gemini. Then you will have to see some bit of divine intervention coming in when that pivot comes in and Jupiter moves into exaltation and later into the Leo. last but not the least, liberation will come because eventually Rahu and Ketu will move out of your fourth and axis and be impacting your third and ninth respectively. And you will feel as if you've been set free through the course of the shackles that you've been bound. You have to understand that I have divided the video into four key parts. We are going to be discussing quarter one, Jan, Feb, and March, quarter two, April, May, and June. And then the third quarter will be about July, August, September, with the last quarter ending in October, November, December. And across these four quarters, I am going to highlight some of the key pivotal transitory shifts coming into your chart, and we will understand that how can you navigate through the course of this year. So without further ado, folks, let's jump into the first quarter and understand that how and what you can anticipate in Jan, Feb, and March period. Now, guys, as you can see on your screen here, I have essentially represented the four main planets which are going to be making major transits, whilst the rest of them will be making the switch on a pretty short-term basis. You see, I've represented Jupiter moving in from your 8th house to 9th to the 10th house eventually by the end of the year. Rahu and Ketu stationed in your 4th and your 10th and then pivoting into your 3rd and your 9th house respectively. And Saturn has been depicted in your 5th house where he remains stationed with no activity in terms of transit, but only retrogression coming into play in the second half of the year. To begin with, the first quarter is as if the peak of the gauntlet. The reason I say that is that this is the time where you are going to see absolute amount of high degree pressure coming in your life. A retrograded Jupiter from its, position of exaltation has slipped back into the sign of Gemini in the month of January itself. And it will be present in your 8th house. Now, Jupiter is a benefic planet, and retrogression brings a lot of cheshta bal, which means the capability in a person to put a lot of effort. However, because of the retrogression, it does mean that the impact or the outcome could be limited or delayed as well. It could also mean that one may have to do additional amount of efforts to reap the rewards that they seek. It's only when Jupiter becomes direct where you gain certain degree of sanity or positivity coming out of what Jupiter represents. He is the lord of your 2nd house and your 5th house. So your second lord is 7 places away to itself in your 8th house itself. He is giving an aspect towards your 12th, your 4th, and your 2nd. And your 5th lord is also stationed 4 places into the 8th. First and foremost, this is going to be a period where you will be forced to address the issue with respect to your health, your in-laws, any kind of tax-related, unexpected, unseen matters could come into picture. There's also a probability that you might have to navigate, work your way through to ensure that you have the right amount of savings, income, growth, positive developments coming in your family front. It could also be impacting to a certain degree your business growth prospects as well. At the same time, being the 5th lord in the 8th definitely brings certain amount of challenges with respect to your stock market investments, your romantic life, your kids' health or their education as well. However, all is not bad with Jupiter's presence in the 8th house. And I keep on repeating that Jupiter is the only planet which brings certain degree of sanity because this is the period where it forces you to learn new stuff, research into your strength areas or build new strength areas for yourself. It enhances your research. It enhances your learning. It adds to your knowledge with respect to occult sciences, be it astrology, tarot, or any of those areas. People who are associated with job responsibilities or their sources of income depends on them doing some kind of research, detective work, hiding behind the scenes and working. That is all of the areas or avenues where you see some positive outcomes coming in. But yes, there is a probability of expenses being on the rise for you. The good part is that Jupiter in its retrograde mode will be giving a retrograded aspect to your 12th as well, which means the expenses will be coupled with certain income. There has to be a topmost priority of your family members, money that will remain on top of your mind and will force you to take actions either in hiding or in terms of research to add to your savings. So be mindful of that. Now, the second bit that comes into picture is that Saturn is placed in your fifth house. And since he has moved into the fifth house, a lot of Scorpios could be feeling constant pressure, a steady pressure that has been applied to your romantic life, to your children, to their education. It could have impacted your investments and educational journey as well. But more importantly, this Saturn has been giving an aspect towards your seventh house, which means there would have been certain discrepancies coming in with respect to your businesses, your partnerships, from a professional as well as personal perspective, life of your spouse for that matter. Saturn tends to test the perseverance, patience of the native. He is giving an aspect towards the second house as well as the 11th house, which means wish fulfillment, gains, accomplishing your targets and objectives that you've been chasing all this while. They've not been easy to fulfill. And Saturn remains in the fifth house through the course of the year. Then you have Rahu sitting in the sign of Aquarius. And the key highlight that comes through the picture is that he tends to bring a certain degree of chaos, loss of peace, big picture thinking in terms of ambitions and goals, as well as it could disturb, the sanity of your mind or your mother's emotions too. So emotions both from your perspective or with respect to your mother, she could be undergoing severe amount of stress as well at this point in time. Yes, there will be certain positives too. The wealth creation. I keep on telling to my friends that, Rahu has a tendency of giving from one hand and taking from the other. So if it is taking away your peace, it is causing all that chaos in your life. It is also going to be rewarding you with some big ticket asset through the course of this period. And then you have bang opposite to it, Ketu sitting in your 10th house. The key highlight here is that there has been a drastic shift impact in your career, work, profession through the course of this period whilst Ketu is in 10th. Whenever Ketu is in the 2, 6, 10 axis, which is the Artha trine, you will realize that there will be a certain degree of detachment, alienment that is going to come into picture, making you feel almost headless, clueless at work. There could be multiple job shifts that could come into picture for the Scorpio folks during the course of this entire transit of Ketu in the Leo sign. Then as we move further, we see that Sun is going to be entering your third house in the sign of Capricorn itself. This is going to be happening in the middle of the month. In fact, multiple planetary movements is going to be seen throughout this quarter into your sign of Capricorn. More importantly, around Jan 16th, Mars, which is your lung lord, will be coming into exaltation at this point in time. Now, whilst you have these tough combinations of Rahu, Ketu, Saturn, and Jupiter being in the 8th, benefic planet, but not able to help you much there with its retrogression, the important bit to understand is it is your lung lord who is going to put up a spectacular fight for you. He is going to give you that strength, that rigor, that vitality, that energy to put in enormous amounts of courage. You will have your vision, your aggression, your communication, both oral and written, almost unstoppable. This is also going to be a period where you must refrain from any aggressive reactions, retaliations with your siblings or in your neighborhood. But it does give the probability of a positive rise, some sort of new job, career opportunities coming into the life of your siblings as well. You will see the transit of all the other planets, Mercury, Venus, etc., also moving into the sign of Capricorn during this period itself. Then as you move further, you will see that Sun will be transiting into your 4th house and 5th house respectively through the course of this quarter in Feb and March period. And Sun's position in the 5th house is not at all a bad one in the sign of Pisces because that's his natural house. But more importantly, he will be conjunct with Saturn and giving an aspect towards your 11th. More on that later. But when you look further, you will have Venus transiting through your 3rd, 4th, and 5th, as I mentioned earlier. Most importantly, Venus will be gaining its exaltation in the sign of Pisces in your 5th house on March 2nd. And this is precious because Venus happens to be your 7th lord and your 12th lord. which means that there could be new opportunities coming in your spouse's way. There could be new opportunities or gains, wish fulfillment in terms of your search, your quest of the spouse, partner, or your business ventures itself. So Venus is giving, along with Mars, positive highlight through the course of this quarter. Mercury should also be making that, that movement into your third house as well as in your fourth house, where he becomes retrograded around 26th of February. Now, guys, you have to understand Mercury is the lord of your eighth house and your 11th house. So his retrogression in the fourth becomes crucial because this is the period where some unexpected decision or some unexpected documentation could come to your pivot. Why? Because it is happening in the fourth house. Decision making with respect to property, assets, with respect to your knowledge, with respect to your intellectual property could come into picture, and you will have to navigate that with a lot of clarity. It could bring in certain delays as well with respect to the gains that you anticipate at that point in time. But what we realize is that the first quarter will bring one of the biggest highlights with your Lagna Lord coming into exaltation, albeit it will be a muted one because Mars happens to be in the state of combustion through the course of this period. The other bit is that your communication, your aggression, your courage will be sky high through the course of this period. You will have to ensure that you bring that energy to fight your way through the challenges that you are facing. However, keep a check on the tone that you bring in. Aggression is okay. Martian aggression is bound to come for Aries and Scorpio, but the tone is going to be crucial, or it can impact some of your relationships, given that Mars is giving an aspect to your sixth house, which is its own sign of Aries, your ninth house, and your 10th house as well. So, work, profession, bosses, superiors, colleagues, peers, you've got to be careful as to how you're articulating your thought process in front of them. Then the other bit is that the battleground is your home, your mental peace, your emotions, where you will see a sanctuary of planets with Rahu, Sun getting eclipsed with Rahu's presence there, and then Mercury's retrogression as well in the month of February. So that becomes a nightmarish sort of an experience where you will see lack, or there's a probability of lack of domestic peace coming into play. You might expect argumentative situations coming up within your family, potentially with your mother, some impact in your assets. It could be in the form of breakdowns happening in your real estate, in your apartment, in your home, in your warehouse, or there could be property related paperwork, as I had alluded earlier. Simultaneously, you are feeling the full weight of this gauntlet from, Jupiter being in the eighth as well as Saturn being in the fifth. But the good part is Jupiter's aspect continues to fall on your fourth house, and March 11th is one he becomes direct as well. And thereby, the difficult period, if you are able to sail through the month of February, you will start seeing a certain degree of relief coming in from March onwards. To make matters interesting, Venus is also exalted at that time. So March is giving you a certain bit of relaxation. He is going and setting in conjunction with Saturn. And there is a high chance that March is going to be a period which might bring some degree of social respect, recognition, some positive pivot in the form of divine blessing is going to come into picture. It will help you protect your kids. There will be a growth in terms of your romance, beauty, pure spiritual, pious romance could brew in your life during the course of this period itself. It is the light in the darkness that you've been fighting for, and that is what Venus's presence and its exaltation is going to show you in the March period when he is in conjunction with Saturn. And the good bit is that even if you are married, and it's not just for singles who are looking for a romantic bliss, for married people as well, Saturn, which is giving an aspect to your seventh house, when he is in conjunction, the aspect is going to be a lot more positive or filled with positivity. Your creativity is going to help you overcome the challenges that you are facing at your workplace as well during this period. Now, Scorpios, what happens in the second quarter is that you will have some tonic shifts coming in, some very interesting combinations in terms of conjunctions working out. First and foremost, I call this period as the period of test, with divine intervention. Why do I say that? You have to understand that Jupiter will come into exaltation, but in the last month of the quarter, which is in June. But starting in April, the first change that you see is that Mars will be coming in conjunction with Saturn on April 2nd in your fifth house. Now, this is a very interesting combination because you have your third and fourth lord in connection with your sixth and your Lagna lord. Now, Saturn and Mars relationship is not a very friendly situation to be in, and this is going to be a period where you could see multiple conflicts or major challenges coming in with respect to your romantic life. There could be disturbance in terms of separation, argumentative situations coming in, and some of you might choose to part ways as well. And my suggestion would be to keep some degree of patience, because that is exactly was what Saturn is going to be testing you throughout the course of 2026. There could be potential impact coming in with respect to your children as well regarding their health, and you will have to be careful on that regard. For people who are planning for progeny, for childbirth, may not be the most opportune period, though your interest could be high given that the Lagna lord himself is coming into the fifth house. But remember, he is your sixth lord as well, so obstacles, challenges, difficulties, health issues could also become like a scorpion sting during this transit. Now, at the same point in time, you will notice that Mercury will come into debilitation around April uh, 11th or 12th period as well, which means that your Lord of gains and your eighth Lord is coming into its point of debilitation in the fifth. That's both a good as well as a bad sign, because being the eighth Lord in debilitation, whilst being in the fifth house, can bring certain unexpected difficulties, challenges to your romantic partner, to your children, or in your workplace as well, because he is doing a 10th movement. But at the same time, he is giving an exalted aspect towards your 11th, which means that if you continue to persist, you will also have the ability to achieve the goals that you've set forth for yourself. As we move further, we see that Mars will be transiting into uh, the sign of Aries later in the month of May. But more importantly, in April itself, around mid of the month, 14th or 15th of April, you will have Sun, which is your 10th Lord, coming into exaltation in your sixth house. And this is important because whilst Mars and Saturn's conjunction is creating all this ruckus in your fifth, Sun's exaltation is at least giving a promise of good career growth, good outcomes for your karmas. So your own effort, and that is where I said at the start of the video itself, your courage is going to be crucial. And not giving up, not dropping the ball in difficult situations is going to be absolutely important for you at this point in time. And there is a very high chance that many of you could get new work, career related opportunities, new job opportunities. Your business opportunities could also start to show some positive results in this duration from March to April onwards. People who have been facing with any kind of major health concerns, whilst there will be difficulties, you will have the ability to overcome those problems as well. Remember, Mars has gone 12th to itself, so it's not a bad deal, because the lord of those problems is actually 12th to itself. It's to its losses itself. However, his conjunction is with Saturn, which is making things arbitrary. Now, Sun's highlight is that it will stay exalted in your sixth house, albeit giving a debilitated aspect towards your 12th. And therefore, the unexpected problems might give you some botheration. All the challenges from a work front, education, career that you've planned for, you will be able to see them and plan for them. But it is the unimagined, unexpected problems that could be creating issues, especially because Mercury is also in its debilitation in the fifth house itself. Then you will have Venus sitting in the sign of Aries in the sixth house, but he will be moving into the sign of Taurus, his own sign, on April 19th. And that is why I was alluding that with the exaltation of Saturn and presence of Venus in its own sign, there is a probability that your own karma can give positive outcomes both in business as well as in job propositions. This is also going to be a period that, albeit Saturn is giving an aspect to the seventh, you will be making repair efforts in your relationships, in your partnerships, in your business connections as well through the period of April and May. Then Venus will be transiting into the sign of Cancer on June 8th. And we will talk about Jupiter's exaltation in a bit. But let's go back to Sun and Mars movement as well. Mars will be coming into its own sign on May 11th itself, forming Rochak Yoga and a very strong Shatruhanta Yoga as well in the sixth house, which means all the difficulties, that test that you are enduring in the April period as well to a certain extent with that conjunction, now you will be able to overcome. If you are appearing in competitive examinations, facing any difficulties in terms of your education, anything not working out from your career, work, profession perspective, health related challenges, overcoming your debts, overcoming your enemies, competition for that matter, this is going to be the period where Mars is going to provide you full consolidated support to make things happen. Sun will continue into the sign of Gemini later in the month of June itself, where he will become conjunct with Jupiter, and Venus will also move into the sign of Cancer uh, on June 8th. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Jupiter will not be in Gemini in June period. Now, before I talk about Jupiter's exaltation, let's quickly touch upon Mercury's bit as well. Mercury is transiting in debilitation on April 11th into your fifth house, but he will traverse through the 6th, 7th, and the 8th through the course of this quarter itself. So there will be a very fast paced movement coming in from Mercury as well. And eventually he will be becoming retrograded in the sign of Cancer in your ninth house on June 29th. But this quarter is about a mega shift which is going to come into picture. And that mega shift is the divine intervention that I was alluding to, with Jupiter coming into exaltation from June 2nd. I think the picture of this year starts from the second half, if I may say, from June 2nd onwards. He is your second lord and your fifth lord now coming into exaltation in the ninth, giving an aspect to the Lagna, to the ninth, to the fifth house, as well as a debilitated aspect towards the third. You will see that there would be a feeling as if the monkey is off your back. You will feel a lot more powerful. Your fortune, luck, destiny will finally start supporting you, giving you strength during this period. He's the Lord of wealth, and you will feel that all that pain that you've been going through is now resulting into growth of your kids, enhancement of your wealth, your savings, your family abundance, as well as your investments multiplying through the course of this period. This transit of Jupiter is almost going to be like a savior for your entire year, given the quality of luck. And it is happening after 12 long years. So Scorpios, you've waited for a long time for this to come into picture. And you are the only sign that gets exaltation in the ninth. So this is going to be a period where you must use the opportunities with both hands, grab the opportunities and make things happen. Then, whilst April is tough, as I said, post Mars movement, Mars also shifts into your sixth house and seventh house, giving a lot of energy towards your endeavors, whether you are in a job or in your business front. Plus, Jupiter's exaltation is going to add value because Venus on June 8th will be becoming conjunct with Jupiter in your ninth house itself. So your 12th lord in your ninth and your 7th lord in your ninth, 3 places away and 10 places away respectively, gives a promise that this is also going to be a period where you could take some long distance travel, some auspicious event happening for your family, some vacation time could also come into picture, and a luxurious support could come into your life. It will also showcase that this is a period where you will enjoy friendly, positive, growing connections with your seniors, elders, gurus, mentors, teachers in your life. As I move further, I see that the double luck, by the way, I just missed calling out, there is a very strong chance that you might embark upon a new place for pilgrimage, or maybe some fated connection in the form of a guru or mentor could also enter in your life when that Kuber Yoga is being formed with Jupiter and Venus's connection in your ninth house. The glitch, however, is coming in the form of retrogression of Mercury in your ninth house itself. And that is where, around that period, right, between June 8th to June 29th, you have a very peaceful period going on. But around June 29th, I would want you to be careful in terms of your applications to the universities. You're applying for a new postgraduate program, any kind of visa related work that you are enduring with respect to your travel plans and stuff. That is where you will have to show absolute amount of diligence to make sure that you are doing the right thing, or certain delays could come into picture. Now, when you look into your third quarter, this is going to be a period which is going to depict as if the best fight that you're going to put together for your fortune. I continue to say that about fight because this is also going to be a quarter where Saturn is going to play its double whammy role of retrogression. Now, as you look into your third quarter, it is definitely your golden period in terms of your luck, destiny, fortune supporting it. But you cannot be dropping the ball, folks. Scorpios, you will have to continue to put consistent amount of effort, and there will be a test of your faith. There is going to be a test of your courage, so to speak, because Mars will also come into its debilitation in this quarter itself. Let's take the shift in a planetary fashion so that it's easy for us to understand. Now, of course, Jupiter has entered your ninth house. He is sitting in its strength, bringing in good luck, fortune, growth in terms of your finances for your kids. Saturn, however, becomes retrograded on July 27th in your fifth house itself. And he is going to bring in a second round of a review. He was retrograded in 2025 as well, from June to November period. And he is going to bring a second round of review with respect to your career, children, finances, investments, romantic connections. He will be giving a retrograded aspect towards your seventh house, 11th house, and your second house. And that is where, guys, you will have to put some exorbitant amount of fight as well. But the beauty of this shift this time around in 2026 versus 2025 is that Jupiter will be sitting in its exaltation, be giving an aspect at least till 31st of October. We will deal with November later. And therefore, a lot of that impact of Saturn will be overshadowed or will be under the control of Jupiter throughout this period. So that's another positive bit coming in for you guys. But he will demand that hard work. He will demand that push, and he will expect a fight coming in from your side. Rahu and Ketu throughout this quarter will be stationed in your sign of Aquarius and in Leo respectively. So yes, there will be a certain lack of peace, domestic chaos, yet you will also be growing your wealth, adding to your assets. As I said earlier, whilst Rahu takes from one and gives from the other, this could be a period where you could gain potentially with the exaltation of Jupiter, that Rahu might start giving you rewards as well. However, Ketu expects you to put exorbitant amount of efforts without the expectation of any outcomes sitting in your 10th. There will be a sense of detachment, laziness, procrastination that could keep creeping from your efforts perspective, from your karma perspective. And guys, there is no remedy around it. You have to fight your way through this. Sun will be entering the sign of Cancer. It will move into the sign of Leo and then Virgo respectively. So again, you see your 10th lord is making some very beautiful transits through the course of this quarter as well. When Sun joins Jupiter in your 9th house around July 16th, it's a very powerful yoga, Raj Yoga, because your 10th lord is in your 9th house. So, Vishnu and Lakshmi yoga is coming into picture here, where you will find that with your own karma, with your own efforts, you will be a picture of grace. You will bring, the right wisdom, of course, is going to be there, but you will bring the right efforts in partnership to your seniors, to your mentors. You will be aligned to their thought process as well, and you'll be garnering their respect too. In August, he will be gaining that directional strength and coming back to the 10th house. You see, it is getting beautiful from a work profession perspective. Your soul energy will be directed in the right places throughout the course of from July to August, August to September, and September to October when he is in the sign of Virgo as well. Then what you will notice is that whilst Saturn continues to give the aspect in your 11th house, Venus is getting debilitated in your 11th. And, I realized I missed calling out the dates on Venus bit as well. Venus, first of all, is going to be transiting in your 10th house in the sign of Leo. That is going to be happening in the month of July. But he will come into your 11th house in the sign of Virgo on August 1st, where he becomes debilitated. And this is crucial because now he is bang opposite to Saturn, being the lord of your 12th house as well as your 7th. And Venus's debilitation in your case is not too bad a thing, Scorpios, because he is the 12th lord going 12 places away from itself, bringing possibilities of gains. So I see this in a positive light because Venus's debilitation still results into some action, wish fulfillment, albeit it could be a muted reaction for you folks. In the month of September, he will be transiting to its own sign of Libra, and Venus doesn't get the dosha for being in the 12th. So his position being the second lord and the 12th lord in the 12th house itself is promising an interesting growth in terms of spirituality, in terms of some luxurious expenses or long distances travel also coming into picture. On the other side, Mercury is going to become direct in the sign of Gemini in your 8th house on July 24th. So that retrograde bit that we were worried about, when he on June 29th in the previous quarter, as we discussed, from the sign of Cancer, now he will become direct in the sign of Gemini as well, which means it's going to be a great period for you to immerse yourself into learning new things. Again, August, you see, all of the planets are lining up other than Saturn's retrogression in the right fashion. The ducks are seem to be aligned for you. But what you will have to understand through the course of this period is that Mars, when he enters your 9th house, your Lagna Lord, the good bit is that it is going to bring in, Lagna Lord is going to bring in an elaboration of your luck factor, as well as the support that he comes with an exalted Jupiter sitting in there. Now, as I was stating, sorry, I got lost my chain of thoughts because I got an unexpected call. But let's come back to the placement of Mars into its sign of debilitation in the sign of Cancer in your 9th house, guys. See, it's a proper niche bhanga which is going to be coming into picture because Jupiter is sitting into its exaltation. So it's a beautiful thing that's happening for Scorpios, and Mars comes into its sign into your 9th house in Cancer almost every year or every 15 to 16 months. But I think I failed to remember when was it last that Mars was in its debilitation in Cancer, and Jupiter was the one causing that cancellation of debilitation, that niche bhanga Rajyog here, and it's a great one coming into picture. But you must understand, what does niche bhang do? See, what it entails is that there is going to be at least some degree of challenge, some degree of problem post which you are going to see extraordinary impact come into your life. And Mars placement into the 9th indicates that there could be argumentative situations, some sort of conflicts that would come into picture with your father, with your guru, mentor, teacher. So you will have to be careful on all those fronts and make sure that you do the repair work as fast as you can. However, the great part is that whilst this happens, there is, at the end of the day, this conjunction of Mars and Jupiter is happening in your 9th house. It's your Lagna Lord and your 6th Lord in conjunction with the 2nd and the 5th in the 9th house. It's a beautiful combination. And I see this as one of the most powerful thing happening around September month period for you. It'll trickle down all the way to October as well. So you see how month on month, whilst these planetary positions are giving certain degree of challenges to you guys, Scorpios, there is a sign, an ability that you are going to get to overcome these problems too. Fast forward to the last quarter of the year, which I will now say as the liberation period or the reward period eventually comes into play. Now, this is going to be a period of pivot because career rebirth, a star is born sort of a situation is going to come. Phoenix rising, as I keep on repeating for the Scorpios, is going to come here in this quarter. What you are going to observe is that, and we will keep Rahu and Ketu to the last, but Sun will be transiting into its point of debilitation, middle of the month in October itself, where he will be coming into the sign of Libra. This is where Venus will be setting conjunct on October 3rd. From October 3rd itself, where Venus comes to its point of retrogression after it had moved from the sign of Virgo in the previous quarter. And this is crucial, guys, because Venus's retrogression is definitely giving you an indication that this is the time to meditate. It is a period to let go. If you've had any kind of losses, if you've had any relationships that have given you pain, that have been hurting you, you will get time to reflect upon it and let go of those challenges. At the same time, whilst your expenses could rise, Mind you, the retrogression of Venus is indicating that there will be a rise in your gains too. So I consider those expenses as investments. And if there are opportunities in your business, in your education, in your job, in whatever walk of life you come from, if you feel you have to spend something on a luxurious purchase as well, well, you will be able to pivot that into some sort of a gain for yourself through this period. Why? Because he's your 12th Lord. Retrogression is giving an impact towards the 11th as well. So that's a positive bit. However, introspection, being spiritual, looking inwards is going to be the key in a 40-day duration of Venus's retrograde. That is going to be a big pivot in this quarter. When Sun enters your sign of Libra, he will also be gaining a natural Nij Bhanga with the presence of Venus in the same house itself. Then you will have Mars, which will be transiting, through the ninth house, as we mentioned, and discussed a minute back, from its sign of debilitation, then transiting into your 10th house of Leo around mid of November. And this is a beautiful thing because your sixth lord is in the 10th house, your 11th lord is in the 10th house. Directionally, he's gaining a lot of strength, and you are going to be focused, full of energy, full of aggression. Workaholic behavior is going to be on the rise. However, aggression has to be toned, it has to be assertive in mindset, because this Mars will also be giving an aspect to the Lagna, to the fourth house, or fifth. So you could come across, too direct, too meticulous, too aggressive to your family members more so. Then the other bit that comes into picture is that Jupiter is going to be making a crucial transit on the last day of October. On 31st of October, Jupiter will also be entering into the sign of Leo itself. Now, your second lord in the 10th house, your fifth lord in the 10th house, it's a very powerful Raj Yoga and Dhan Yoga. As I said, from June 2nd onwards, Jupiter is single-handedly riding you through the path of success, Scorpio. So you must make full use of this opportunity as well. Whilst Jupiter is in 10th, remember, there is a possibility that people might want to misuse or, use your good intent in a negative bit. However, being the planet of expansion, it is going to bring in abundance and growth during this phase. And he will be conjunct with Mars again, November mid onwards, when Mars enters into this sign. So that deadly combination into the 10th is going to create a massive Raj Yoga for your karma, for your positive outlooks, for your career, for your profession. And growth from all quarters is definitely, looking. That is where I said a star is born sort of a situation is going to come into the last quarter of 2026. Everything was conspiring step by step, falling in pieces of the puzzle, falling into places, and then resulting into the burst of what you will anticipate. The confusion, the doubts, the clarity that you've been seeking is what you will be able to achieve. You will be on top, you will be on command of what you anticipate during this period itself. Then what we'll observe is that Rahu and Ketu will be making one of the most crucial pivots on December 5th, where Rahu will now traverse and get into the sign of Capricorn in your third house, whilst Ketu will trickle down into your ninth house. And they will have both positive and negative connotations to it. See, on one side of the spectrum, what you will see is that Rahu in third is going to bring enormous amount of courage, confidence, self-belief, expression in your oral and written communication, in your social media presence as well. You will be out there, out and out marketing yourself. Mars and Jupiter's presence here on the right side of the screen is again very liberating, and it is strength giving for you during this period. But at the same time, what you will notice is that it is, the movement of Ketu, which is coming into your ninth house, will require a certain degree of spiritual outlook, spiritual, involvement as well. Remember, Rahu is giving an aspect towards your seventh house, ninth house, and 11th house. So material gains, business partnerships, doing something with respect to partnerships on a personal as well as professional level will be on the high. But Ketu will be sitting in your ninth house, which will push you towards a spiritual quest as well. And later in 2027, Jupiter will trickle back. That is out of scope for this video. But Ketu's presence here is crucial because he will now be giving an aspect to your fifth house, third house, and your first house. And that is where it is important that somewhere you would be in your own thought process, you will be in your own belief system, or you could start challenging your belief system as well. You could start challenging your employer, your boss, your guru, your mentor too. So that that combined outcome is what we will navigate through, we will discuss when we prepare our monthly readings as well. But as you move further, what you will notice is Saturn on December 11th will also be turning direct in your fifth house itself. So that is an interesting bit coming into picture, because now when Saturn is direct, Rahu Ketu have pivoted into the axis outside of your 4 and 10. Jupiter is placed in the sign of Leo. Mars is positioned there. Sun has traversed, through the Lagna in the sign of Scorpio, and later in its presence will be in your second house in Sagittarius. So you see, financially, there is a good connection coming into the picture. Lagna Lord in the 10th house, 10th Lord in the Lagna, and later into the second house. Venus's placement in its own sign. Mercury traversing through the sign of Libra at the fag end of it in mid-November. He would also be stationed in your sign of Libra, but eventually will be coming into your Lagna too. So lot of gains coming into the Lagna. All of these placements are giving one solid indication. You will be coming in control. You will have a lot of clarity in your thought process, and the stars are also favoring you through the course of this period. Now, what are some of the remedies, some of the key things that you have to keep in mind to make sure that you traverse this carefully? One, see, you have to address that Saturn, guys. And at the end of the day, for Scorpios, I will urge helping people, homeless people, doing any kind of charitable activities, because Jupiter is giving an aspect, at least for the first part, towards your 12th house. Being spiritual, doing any kind of donations towards the homeless people, elderly people, is going to be extremely rewarding to you. Doing Hanuman Puja, etc., because you are a Scorpio ruled sign, is also going to be crucial. Some of you might pivot towards doing Vishnu Sahasranam for your Jupiter in that tough phase. It's a great thing to do, especially on Thursdays. It can be helpful as well. But, I always believe if you are aligned with Shiva, I think all of this can actually be addressed seamlessly. All in all, guys, I think 2026 is going to be a year which is going to be transformative. You will have to fight your way through, but you will see the rewards also coming in against the quality of fight that you put through this year. I hope, guys, you've enjoyed the effort, energy that goes into creating these videos. You've loved the insights that I've been able to share with you. If you have, then I request you to please smash on that like button, subscribe to Vedic Astrology. Kindly put in your comments as to what they could have done better here. Help me grow my channel. Please share this video in your friend circle as well. If you feel somebody is going to be benefiting out of the predictions, please put your foot forward and refer Vedic Astrology in your friend circle. Thanks for watching. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Vedic Astrology. Today we are recording the 2026 annual predictions and forecasts, and this is for the sign of Libra. Now you can watch this video both from a Libra ascendant, rising, as well as Libra moon sign perspective. This year is going to be about victory. It is going to be about your status. And then it is also going to be about a karmic review coming into life. Why do I say that? Well, the victory is because of this brilliant Harsh Yoga getting formed in your sixth house, thanks to Saturn, who's going to be remaining stationed there throughout the course of the year. The status, because of the divine shift coming into play with the exaltation of Jupiter in the sign of Cancer. And then the karmic review with the axis shift of Rahu and Ketu coming in your 4 and 10 axis. So guys, what I've done in this video is that I've broken down the year into 4 parts. Quarter 1, Jan, Feb and March. Second, April, May and June. Third quarter as July, August and September. And the last quarter of October, November and December, where we are going to break down specific events, key significant shifts coming into picture, and what sort of an impact will come into play for the life of Libras. Let's deep dive and get started. Now, Libras, as you can see on your screen here, what I've done is I have represented Saturn, which is sitting in the sign of Pisces in your sixth house, he is going to be there for the entire year of 2026. Retrogression of Saturn is the only shift coming into picture, whilst Jupiter is going to be making three sign shift. At the start of the year, it will be sitting retrograded in the sign of Gemini for you in your ninth house. Then it is going to be moving into your 10th house where he becomes exalted. Of course, he has to become direct in the sign of Gemini itself before it's transit to the sign of Cancer. And then at the fag end of it, it is going to be making a shift into your 11th house. So, as I said, good strength coming in from Saturn and the shift of Jupiter is giving a lot of promise. But at the same time, the karmic review will come into picture, which is where I've shown Rahu and Ketu currently in your 5 and 11 axis coming into your 4 and 10 axis of the year. Now, important bit, the highlight or the three mega stories of this year is that one, the great Harsha Yoga. It's a yoga with Saturn sitting in your sixth house. He's a Yoga Karaka planet for you guys, Libras, because he comes into exaltation in your Lagna, in your Rashi, if you are watching from a Libra moon standpoint. And whilst Saturn is in the sixth house, it is not at all a bad position. In fact, it's a position of strength where you see that you will be able to find that shield coming in from Saturn, providing you enough energy and power to overcome the obstacles, to, undermine any kind of health issues or tackle any kind of health chronic problems coming in your life through the course of the year. It is going to provide you that energy, that strength to face those issues. You will be able to defeat your competition, your enemies, peers who are creating any kind of issues in your life. You will be able to easily outplay the game against that competition, as well as this will give you the ability with your own hard work and efforts, with your own creativity, with your knowledge to pay off any kind of debts that have been bothering you for a while. So pretty strong positioning of Saturn for you folks throughout the entire year of 2026. Then the dynamic impact, the dynamic shift of Jupiter is also coming into picture, because that is the second mega story, the highlight of the year for you folks. He is actually transitioning, being the lord of your third house and your sixth house. So he does denote your courage, your bravery, your self-expression to the world, your communication skills, as well as your day-to-day regimen, your exercise, your work, your career and profession, your job for that market. And he is transiting into the ninth, 10th, and 11th houses respectively. So there is a definitive divine blessing coming into picture, because at the start of the year, it is stationed and giving an aspect, then becomes direct and provides further value addition growth towards your life, that benediction that comes in your life. He transits into the 10th house and brings you the public image, the public recognition, growth in your career, support of your superiors, and later transits into your 11th house, giving aspects to your 7th, 5th, and 3rd, whilst being stationed in your house of wish fulfillment and gains. So, Libras, a very stupendous shift, positive impact. I think not many of the zodiac signs across the 12 will be able to see this kind of an impact coming in, both with Jupiter as well as Saturn's position in your chart. But you will be having the third mega story of the year, which will be the karmic review coming into picture. Venus will also become retrograded in your chart, in your first house itself. The tests will not be external. This is going to be an internal transformation that you will have to navigate, because Rahu is going to be shifting into your fourth house, while Ketu will be shifting in your in your 10th. And what you will notice is that this is going to be the time where you will be, enticed, lured towards shortcuts, get quick rich kind of schemes. There will be devious plans that you might try and cook up. And that is the critical part. More importantly, that coming in your 4 and 10 axis in Kendra Bhavas, you will get, some sort of transformative shift with this transit, because the best example of that could be look 18 years back in your life and see what sort of an impact you faced. So with those three key mega stories in mind, we are now going to deep dive into the first quarter. The first quarter of the year is what I will call you as the key foundation, the fortunate foundation, and the creative test too. Now, first and foremost, the first quarter is the story of, a powerful energy coming towards your home. It would feel as if luck is brewing, factors that impact your, destiny, fortune, support of your fatherly figure, elders, your bosses, superiors, management, your client base for that matter. Jupiter is sitting there in the 9,000, and it is the natural Kal Purusha placement as well for Jupiter. Albeit he's sitting in the sign of Gemini and retrograded, yet it's a brilliant position because this is where you will feel that your fortune, your luck, your destiny is on a high. You will find support of all of these factors coming into your life. And this is also going to be a period, my friends, where you could see your relationship with your gurus, your relationship with your father, elderly in your family getting strengthened. The bond in itself is going to grow for you, folks. And Jupiter, whilst he's sitting retrograded, there's a tremendous amount of cheshta bal that comes into picture for the retrogression of any planet for that matter. However, given he is a benefic planet, there will be some degree of rework, revisit, review of your own actions or your relationships in all those areas that you might have to do. When the shift of Jupiter happens from its retrograde position into becoming direct around March 11th, you will notice that the things that were feeling stuck, your efforts that were not yielding results, will now be giving you the impact that you've been, craving for. This Jupiter throughout this period will be giving an aspect to your Lagna. It will be giving an aspect, which is your first house, your third house, as well as your fifth house. So it's a brilliant time for you to forge, expand on your relationships, for your creative pursuits, for making any kind of, strategic investments that could come into play. At the same time, this Jupiter giving an aspect into the sign of Sagittarius, along with the aspect of Saturn, is going to promise a lot of hard work, courage, good communication, good language coming in from your side, but you could be very direct and unpleasing as well. The thing that you will have to monitor is that bring in a positive tone along with the transparency and the directness that you are going to maintain throughout this period. Jupiter's aspect to the Lagna, to the first house, also promises that there is going to be a lot of clarity in mind. There are going to be good thought processes coming in. There will be support and benediction of the Supreme coming in your life. Luck is going to favor you because Jupiter is stationed in that house itself. As we move further, we see Saturn. It sits comfortably in your sixth house. It is giving you the power to manage your work, health, and tackle any kind of enemies coming in your life. Now, enemies can be both. It can be visible, known enemies, which is what you can tackle from a sixth house perspective. Your job related problems, your communication issues with your peers, competition at your workplace. But it could also mean your health related problems that might surface. But since Saturn is giving an aspect into the sign of Virgo in your 12th house, it also means it gives you the capability of unknown enemies who are trying to attack you, who are trying to, whom you do not have a clarity about, somebody back bitching about you. Those kind of matters, unexpected problems from a government perspective that could have hampered you. Probably there is a regulatory change, policy change that safeguards you in the long run. So that positivity in terms of handling hidden enemies also comes into the picture. Remember, Saturn will be giving an aspect towards your 8th house as well. So Libras, I wouldn't be surprised if many of you could be eyeing to learn more in an isolated form. You could be working towards grasping new skills. You could be interested towards the occult. You could be doing some kind of an effort towards your partnerships, collaboratively towards your in-laws without them asking for it. You could be putting in a physical effort of sorts to make things happen on those lights as well. Rahu sits in the sign of Aquarius. Now, I would call him as the great seducer because Rahu sitting in the fifth does tend to give this ability to forge multiple romantic relationships, enhance your interest towards speculative gains, stock market trading. It also gives the chances for people to pursue any kind of foreign education in foreign programs for that matter, from your current place of residence or your current country itself. So that possibility also comes up to picture. But there will be an obscene amount, a powerful amount of obsessive focus that you could bring towards your romances, towards your romantic partners, towards children, for that matter. And that is why, earlier when I had talked about the transit of Rahu and Ketu for you guys Libras, I had said that many of you Libras through the course of May 2025 till December 2026 will be getting into newer relationships as well. That probability also gets heightened for you folks. On the other side of the spectrum, sitting in the sign of Leo is Ketu in your 11th house. Now, whilst all this is happening, there is an unexpected detachment as well that could come into picture for you guys. from your social network, from the friends circle that you maintain, from people network in general. So you might feel withdrawn. Like right before this transit, you would have felt a lot more connected. You would have loved enjoying, those get-togethers, weekend parties and stuff. But this Ketu is going to, pull you out of all that dilemma, and somewhere or the other, you would prefer isolation of sorts. There is a high probability that if you are continued towards putting focused efforts towards your goals, ambitions, desires, focus towards the journey, focus towards the process, the outcome of your efforts is something that Ketu is definitely promising from the 11th. Remember, from here, he gives an aspect towards your 7th, 5th, and 3rd, and thereby there could be some lack of energy in putting in enough amount of effort, or even withdrawal from your partners, from your relationships as well. Some of you could see a negative impact in terms of separative situations, emotional, physical, or mental coming into picture, and you must navigate that carefully. Now, Sun, the major highlight is that Sun will be transiting the 4th house of your home, the 5th house of your creativity, and the 6th house of your work, career, profession, health, etc. Through the course of this period, it is going to provide you a lot of focus towards doing an introspection and laying down the foundation of these areas. Why do I say? See, around the middle of the month in January, he will be transiting into your 4th house itself. And that's an interesting movement, because right after 2 days, Mars will also get into the same house, but we'll step about that in a minute. See, when Sun comes into the 4th house, the important bit for you to understand is that there is going to be a heightened amount of focus toward your own luxury, your peace of mind, your knowledge that you are looking forward to expand. But at the same time, it can give rise to a certain bit of an ego as well. So please keep that on check, because that is going to be crucial. When you move on to the next month, Sun will be transiting into your 5th house. It is a natural position of Sun, for that matter, in the Kalpurush chart, but he will be coming in conjunction with Rahu. So an eclipse of sorts could come into picture, and this is where you will have to be absolutely sharp in identifying that you don't get into any kind of exorbitant amount or obscene amount of investments towards stock market strategies, because he's the lord of your gains, and he is getting eclipsed when he is coming in conjunction with Rahu. So that impact is definitely going to come into picture. And what I would give you a suggestion is, be mindful, be thoughtful that whatever targets you've set, there will be an outcome which could be slightly tad bit diminished versus what you anticipate, and that can impact your relationships. It can impact, more importantly, your stock portfolio, your investment portfolio for that matter. But Sun's movement next to Saturn in the house of Pisces in March is not a bad one. Why? Because this is where both of these planets are bringing very strong Shatru Hanta Yoga into play. It is also giving a clear indication that not only you will be able to overcome your enemies, but Sun is the representation of health and vitality, and that is going to be a good period for you to showcase good, strong health situation. On the other side, you will have Mars coming into its sign of exaltation on 16th of January. It is forming a very strong Rochak Yoga in your 4th house, which means that this is going to be a tremendous amount of positive, massive energy to buy home, vehicle, property of some sorts, movable, immovable property coming into picture. Now, Mars coming in the 4th house also gives a very strong Mangal Yoga coming into picture. Not one of the best periods for people who are looking forward to get married, because it will be giving an aspect towards your 7th house as well, to its own sign. But I see positive shifts coming into play for people who are in, running their own businesses, who are self-employed into their entrepreneurial ventures. Now, Mars is also giving an aspect, albeit a debilitated one, towards your 10th house and your 11th house of gain. So you will be putting a lot of effort, strength. Remember, he is your 2nd house lord as well, and you are going to get support of your family members as well to make things happen. But your speech could be harsh with your family members, with your mother for that matter. There is a high risk of getting into arguments with your family or with your mother, or your own emotions could be, coming out in the shape and form of anger. And this is what you must keep a note through the course of this period, whilst he is sitting exalted there. Venus, which is your Lagna Lord or your Rashi Lord, he also happens to be the Lord of your 8th house. It will be coming into exaltation on March 2nd. So that is another highlight coming into picture. He will be transiting through your fourth house, fifth house of romance as well. Then the sixth house from a career perspective. But around March 2nd, the bigger event of this quarter comes into play, where Venus will become exalted in your sixth house. And this is again a very strong Harsh Yoga coming into picture. He is coming into conjunction with Saturn, who's already stationed there for the course of the entire year. And some amount of fame or some amount of recognition is promised for people who are working in health, law, litigation, banking sectors. In fact, you could get some positive, unexpected, outcomes because he's the Lord of the eighth house. Some unexpected outcomes could come and pan out for you from your job perspective. There could be promotion opportunities that might work out. You might, be interviewing for newer roles, career opportunities. Students watching this video, this is an excellent period for you to crack open any kind of competitive examinations for that matter. People who are in businesses, Venus is a representation of business as well, along with Mercury. So that also is giving a very strong indication there. So another positive bit, as I said, you are starting the year with a lot of positives, laying down a fortunate foundation there. Now, Mercury is going to be transiting into your fourth and fifth house, but later around Feb 26th, it is going to be getting retrograded in the sign of Aquarius itself, where he's conjunct with Rahu. He is your ninth lord and your 12th lord. So, it's an auspicious planet for you guys, but his retrogression is a critical warning there because your decision making or argumentative situations, there could be a possibility of you not being in agreement with your bosses, but presenting that in an inarticulate fashion could come into picture. I would want you to navigate that carefully. In your romantic life as well, just be wary of expressing your thoughts in the right fashion, in the right manner, or else it could trigger further confrontations. Now, fifth house is also that of stock market. Rahu is already giving you heightened ambitions, guys, and thereby my key warning here would be that through the course of its retrogression, be mindful and watchful about your investment strategies. All in all, I think you have an interesting period which is starting for the first quarter itself, with great support coming in from Mars with its exaltation. Yes, keep a check on your communication, in your expression, in your temper with your mother, with your family. Channelize this in a constructive fashion than destruction for that matter, because that possibility comes with Mars exaltation in the fourth house. The key story is that Rahu, Sun, Mars, Venus, all of them are going to be piling here as well as into your fifth house, which means there is going to be a massive focus towards the fifth house matters, towards romantic pursuits, your stocks, investments, or towards your children. And then the test of Mercury comes into picture, being the lord of your ninth, where he is going to see that whether or not you're being too greedy, are you falling for the lure coming in from Rahu, or you're actually using your own wit, because he's your lord of expenses as well. Now, as we move into your second quarter, Libras, this is going to be a period which is going to be about the divine shift and support towards your karma, your career, your public fame, your status, the adulation that you are going to get from the market. Why do I say that? First and foremost, what we see is that Sun, which is going to be transiting into the sign of Aries, and this is the placement where Sun is going to become exalted in your seventh house. Now, of course, it is going to be giving a debilitated aspect towards your Lagna, but this is a crucial bit because Sun happens to be the lord of your 11th house. So 11th lord, which is your lord of wish fulfillment and gains, it is coming into exaltation in your seventh, gives a definitive promise that people who are working in the field of businesses, running their own venture, or people who are also, married, there is some sort of a wish fulfillment, support of luck coming into picture because it's the ninth movement into your seventh house. But the warning also sticks around with it that when Sun is exalted in the seventh, it can bring egotistical situations in your relationship as well. So please be wary of that as he continues to give a debilitated aspect towards the Lagna. So your humility, your submissive nature is going to be a positive bit for you during this period. You have to also understand that there is a strong probability that not just your business venture, but your life partner, your spouse could also see some sort of substantial gains. And if you've been wishing them success of some sorts, a good promotion, career growth, any kind of targets that you secretly wish that my partner gets it, well, this is a period at the start of the quarter itself, Libras, that your partner could also find some success coming in there. Rahu and Ketu. Rahu continues to be stationed in your fifth house itself, and therefore the drama around your love life or the romantic pursuits continue, whilst Ketu will see that what sort of efforts, what sort of karma with a detached mindset you are putting to get your gains. It is going to detach you from that perspective. So gains Lord is getting exalted, but because Ketu is in a mode of detachment, if you distance yourself from that and just focus on the journey, again, that's a good promise coming into picture here. I will also touch upon Saturn. He is again sitting there tight and monitoring your aggression, your day-to-day regimen. Libras, I think you would be highly disciplined through the course of this quarter as well, putting in your daily schedule, your daily efforts into play, and hopefully making the right returns because of that mindset. But as you look further, Mars is transiting into your sixth house in the sign of Pisces on April 2nd. And this is where he is going to become conjunct with Saturn. Guys, this is a very crucial shift that is going to come into picture because, the conjunction between, Saturn and Mars. Saturn is your Yog Karka planet, but Mars happens to be the lord of your seventh house, 12th to itself, in conjunction with Saturn, and also the second lord in the sixth. So, definitely, in terms of overcoming your obstacles, overcoming your challenges, doing well in your career front, in fact, finding some sort of stupendous grain from all those areas is a definitive promise. But it also indicates that people who are looking forward to bring to closure to their chapter from a marriage perspective or ending any kind of partnership in the business that has not been working out and sun is already in exaltation, there's a high chance you will bring that to closure as well. What I will suggest though, that with this combination coming into picture, you must keep a check on your communication with your customers, with your elders, with your superiors. Mars is giving an aspect, and he's giving an aspect to the ninth as well as towards your lagna, which means your temper, your aggression could be on the rise during this point in time. Then around 11th of May, Mars is going to enter its own sign of Aries. And this is again a positive shift coming into picture. Why? Because when it is in its own sign, it is going to bring an accelerated growth towards your partnerships. There is going to be a heightened amount of energy that you bring to the table on that front. But aggressive energies with your partner, in your family front, in your household is something you have to be really wary about throughout the course of this quarter. And that is a crucial bit coming in as a highlight. Your Lagna Lord Venus, in the meantime, is going to be transiting out of its of exaltation, as we discussed earlier, into the sign of Aries. And it is then going to be transiting into your eighth house in its own sign itself around April 19th. So, April is a period where it will transit into your seventh as well as your eighth house. And later in May, it is going to be coming into the ninth. So, Lagna Lord is also indicating that good period in terms of your business ventures. At least he is giving a focus towards your relationships for that matter. And later on in the last part of the quarter, good support from a luck, destiny, fortune perspective, because the Lagna Lord is going there, but he is the Lord of your eighth as well. See, with eight, I think as long as you are able to couple your life with learnings, with immersing yourself in some form of spirituality, in terms of doing research of some sorts, any kind of ill effects, the possibility of ill effects of Venus are less. But then I've seen so many Libra people who are struggling in their relationships. It's a sign of relationships, and then they struggle in that sphere because he's your eighth lord as well. And that's the trouble that this Venus carries with itself. It is a two-prong strategy that Venus brings to the table. So be mindful of that particular aspect too. Mercury, he is going to be transiting into its sign of debilitation, Pisces, in your sixth house around April 11th. And this is a period, guys, where you will have to be cognizant. There is going to be good support in your career, but there is a strong chance of you making some sort of a mistake, some wrong email sent, some communication going wrong, some sort of a hurdle coming in the form of, your laptops or devices not working out for you. Because in debilitation, there's a risk that you could be prone to creating enemies with your own speech, with your own communication, with your own actions. But at the same time, it's giving an exalted aspect towards your 12th house. So people, if you are connected with any kind of foreign lands, isolation related activities, or with respect to travel opportunities in faraway lands, import export related businesses, that is also going to suggest a positive shift of things. But Do not pick unnecessary argumentative situations with people around you. Don't get into unprepared. If you are preparing for any competition and stuff, there's a high chance you need to revisit, recheck the answers you are giving, look into your question paper, your answer sheets, because a chance of making some mistakes is possible here. He is debilitated at this point in time, but later it shifts into your seventh, eighth, and ninth. But importantly, it will turn retrograded in the sign of Cancer on June 29th. So that's the major shift in June where it will become retrograded. And therefore, the fag end of the quarter is indicating some sort of a risk with respect to your work movement. You see, it is doing a movement right from your sixth house all the way towards your 10th house in a short span of 3 months itself. But this is also a month, it's also a quarter, June 2nd, when Jupiter comes into the sign of Cancer, and it is the biggest event probably for this quarter where it becomes exalted. So that's the key bit for you to understand here. Because your sixth lord and your third lord is getting exalted, there is a high probability that even whilst you are making some mistakes, there will be a due acknowledgement of your efforts. There is some sort of a stature rise coming in your life, some sort of a positive shift in terms of a new job opportunity or a designation change that you can anticipate. Your karmas in general, forget your career, your business, your job opportunities. But if you're a student watching this video, if you're a homemaker watching this video, your karmas in general will see a very dramatic shift, positive shift. You will be more concerned about doing the right things for the world. Jupiter is giving, you might not love it as a planet for your chart, but it's giving an amazing amount of support for you folks throughout the course of this year. Throughout the course of this year. But if I were to sum up, I think the key, highlights that you would want to understand from the second quarter perspective is that Sun is coming in exaltation in your seventh house. That's a good bit coming into picture. Venus will also be there in your, in your seventh house during the course of this quarter. But Mercury is going to be facing debilitation. So it's sort of a messy situation. You could feel weak at times with your decision makings, but there will be an absolute amount of focus towards partnerships, relationships coming into picture. There's a Viparit wind that is going to come into play with Venus entering into its own sign in the eighth house. So eighth house and the eighth lord in the eighth house is promising that you will secretly put in your own efforts, your own power to overcome the enemies, to overcome chronic problems that have been bothering you. Some kind of inheritance related matters, insurance payouts and stuff could also work out for you. Some positive financial gain is definitely anticipated when Venus supports its presence in the eighth house. This is a quarter which is showing that explosion of luck, of wealth, thanks to the fortunate, the graceful movement, pure grace, I would say, bliss coming in with a shift of Jupiter. At the start of the quarter, it is giving good health support whilst he is direct towards your father, good support of luck, and then translating that to career opportunities as well. And then last but not the least, I just missed calling out, it's a strong, Hamsa Mahapurusha Yoga that is getting formed with Jupiter's exaltation in your 10th house. But as you move to the last week, the last couple of days, the glitch would be in the form of Mercury's retrogression. So just don't go overboard in terms of your speech, aggression, communication at your work front. But all in all, a very positive quarter of the second year of the year 2026 for you. So now as we move into the third quarter of the year 2026 for you Libras, we see that this is going to be the period of peak of your career, peak of your power, peak of your karmas coming into play for the year, along with some partnership reviews that you will have to undergo. What we will notice is that it's sort of a golden age because Jupiter is sitting exalted in your 10th house, brilliant placement coming into picture. You are going to make full use of this Hamsa Mahapurush Yoga in your chart at this point in time. This is going to be a period where you could see some significant amount of gains with respect to your career, especially for people who are in job. I think people who are employed somewhere, who are in legal professions, in consulting businesses, in banking industries, there's a very positive shift coming into picture in terms of recognition, status change in the form of designation, or the fame of sorts, adulation of sorts coming in from the masses to your life at this point in time. So that's a positive shift. Jupiter is definitely giving an indication of this between July, August, and September, as he is in the entire duration of this quarter, he's sitting in its exaltation itself. This is, however, going to be a month where Saturn on around 27th of July will be getting into its retrograde mode. And he's a Yoga Karaka planet for you. People who have Saturn direct in their chart may see this impact much more powerful when compared to people who have Saturn retrograded in their natal chart. Yes, it's a Yoga Karaka planet, but at the end of the day, guys, we have to remember he is a malefic planet, and I've seen so many times Libra folks struggling during their Saturn dashas, during Sadesati periods and stuff as well. And the fact of the matter is that this 5 month duration from July 27th all the way till December 11th, when he remains retrograded in your sixth house, is going to be a period where you will find, a review of sorts, a rework, or more of an effort going in from your side to handle your health related matters, to handle your enemies for that matter. Health related issues, chronic problems, especially related to your stomach, legs, feet, knee, bones areas, arthritis kind of situations might surface for many of you. Folks who are in older age, a lot of seniors watch my videos as well. Guys, I will recommend you to take proper precautions on the health front and during this time, Libras. This is also going to be a period where you could see an impact on your regular schedule, on your day-to-day activities coming into picture. So you will have to force yourself of sorts, ensure that there is that discipline, that daily regimen intact in place for you folks. And this is also going to be a time where suddenly there could be new enemies that could surface, they could come to the force. Persistence and perseverance, being patient with them, not reacting to situations, difficult things, is going to be an important remedy. There could be enemy in the form of your own partners, people whom you've worked with for a long duration, people that you've collaborated with. Your own life partner could turn to be an enemy of sorts in terms of creating, difficult argumentative situations through the course of this period. We will do a Saturn retrograde video later, but you have to be watchful on that front as well here. Rahu sits in your fifth, continues to, magnify, give you that illusions, wants you to be ambitious and chase big dreams. But as Saturn is retrograded, the Lord of the fifth house is retrograded. I would need you to be careful on that front. So there will have to be a proper review of your karmas in that direction as well that you might have to do at this point in time, whilst Ketu continues to experiment against your relationships with its aspect in the seventh now and Saturn retrograded. So relationship purview is going to be the highlight, the biggest focus coming in play here. Sun, through the course of this period, because he does a mid-month shift on every month basis, around 15th, 16th or 17th of every month, it is going to be transiting into your house of career, your house of gain. So it will start with a shift towards the sign of Cancer. He's going to be 12th to itself, but Sun gets tremendous directional strength when in the month of July he's getting in there. So it's a good period in terms of you putting in your heart and soul, chasing your ambitions and desires at this point in time. But once he comes around August into your 11th house, there is a lot more positive promise coming into picture there as well. And then in September, he moves into the 12th house. So 11th Lord into 12th is indicating some sort of losses also, or some sort of expenses coming into picture. Mars is giving an interesting highlight because he is transiting through your 9th, 10th and 11th through the course of this quarter. So on September 18th is when it enters into its sign of debilitation. But before we understand that, let's understand. See, Mars position into your 9th house does indicate that there is going to be some degree of professional aggressiveness that could come into picture. There could be short distance travels as well that you could be making with your spouse, with your partners. It could be work related travels as well that could come into picture. But the work related travels will be long distance journeys as such. Then there is a possibility, then as Mars moves into its sign of debilitation in the 10th house, a proper niche bhanga yoga is coming into picture. That's a fantastic thing, this, because it's going to be conjunct with your exalted Jupiter in your 10th house. Now, the beauty of this conjunction is that Mars sitting here is giving an exalted aspect towards your 4th. So you will be hyper focused towards building your wealth, towards growing your assets. At the same time, you bring some amount of reduced energy at your karma, in your workplace, in your efforts. So it's a dynamic shift. Maybe the 50-50 work-life balance will move a bit more towards home, and you would want to take certain actions, some sort of construction, maybe repair work could come into picture. There will be certain degree of volatility as well at your work front because see, at the end of the day, yes, Neej Bhanga is coming into picture, but yes, Mars is debilitated. Neej Bhanga is going to play after the cancel of that debilitation, which means that any argumentative situations can come up in the marketplace, at your workplace, with people whom you are collaborating from a professional or karmic standpoint, and therefore Jupiter will try and give you that sanity, that clarity, but I still see the risk of this debilitated Mars giving an aspect to your Lagna brings the highlight of you getting aggressive in your dealings as well. July is the peak because Jupiter is in exaltation, Sun is also joining in there in the same house, and it is also the period where Saturn is coming into its retrogression. By the time of August, you could feel certain degree of exhaustion coming into play because this is also going to be a time where Venus, your lucky lord, is going to be going 12th to itself into its point of debilitation. I think around somewhere around 12th or 15th of August. I don't remember the dates here exactly, but that shift is coming mid-August is what I've put in my notes. It's coming into play in your 12th house, and this is a period where you will feel as if I'm invisible. Nobody is seeing the amount of efforts I'm putting in. I always feel drained, tired. The expenses could be on a rise. So that is a tricky bit period along with a retrograded Saturn giving an aspect to it. So listen to your body, take some rest, fix your health routine. That is going to be crucial, guys. Libras, this is the time you have to focus in that direction as well. But September is the time where you will power back yourself as well because now your lucky lord is stepping back into the first house. You are forming that beautiful Malavya yoga where you feel absolutely charming, magnetic, vitality of your health, strength, etc. seems to be coming back. There is going to be a certain degree of charisma, improvement in your mental, emotional, and physical health, which is promised here. And simultaneously, Mercury will also be exalted in your 12th house around September 7th. So September is giving again a positive shift of things from these two planetary perspectives because now Mercury is saying that whatever spending you were planning earlier, I am going to be giving a much larger spend, but a positive spend into picture as well. And he is your ninth lord. So long distance journeys, foreign relocation, working out of your visa status, something of that sort, import export opportunities resulting into some fabulous gains. All of that seems to be validating or working out for you here. Now, as you step into the last quarter, you see that this is a period where you will have the great identity review as well as a shift, karmic shift coming into picture in the month of December. The important bit is that your career is going to be turning into cash. There is going to be a review of the retrograde Venus as well, which we'll touch upon. But this is a period where Jupiter until October 31st continues in your sign of Cancer in its exaltation, but then it moves towards the 11th house. And that's why I said that career is going to turn into cash. All that melodrama that you have to go through this while, you will realize that Jupiter is promising, especially for people who are in day-to-day jobs, who are getting employed somewhere, who are appearing in competitive examinations, people in healthcare industry, banking industry, all those sixth house affairs and Jupiter-related matters, it coming into the sign of Leo in your 11th is promising materialization of those gains for you. So that's another positive bit coming into picture there for you guys. Saturn will turn direct on the other side of the spectrum on December 11th. So all that internal review, that introspection that you had to go through, the challenges that you were facing, you will be re-energized now with that Saturn giving you that direct strength to overcome those problems head on. So you see how beautifully the quarter is now again beginning to pile up for you. Positive shifts coming into picture for you again there. Before I talk about the Rahu Ketu transit, I would want to draw your attention towards Sun, which is going to be coming into the first house itself, then into the second and last but in the third. So it means that you will start the quarter, month of October, with a lot of self-belief, confidence. Your focus is going to shift towards money making and savings. As I said, Jupiter is also moving towards the 11th, and your 11th lord is coming into the sign of Scorpio in your second house and later into the third. So a lot of enterprising mindset, good Dhani Yoga forming in your chart, Libras. Brilliant. I think that's no better way to ask for an end of the year in that quarter in any better fashion there. Then Mars is transiting into your sign of Leo as well on November 12th, where he will be becoming conjunct with Jupiter. So that is a massive source of energy, focus, and he is your seventh lord as well, guys. So this becomes crucial because now, maybe with your partnerships, in your relationships, in your businesses, or to your spouse itself, there is a probability of making some stupendous gains with presence of Jupiter along with Mars in your 11th house. Beautiful. And Mars is giving an aspect towards your second from the 11th, and that is going to make you frugal. You are not going to waste your money. Strong Dhani Yoga, massive Dhani Yoga being formed with Sun's presence there into your Lagna later into the second house. So you see how beautifully that period is conspiring things for you. But your Lagna Lord, or if you are watching from a Libra moon perspective, Venus is going to be coming into retrogression in your first house from October 30th itself. So it is going to be in retrograde mode for almost 40 days before it becomes direct mid of November, around November 14th. And this is going to be a period where you must review your decision making. You must look into the challenges, your inner, fears, some sort of identity crisis kind of a thing is going to surface. If you have any complex within you, superiority complex or inferiority complex, it will very much surface, Libra folks, at this point in time. How do I look? How do I present myself? How do people foresee me at this point in time? All of those things. Is this the right decision I'm making? Am I on the right track? So you will start questioning yourself throughout this period. And this is not a time for you to act aggressively. Retrospect. Take time to review. Get some additional feedback. Get an insight from a person that you respect, whose inputs you acknowledge for that matter. Jupiter and Mars, they are doing their job with Sun in the second and in the Lagna, and then into this second, they are doing their job, but your Lagna Lord is advising you not to rush through any situations. But the year is going to end with a great liberation. December 11th, as I said, Saturn has become direct, but a week prior, Rahu and Ketu will be making the biggest nodal shift coming into play for you because it is going to be impacting your two Kendra houses, your 4 and 10. Rahu enters into your fourth house. You are going to be obsessed with your assets, with your property, what you can buy. Your emotions could see a big turmoil or shift of sorts, whilst Ketu is moving into the place where Jupiter earlier was, which is your fourth house. So this means that now, whilst you've put in all efforts to achieve your goals and objectives, you are not going to be too bothered about what the world thinks about me, because somewhere or the other, post that retrograde Venus review, you have done that introspection and you know what my reality is. You would know that this is what I am and I'm comfortable in my own skin. And that confidence is what you must carry, because if you don't, then Ketu can be extremely disruptive. Ask Scorpions like me who are going through Ketu in the 10th house. I know astrology, I anticipated few things, but still a lot of dynamic shift is coming into picture, which I had hardly imagined, comparing that to 18 years ago when I was like a teenager back in those days. So, in my 20s, sorry, not a teenager. But the point is, guys, when Ketu turns into 10, there will be certain degree of disruption coming in your family, job, career, profession, work front. Your money will get impacted. And we'll talk at depth when that time comes. I'm going to be creating detailed videos. But that is going to be the time where you could either be a flag bearer or you could be absolutely demoralized. So both of those possibilities come into picture. Being spiritual, being good, helping people around you, having that mindset is crucial with Ketu's shift into the sign of Cancer. Yes, in 2027, Jupiter will come back, not in scope of this video, so we'll not talk much about it. But guys, I think if we were to sum this year for you folks, I think it's a brilliant year, 2026. You can anticipate a lot of positives. Saturn is providing tremendous support. Continue to do philanthropic activities, help homeless people, old people in and around your community, do something good. It's a strong Harsh Yoga being formed with Venus's presence later and Saturn's presence throughout. Rahu and Ketu providing one big shift. Doing Durga Puja to calm down the ill effects of Rahu are crucial. You must consider that as well. Jupiter, what can I say? It's bringing some amazing amount of transformation in your life. It seems to be as if you are going to have a lot of positive pivot and shift come because of this Jupiter's transit. But I think it is an year of divine victory. All in all, this is what I wanted to share in terms of my understanding and insights for 2026 for you guys, Libras. There is a lot of effort, time, energy that goes into creating these videos. If you feel I have done a decent job, I request you to please smash on that like button, subscribe to Vedic Astrology, kindly put in your comments and feedback so that I can grow this channel better, bigger. I would love to get your feedback and improve on that, and share my videos in your friend circles so that we can help this grow this channel. Thank you for watching. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to the astrology. Virgos, today we are recording the 2026 forecast and Vedic astrology predictions for you guys, and you can watch this video both from a Virgo moon as well as Virgo ascendant or rising perspective. Now, what an year 2026 awaits. It seems as if you guys are playing chess on two different chessboards. On one side of the spectrum, this year is going to be about facing the dynamic shift, the audits of Saturn in your seventh, who is, by the way, going to be remaining intact in the sign of Pisces through the course of the year. And then on the other side of the spectrum, it's going to be all about material gains, life-changing, business decisions, partnerships, contracts coming into picture with Jupiter's exaltation, and you traversing this journey cleverly and smartly with shrewdness with Rahu in your sixth whilst Ketu in your 12th. Let's break down this highlight. There are three key highlights that are coming into picture for this year. And when we, walk through the details of this video, the way we've done is that we've divided the year into 4 quarters for your understanding. So the first quarter is going to be Jan, Feb, and March. The second for April, May, and June. Third for July, August, September. And then October, November, December to sum up the last quarter for you folks. But the important highlights for this year is the fact that Saturn remains in the most important contractual position in your 7th house. It's natural point of exaltation as well. So him in Pisces not making any transits, whilst the rest of the planets will be making some of the other shift through the course of the year, essentially calls out what is the kind of test that you will have to undergo with respect to your partnerships, with respect to your collaborations. Your weaker relationships are bound to break. Your stronger relationships are going to be strengthening. They will become unbreakable for that matter. And it's going to be a 10 on 10 transit in terms of the serious commitment or serious separation coming in your relationships, your partnerships. On the other side of the spectrum, you have that shield from Rahu who gives you that clever energy, that illusion, that power, that hunger in that Upchaya house of the 6th to face your enemies, to face the obstacles, the challenges coming your way, ensure that you are able to pay off those debts, to ensure that you can recover from any health related matters, as well as remain karmically protected with the presence of Ketu in your 12th. But that shift will not last beyond 11 months. So we'll discuss that when we get into the respective quarters. And of course, Jupiter's exaltation is going to be the wow factor coming in June, because Jupiter is currently placed at the start of the year in the sign of Gemini for you folks. He will become exalted as well as moved into the sign of Leo later on. So in its Atichari movement, he is going to give you a teaser of it all. But what we are going to do is, of course, we'll detail out, in depth what happens month over month in our monthly readings. But in this video, you will see key excerpts of the events coming in each quarter. The screen that I'm going to share is going to have highlights of these key, 4 planets rather, and the rest of the planets will be depicted in more so the discussion that we're going to do. So just remain hooked. Let's get started with what is entailing for you in the first quarter itself. So as you guys can see on your screen here, what we've done is we've represented the main planets that are going to be making the shift in a longer duration, which is Jupiter, Saturn, Rahu, and Ketu, whilst the rest of the planets is what I'm going to be walking you through. The first quarter is where the creative fire and the partnership test is going to come into picture. Why do I say that? Well, at the start of the year, you will see that there will be a burst of creativity. There will be a burst of fire in terms of your romances, which will come into picture. Multiple planetary movements are happening in the sign of Capricorn in your 5th house itself. And that is where you will feel you are most powerful as well as passionate. However, there could be a potential breakdown at work, or there could be a divine blessing as well, which would come into picture in your relationships, which might create a dynamic but a complex structure, so to speak. First and foremost, Sun is going to be making transit into the sign of Capricorn in your fifth house. Now, Sun happens to be the lord of your 12th house, moving into the sign of Capricorn the start of the year itself, which does denote that whilst there is going to be a movement of the lord of expenses coming into the fifth house, uh, will be a positive shift because Sun likes the presence in the fifth house itself. It's natural placement for that matter. And therefore, I feel that this is going to be a time where you are going to be making some excellent decisions with respect to investments, stock market strategies. Expenses are coming into the creative house. Your juices will be, churning out in terms of bringing in something which is out of the box, which is going to wow the people around you. Fifth house also denotes your, children. It denotes your, it denotes your romantic relationships as well. And thereby, there is going to be a heightened amount of energy that is going to be coming in for you, Virgos, where you will try and put an absolute amount of focus in some of these areas of life, because not just Sun, Mars, Mercury, Venus, all of them will be making their transit into the sign of Capricorn through the course of the month itself, in the first month of January. And right 2 days after, on Jan 16th, is when Mars enters the sign of Capricorn as well. And this is the place where he gets exalted. Now, Mars, of course, is not a friendly planet, given that Mercury is your Lagna Lord as well as your fourth lord. But still, Mars is the lord of your third house. Bhavarth Bhavam is going to be coming into picture. Third lord is going to do a 3 places shift and becomes exalted there. He also happens to be the lord of your eighth house. And this is where I feel that there is going to be a burst in your enterprising energy in terms of you taking new initiatives. Your courage is going to be heightened to a next level itself. But at the same time, there is going to be some unexpected transformation as well, some unexpected change as well that can come with respect to this shift, given that he's the lord of your eighth house. So be wary of matters related to investments towards your kids, or pursuing any kind of unwarranted relationships for that matter, if you are a married person, because that can become crucial and disrupt the dynamics of Mars movement here. Remember, whilst Mars is exalted, he will give it a debilitated aspect towards your 11th house as well. So gains are promised, but muted gains are a probability that I anticipate coming into picture. Now, Sun is going to be transiting into the sign of Aquarius around 15th or 14th of February, if I remember the dates correctly, which is in your sixth house. And this is where he becomes conjunct with Rahu. And, the 12th Lord coming into the sixth house is going to be forming a brilliant Viparit Rajoga as well for you folks. He is going to give you enormous amount of strength, capability to overcome the obstacles, challenges, problems coming in your life. This is also going to be a period where if you've been struggling with any kind of chronic problems, diseases, loans, litigations, etc., Sun is going to give you the ability to liberate yourself from this situation. It is going to be an excellent period for you to excel at work. However, given that Sun is going to get into that situation of eclipse of sorts, you must be, wary of, the outside forces. Unexpected enemies could come and bother you as well, especially from a foreign land or from a foreign culture for that matter. Whilst we see the shift of all these planets, your Lagna Lord, which is Mercury, who also happens to be the Lord of your 10th house, is going to be moving into your, fourth, fifth, and sixth houses respectively during the course of this period itself. So it's a positive shift of your Lagna Lord as well. There is going to be a period where you are going to look forward for some relief, relaxation, mental peace. But at the same time, there is going to be a bound of creative energy oozing out of you. What you have to understand, though, that Mercury will be getting retrograded in the sign of Aquarius in your sixth house itself around Feb 26th. Now, this is one of the most crucial, critical events which is coming into picture. And thereby, for people who are in jobs or, dealing with competition of sorts, there could be some flare-up. There could be some miscommunication that can come into picture, and you must navigate that carefully. Doing any kind of new competitive bids may not result into the kind of outcomes that you desire. Students who are watching this video, This can be a challenging period for you to crack open your competitive examinations as well. Saturn, who happens to be the lord of your fifth and sixth house, is sitting in Pisces, and he's at least not in that bad dignity, because Saturn is in its natural exaltation point, so to speak. So there are going to be some positives, but this window of retrogression of Mercury will definitely be bringing in some questionable situations on your decision making. New documentation is something that you should avoid. Matters related to skin health uh, uh, could come into picture. You might have to visit a dermatologist. You might have to take care of issues related to your nervous system as well. So be mindful of that. There could be issues coming in with respect to your siblings and your relationships with siblings as well. Argumentative situations could come into picture. So be cognizant of all those aspects. Your own health could require some sort of checkup, or you might have to do some spending in those regards. So this is going to be a crucial period, but it's not going to long last. What you notice next important bit is that on March 2nd, Venus will be moving into your seventh house, where he gets into its natural point of exaltation, and a very strong Malavya yoga is forming for you, Virgos. This is a divine blessing coming into picture. Now, this may not be the best time for initiating uh, uh, marriage situations, but completely depends on your natal dasha antardasha. Exalted Venus, or an aspect of Jupiter, or movement of Jupiter into the seventh house, or even an aspect of Venus towards the seventh, does give a promise of people making some positive strides in that direction. This could also be crucial for people who are in partnerships. See, for people who are in married relationships, there could be possibilities of some additional gains coming in, either to your partner or gain of partner as well. New relationship could also get forged. So be very careful as to how you are navigating this period, Virgos. It becomes crucial because Venus happens to be your second lord as well as your ninth lord. So there is a lot of support of luck, fortune, destiny coming into picture with this shift of Venus as well. And he's sitting with the karmic connection of Saturn here. So sixth lord in conjunction with the ninth, it's a disruptive combination which is going to come into picture. Yet I see this yoga as a very positive one, especially if you are going to leverage this for any kind of business growth and success. Now, as you move further, you will notice that March 11th, Jupiter is also going to turn direct. Jupiter is sitting retrograded in your 10th house. 10th house, Jupiter is a good placement to be in, but he's gone retrograded all the way from November of 11th 2025 till 11th of March 2026. So this is going to be a period where there will be a lot of attempts, there will be a lot of trials coming in from your side, where you will be trying to make things happen, force things happen. Jupiter happens to be your fourth lord and your seventh lord, so he's holding some crucial portfolio for you. There could be in general lack of emotional peace, mental peace, or difficulties in terms of managing your assets, your properties and stuff. But once Jupiter becomes direct, there will be a positive shift coming in your family. There could be an auspicious event that you could hold. There could be new good connections that could be walking in your life. Your own efforts, karma, etc., could bring in gains in your life. There could be a possibility of promotions or job shift change also coming into picture. In fact, Mars is the period which will give the heightened possibilities, because once a retrograded planet becomes direct, it tends to give a reward as well at that shift period itself. So that's another good progress coming in, especially for people who are going to expand on their businesses, expand on new ventures, start new career from a job perspective as well. March 21st is the time when Mercury is going to be turning direct. So at the last part of February, around Feb 26th is when it had got retrograded, and now Mercury will be becoming direct in the sign of Aquarius. So this is going to be a much more conducive period of the quarter for you, where all the confusion with respect to your day-to-day regimen, any kind of paperwork, connection, decision making, fighting and overcoming your problems is going to clear up. You are going to have an absolute clarity of how you deal with matters at this point in time. If I were to capture the highlights of the first quarter for you, I think the exaltation of Mars in your fifth house, it's, you're starting with a bang, multiple planets coming in and giving you that energy in your fifth house. igniting your passion, making you feel powerful for that matter. Then the shift happens with Sun's movement, where it becomes conjunct. A lot of sixth house energies flare up in the second month of the year for you. But at the later part of the quarter, in the last part of the quarter, again with Venus's exaltation, with Jupiter becoming direct, Mercury becoming direct, you will be ending the quarter with a lot of positivity, heightened spiritual growth coming into picture, a sense of forgiveness, letting go of things, high quality, relationship or partnership improvement is what is seen, anticipated through the course of the first quarter. Now, Virgos, the second quarter is the quarter where great reward arrives for you folks. This is a period where you will see a certain degree of volatility coming into picture because it's going to be a quarter of high stakes. Why do I say that? This is a time where you can anticipate some sort of secret win, unexpected win coming in your partnerships. But just as the dust is settling, Jupiter will also be becoming exalted in this quarter itself. In the start of the month of April, the earlier part of the quarter, what you notice is on April 2nd, Mars will be transiting through the sign of Pisces in your seventh house. And this is a time where Mars is going to become conjunct with Saturn in the house of your partnerships. And given the fact that Saturn happens to be your sixth lord, along being your fifth lord as well, there is going to be a certain degree of commotion, flare up, fiery energy that can come in your relationships, in your partnerships. I will urge you guys, Virgos, to be absolutely careful during this period in terms of not bringing any kind of harsh tone, confusion, aggression in your partnerships, in your relationships as well during the course of this period. This Mars will be giving an aspect towards your 10th house, your first house, and your second. And therefore, when I say partnerships, it's not just your formal relationships in the marketplace, but also your personal partnerships, your personal relationships. If you're a married person, with your spouse, with your husband and wife, within your family, if you are running a family business, there could be disagreements that could pop up around the style of working, the style of, contributions or the amount of contributions coming into the table. So there will be some degree of disagreements that will come into picture. Now, Mars happens to be your third lord as well as your eighth lord. So you see, the conjunction is between the eighth and the sixth lord in the seventh. It's a troublesome, volatile period. But if you are able to navigate peacefully, you will find strategic, advantages of this through the course of the quarter itself. Around April 14th, Sun is going to be entering into the sign of Aries where he becomes exalted. Now, whilst everyone would be excited about Sun's exaltation, it is forming a Viparit Raj Yoga as well because your 12th Lord is coming into the 8th house and getting exalted there. So there is definitely an indication of a positive event, positive outcome coming into picture. But Virgos, if you've been watching my channel for a while, you know I'm not a huge fan of luminaries coming into the eighth house because this is a period where any kind of misdeeds, any kind of negative actions, hidden affairs, secret activities that you would have done behind the scenes, they are going to come into picture. They are going to come into light. And Sun from here is giving a debilitated aspect towards your second house, which means that there could be a heightened degree of commotion in terms of your personal matters, in terms of your personal affairs. And when I say personal affairs, you see, placement of Mars is in conjunction with Saturn in the seventh, eighth, and sixth lord conjunct in the seventh, whilst the 12th lord exalted in the eighth and giving an aspect towards the second, definitely indicates that there will be issues in your partnerships during this period. The first 2 months become crucial in this quarter. Mars, however, will enter into the sign of Aries around May 11th. He will be out of combustion by this point in time, and Mars will join Sun as well. It's going to be a high risk, high reward period because the third lord is going 6 places away into the eighth house, but he is coming into the eighth lordship. And this is the time where, with your own efforts, you will start repairing matters as well. This is the time from mid of May onwards where fixing of those issues, those challenges that you are facing is also going to come into picture. But the two planets of 8th and 12th are again conjunct in the 8th house. It's actually decent on certain matters, but as long as your efforts are concerted in terms of solving issues with the right mindset, you will get the support. Why? Because Jupiter is also sitting direct in your house of karma. See, not everything from a 10th perspective is your career, business uh, itself. It's all about your own effort, your mindset, and the way you are presenting it to the larger world. So, at least there is positivity from that perspective. And the presence of the third lord coming into the eight is indicating that you might have to go in isolation. You might have to go and research, put in efforts in terms of figuring out in anticipation that what went wrong when the issues between you and your partners, the people that you collaborate with the marketplace came into picture. Things will start, the dust will settling down as you move further. May 15th is when Sun is going to be transiting into the sign of Taurus in your ninth house. And now the 12th Lord is in your ninth house here. This is a period where some sort of shift is going to come into picture in terms of your luck, fortune, destiny. One, this could indicate losses of some kinds, difficulties of some kinds towards your father. But at the same time, it will also indicate that if you are working in collaboration with people from foreign lands, if you are working in an import export sort of a business, if your career revolves around foreign education, foreign travel, those areas will start materializing beautifully for you. Sun's presence in the ninth house is giving a promise of growth of spirituality in your life. It is indicating long distance, long duration journeys as well. It is also indicating that there will be a light, there will be a visibility that you will get of all the expenses, of all the uh, invisibleness that you've observed prior 2 months. You will get the visibility from your clientele, from your boss, from your superiors, from your gurus and mentors. People will now start acknowledging things, and you have to be consistent with that spiritual bend of mind. Ensure that you follow the right path. You will now also be taking course corrective measures in terms of doing the right thing, so to speak. Your soul will get aligned in the right direction. Yes, Sun is not the most comfortable placement in Taurus sign, but he's also giving an aspect into the sign of Scorpio. Mars is there in the eighth, but his aspect towards that does indicate that you will be continually pushing towards the efforts, the courage that you need to showcase. There will be some sort of relationship access come into play with your neighbors, with colleagues at your workplace, and more importantly, your siblings. But from an education perspective, students perspective who are watching, this is the time where any kind of long distance movement, shift in terms of your place of residence, to start a new project, to start a new career shift can also come into picture. Now, June 2nd, the biggest shift comes into play, where Jupiter, which is your fourth and your seventh lord, is going to be entering into the sign of Cancer, and it comes into its point of exaltation. This is where you see that pivot of what I'm talking in the second quarter is going to be coming in the form of rewards. All the efforts that you've been putting in, all those shortcuts that you were trying to take, but made you, reprimanded you in terms of the shortcut journeys that you wanted to embark upon. Well, what you will find is a fix here with Jupiter's presence in the 11th house, giving an aspect towards your seventh, fifth, and third house now. And this is a good movement because now Jupiter is going to bring significant amount of expansion for you folks in terms of your efforts, in terms of your courage, in terms of your communication to the larger world. It will also give positive light towards your, children, towards your investments, some degree of creativity. Yes, it's a debilitated aspect, guys, and I completely understand that. But at the same time, you have to acknowledge the fact here that Jupiter is a benefic planet. It's a pious planet. So he will bring the right romantic connections in life. It will trim down any kind of connections which are not at all needed. Because if you've been into any kind of third party situations, any kind of connections which are not legitimate for that matter, they will move away as well. And Jupiter is going to bring a high degree of sanity. It's going to be a decent period for your children as well from a progeny perspective, and more importantly for people who are looking forward to forge new relationships, to get into a marital bliss, into new contractual commitment of partnership. this is the time where Jupiter's aspect is promising success. So the reward, the great reward arises, what, as I said at the start of it, is what you will witness during this point of time. Then what you see next is that Sun will be transiting into Gemini, into your 10th house. All that support that Jupiter is giving mid of the month itself, with the directional strength of Sun in the 10th house, you will get visibility of your work. You will get due adulation and acknowledgement of your efforts as well. There could be some long distance travel that could come into picture, because the 12th lord is coming into 11 places away into the 10th house, but that will be positive. It will result into proper career gains, be it in the sphere of job, self-employment, business initiatives, or new entrepreneurial ventures as well, because Mars would have also made a shift by this time into the sign of Taurus. Now, important part is that your Lagna Lord, Mercury, who also happens to be the Lord of your 10th house, is going to be getting retrograded in the sign of Cancer, which is in your 11th house, which is the most crucial event at the end of the quarter. Now, this is the point of time where your decision making will be under review. Your matters with respect to career will be under review. There could be a second amount or second attempt, a rework of some sorts that could come into picture, where you've not been able to handle matters of your business, of your karma, of your efforts in the right fashion, and you must be vigilant. You should not shy away from getting a second or third opinion, because Jupiter is still sitting exalted in your 11th house. So you will get the support of mentors, of an astrologer, of a guru, of a teacher, of a mentor to support you through that decision making. All in all, if I were to synthesize and crisply call out, Saturn continues in your 7th house through the course of this period. Mars combination in the 7th will be critical. Do not be impulsive. Do not be aggressive. Take care of your partner's health. Take care of matters that are legal by nature, litigations of some sorts with respect to your partnerships. Argumentative situations should definitely be avoided. But at the same time, the Virgo magic is going to come into picture when you see the Viparit Rajoga of sorts with Sun in its exaltation, and more importantly, Jupiter's exaltation coming into picture through the course of this month. You must navigate Mercury's retrogression cleverly, along with Saturn and Mars conjunction during this quarter. Virgos, as we move towards the third quarter, you will notice that this is the quarter of what we can call as the golden age, as well as the karmic review. Why do I say that? The first and the foremost thing is Sun, which is going to be transiting into the sign of Cancer in your 11th house, being your 12th lord, is going to bring in opportunities from foreign lands and international communities. He is going to be conjunct with the planet of expansion, which is Jupiter, already sitting in exaltation in your 11th house. And therefore, whilst Sun on the outset might appear to be the planet of losses for you folks, he will bring the possibility of gains through long distance connections. Yes, there is a possibility of certain delays or diminished returns, as well as expenses coupled with those materializations of gains also coming into picture. But usually it's a good statement, or it's a good situation to have Sun placed in your 11th house itself. It is a karaka of bringing in fame as well. So you will get certain social or market adulation as well at this point in time. In the same period around July 24th, you will notice that your Lagna Lord Mercury will be turning direct in the sign of Gemini now. Mercury is going to be gaining directional strength in the 10th house. And this is a good situation to be in, because he happens to be your 10th lord as well. So whilst you have Jupiter and Sun placed in your house of gains and desires and wish fulfillment, you have your Lagna Lord focused in good dignity in the 10th house, which means all your effort, focus, energy is going to be towards your karma, towards the kind of impact that you can make in your career, in your job, profession, education, or whatever sphere of life that you are interested in. This is going to be a period where you will show some of the most brilliant acumen in terms of sharp decision making, intellect in terms of negotiation at your workplace, and you will be taking people along with you. But the big shift or the dynamic shift comes once Saturn becomes retrograded in the sign of Pisces in your seventh house. And this is a time where the true karmic review, as I was alluding earlier, comes into picture. He is your fifth lord and your sixth lord getting retrograded in the seventh. Many of you would have thought of forging new relationships because the fifth lord is in the seventh house and it would have started in 2025 itself, or maybe will get started in 2026. But with Saturn's retrogression, this is going to be a time where you will examine and cross examine the relationships that you are getting. There will be a key question that you will ask yourself that, am I the one in the relationship, or is this the relationship that I want to be in? And therefore, it becomes crucial for you to also introspect that whether or not your collaboration, your decision making, your actions in your partnerships have been righteous or not. Because it is your sixth lord as well, I do anticipate that there is a certain degree of risk that comes where you have to reconsider the longevity of that partnership, be it in terms of business or in terms of your marriage as well. This is going to be a time where you have to face those questions head on. You cannot be absconding from those problems. You cannot be fleeing away from those obstacles, but you will have to face them head on and understand that how do you tackle these problems. For others, this could also be a period during this 5 month duration from 27th of July all the way till December 11th, where you might see an old flame, an old partner, an old romantic connection or business partner return back in your life as well. So that possibility will also come into picture with the presence of Saturn's retrogression. But because Jupiter is giving that meticulous aspect, the ninth aspect towards your seventh house, there is a lot of positivity because Jupiter is going to continually guide you that how do you navigate with these difficulties at this point in time. Once you look further, you will see that Sun is going to be transiting into the sign of Leo in your 12th house around August 17th. And this is going to be a time where you will have to introspect. Your spirituality will be on the rise. Your expenses will be high, but it will be in the right direction. You will be making the right calls because this Sun will be conjunct with Ketu. So you will stop giving a damn or not getting too influenced about difficult situations as well, because this is the time where you will feel that you have to take the righteousness in your life. You have to take the right path. Your sleep, however, could be disturbed, but this may also be a time where you would seek some amount of rest. There could be, an endless effort that you would have been facing since Saturn has begun its retrogression. Later in the next month, it comes into the first house of Virgo itself, where you will feel that solar return into your rising, into your first house, and that energy, that power, that self-belief and confidence, a regeneration of health could also be there. But at the same time, please be mindful that whilst it can give you possibilities of collaboration with people in faraway lands, it will also bring certain set of expenses combined to it. If I were to look further, Mars around September 18th period will be getting into the sign of Cancer in your 11th house itself, where he becomes debilitated as well. Now, the beauty of this shift is that because of Jupiter's exalted presence there, it's a proper niche phanga that Mars is getting into the 11th house, but it is your third lord into the 11th and your eighth lord into the 11th house, which is going to bring in certain degree of challenges, disruption, transformation as well, for you to materialize your gains, for you to make sure that whatever ambitions you are chasing, they are actually coming to fruition. And why do I say that? See, niche feng will typically have a certain degree of problem associated with it. It could be because of your fiery communication. It could be because of your speech in terms of the messages, emails, notifications that you are sending out in your, in your business or your personal life. But there will be a certain degree of repair as well that you will be able to make, because Jupiter is going to maintain that, level of sanity as well. It is going to help you bounce back from that difficult situation. The synthesis of this quarter is going to be the presence of Jupiter in your 11th house. Plus, Mercury, which is your loving lord, it becomes direct in your 10th house, in the month of July itself. So he is bringing in an overwhelming amount of success based on the efforts that you are putting in. No matter what walk of life, if you are preparing for some competitive examination, if you are focused towards your education, towards your health, towards your career, your business, your relationships, Mercury is going to help you give the right decision making. The challenge will be thrown by Saturn with its retrograde position starting from 27th, where that connection of an old partner or review of your partnerships and relationships can come into picture. The clash is imminent, but how you navigate that clash with Mars debilitation also coming into picture is what you will have to focus through the course of this quarter, my friends. Now, friends, as we spearhead towards the last quarter of the year, the last chapter of what we are going to discuss, this is going to be the period of the great financial review as well as the karmic liberation that is going to come into picture for you guys as well. First and foremost, what you're going to notice is that Venus will be becoming retrograded in the sign of Libra in your second house. Now, this is a crucial event because Venus happens to be your second lord as well as your ninth lord. Very importantly, he is your bhage. She is responsible for your luck, fortune, destiny coming into picture, support your value system. And when he becomes retrograded, it is going to be a review of your assets, your monetary your decisions, your family values, your principles on which you stand. And this is going to be a time of self-reflection. See, Venus's presence in its own house and its own sign is not at all a bad placement to be in. But what you have to understand is that every time a planet gets retrograded, it brings the opportunity of some sort of rework, some sort of a revisit coming into picture. And thereby your relationships with your family members. If you've had a commotion in the previous quarters, you will see this is going to be the time for you to repair things, to mend things, to look inwards and make sure that you are forging stronger and better partnership, better relationship at your home. You are improving on the financial decisions, the mistakes that you had committed, and revisiting that to ensure that you consolidate your assets as well during this point in time. Very soon, mid of the month in October, around 17th of October, Sun will also be transiting into its sign of debilitation in the second house. But Virgos, this is a better situation than Sun being in exaltation in the 8th because Sun in conjunction with Venus will get Neech Bhang as well. The important point is that he is getting, conjunct with a retrograded Venus, and he is going to bring your absolute focus on the areas especially related to financial aspects of your life because he's the lord of expenses along with spirituality coming into your second house. So on your relationship front, from a family friend perspective, you will be able to uplift a lot of things. You will be able to course correct matters during this point in time, but at the same lens, you have to understand that this sun will bring in certain degree of dent to your savings as well. And it may not be a negative thing. You should not construe it negatively because this sun is giving an exalted aspect to your 8th house. So a possibility of unexpected gains could also come into picture based on the right investment, the right decisions you are making at this point in time. Now, the big shift of Jupiter is also coming in this quarter itself because Jupiter will be transiting into the sign of Leo in your 12th house. So yes, all those financial and material aspects come to a closure, but Jupiter's presence into the 12th is not at all a bad movement. It can balloon up your expenses, but it is also stating that this is a time of bringing higher degree of spirituality in your life. Jupiter is your 4th and your 7th lord. Remember, folks, it's a possibility that many of you might embark upon, transforming your house, your property, your asset at this point in time. Some major shift in terms of decision making with respect to assets can definitely come into picture. Your emotional balance will be retained with a higher degree of religion and spirituality. There could be collaboration between you and your spouse, you and your partner in terms of bringing, a set of ethos that you are going to conduct yourselves within the boundaries of that agreement. So that presence of Jupiter is a positive presence. And I also anticipate that this is going to be a good period for people to counter their challenges with respect to their health issues, loan related matters, improvement in terms of work opportunities, career opportunities from a faraway place can also arise during this period itself. Then, November mid, around 12th of November, Mars is also going to be transiting into the sign of Leo, into your house of expense itself. So you will have Mars, Jupiter, and Ketu, three planetary presence in your 12th house. So, yes, there is going to be some involvement, some expenses, a Viparit Rajoga of Mars also coming into picture. And that's a pretty damn fiery energy. So you have to be, the karmic liberation that I was talking about through spirituality is going to be coming into picture at this point in time. But as you navigate further on December 5th, the biggest transit with Rahu's shift into the sign of Capricorn and Ketu's entry into the sign of Cancer in your 11th is going to come into picture. I'll highly recommend you folks, Virgos, that go ahead and check out my videos on Rahu and Ketu in all houses. In fact, planets in all houses. And now you are going to witness the experience that Libras were having or Scorpios had earlier with Ketu's presence in the 11th house. This is going to be a definitive shift where there will be, a disassociation with goals, desires, cutting off of networks, and being more inwards, more involved with what you want to achieve. At the same time, this can be a turbulent shift with respect to relationships if you've not been able to mend your partnership, if you've not been able to mend your connection with your spouse, with your partners. It could be an end, a liberation of sorts for you from those energies too. When this shift is happening on December 11th, Saturn will also become direct in your 7th house and he will be in trine to that Ketu. So that is where I said that separative energies with respect to partnerships will get a clarity and you will exactly know where goes in what direction you want to proceed further. But it's also a great period for people who are focused towards the process, who are focused towards their own karma and not thinking about the result. Well, there is nothing better than the 5 and 11 axis in terms of materializing gains as well, because you can have good connections, romance, stock market strategies, investment plans in place strategically, but just be focused towards the journey, towards the process, towards the effort, and Ketu takes care of the outcome of the results as well. So you cannot imagine the kind of outburst or the kind of positive burst of material outcomes Ketu can give with its 11th position, as long as you know how to traverse that ask of Ketu cleverly. Then, last but not the least, around December 22nd, Mercury will be coming into the sign of Sagittarius in your 4th house, in your house of mother, in the house of your home, expression, assets. And this is the time where a lot of you would be looking forward to have, to let the guard down, to spend some time with your family, with your near and dear ones. I think the key, synthesis of this quarter is that Venus's retrogression becomes crucial, where you get a time to connect the dots for your family members, for your finances, and make things better on those regards. Jupiter's transit, along with the movement of Mars and conjunction with Ketu, gives you that, additional liberation from a spiritual mindset perspective. Of course, it heightens the expenses. Sun is also coming into the second house, being the 12th lord. That is going to be a key play. But by the end of the year, the shift of Rahu and Ketu is indicating that you will be able to, detach yourself from the outcomes and you will be more focused towards what you want to achieve. I hope, Virgos, this entire video, the synthesis, the assessment, and the insights that I brought together to the table, it did make sense. There is a lot of thought and intent that goes in preparing these videos for you. And if you've enjoyed this, my humble request will be, please smash on that like button, subscribe to Vedic Astrology. Please put in your comments, give me your suggestions as to what we can do better. And at the end, keep watching Vedic Astrology. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Vedic Astrology. Today I'm recording the video for the 2026 annual predictions, and this is for the sign of Leo. Now you guys can watch this video both from a Leo rising ascendant standpoint as well as from a Leo moon perspective. Now, of course, for Leo moon, you have to understand that this is going to be the year where you are going through the Dhaya period as well. But I will still call this as the Ashtam Shani period. Now, 2026 is a year which is where you are going to see the biggest impact of Ashtam Shani coming into the picture, which is Saturn's placement in your eighth house, whether you're watching from a rising or from moon perspective, which means that this is going to be almost like a cosmic crucible. This is going to be a period which is going to bring tremendous amount of transformation in your life, and Saturn is the only planet that remains unchanged in terms of transits through the course of this year, whilst rest of the other planets will be making some or the other movement. Of course, Saturn will become direct like every year in the later part of this year from July to December, and we are going to touch upon that in this video as well. Then this is also going to be a period which is where you will get eventually some form of divine protection in your life. However, given the tough combinations that you have, you must be ready for some sort of divine or spiritual surrender in your life, because transformation is continuing in your life with the Rahu Ketu axis in your 1 and 7 axis. Rahu in your 7th, whilst Ketu is in your first house itself. And last but not the least, this is going to be the year which is going to be not about material gains, but more so about spiritual transformation, religious growth, understanding, introspection, knowing yourself, and eventually coming out transformed and liberated, much more strong in terms of your own inner strength. What we are going to be doing in this video is that we are going to talk about the entire 2026 year in terms of breaking it down in 4 quarters. For the first quarter, Jan, Feb, and March, we'll touch upon some major transits, then into the second, third, and henceforth. So without further ado, folks, let's deep dive into the reading and understand that what does 2026 hold for us in its entirety. Now, folks, as you can see on your screen here, I've put together the representation of the key transits coming into picture, where I've represented Jupiter's movement from your 11th house all the way to your first house through the course of the year. Rahu and Ketu have represented moving in from the sign of Leo towards your 12th house in Cancer. Similarly for Rahu, from your 7th house to your 6th house, that's a good movement that will come into picture. Whilst Saturn remains stationary, I have not depicted rest of the planets, but we are going to touch through this as we discuss through the quarters. Now, your first quarter is going to be what I will say about power, partnerships, and sudden gains coming into picture. Why do we say that? You have to understand that first quarter or the first 3 months is a story of contradictions for you guys, Leos. This is going to be a period where you will have the power, the tenacity to overcome and destroy your enemies, to fight against the obstacles which are going to be coming your way. But at the same time, there is going to be chaos in your own partnerships. Why do I say that there is the ability that you will possess to overcome the challenges coming your way? Because multiple planets are going to be moving into the sign of Capricorn through the course of the first 3 months. And thereby you see that there is a sudden and secret blessing as well, which comes in your career, which I will define as a Vipareet win. First and foremost, at the start of the year itself, around Jan 14th, 15th period, Sun is going to transit into your 6th house in the sign of Capricorn itself. That is where a lot of people go ahead and celebrate Makar Sankranti as well. Now, the ruler enters the house of enemies. Now, he happens to be your Lagna Lord. He's your Rashi Lord if you're watching from a Leo moon sign perspective. And Sun is going to be your key planet. He is your superpower, if I may call, and he is going to be entering into the 6th house, where he'll give you the ability overcome the challenges, the obstacles, the problems that you've been facing, and that has been bogging you down for a while, Leos. This is going to be a tremendous period, because this is where you will get the ability to put together a fight to heal yourself if you've been going through some kind of health or diseases or issues with respect to your body, emotional challenges as well. It is also going to be a period which is going to be very conducive for any kind of new job, role, career transformation shifts coming in your life. In fact, Mars is going to be transiting around similar time in Jan 16th. He is going to be moving into its sign of exaltation. And that is why I said that it's going to be a period of contradictions, because you will now find that whilst there will be a galore of problems coming your way, at the same time, you will have the ability, strength, energy to put together an extraordinary fight. Mars happens to be the lord of your fourth house and your ninth house here. So he is your lord of fortune, destiny. He's a yoga karaka planet for you. He holds the strength of both a Kendra and a trine house in your case. And him coming into exaltation definitely gives an indication that this is where you could bring in changes with respect to your property assets, some sort of a purchase. You will have to make in some efforts, but the loans, the arrangement of finances is eventually going to work out for you. This is also going to be a period where you could get some extraordinary benediction support from your superiors, gurus, mentors, bosses, manager, leadership at work. Your father, for that matter, could be stepping in to support you in all shape and form to the best possible. Now, of course, Mars is forming that Rochak Yoga in its sign of exaltation, being the lord of the Kendra and the trine. And he's going to be in conjunction with Sun as well. And I had mentioned that Mars is currently combusted. So, yes, it might not be in its fullest strength, but yet it will continue to support you to whatever possible. Then, as you move further, you notice that around Feb 13th, Sun is going to be transiting into your seventh house, into the sign of Aquarius. And this is where your Lagna Lord, your Rashi Lord, joins Rahu. So, eclipse sort of a situation is going to come into picture, but at the same time, you will have some hyper focus towards your partnerships, towards your spouse, in your relationships as such. This is also going to be a period which will bring in a mellowed down behavior in you in terms of being more submissive, being receptive to the ideas, because this is Sun's natural point of debilitation as well, Leo. So it's not a bad situation to be in. However, you should still be cognizant of avoiding any kind of miscommunication, argumentative situations coming in, which is what could bring some degree of chaos or foreign elements in your partnerships as well. But at the end of the day, when Sun is stationed in the sign of Aquarius, it is going to be giving its aspect back to the Lagna. So you will be brimming with confidence. There is going to be a certain degree of self-belief as well that comes into picture in this case. Around Feb 26th period, you will find that Mercury is also getting retrograded in the sign of Aquarius in your seventh house itself. This is it's a crucial event coming into picture. Mercury happens to be the lord of both your finance houses, your 11th house of gains, wish fulfillment, and desires, and your second house of family, food, income, savings, etc. And he is coming into retrogression, which means that you will have to be extremely careful in the kind of negotiations, communications, discussion, paperwork, decision making that you are doing with respect to your partnerships, with respect to your spouse, with respect to that collaboration. Any kind of unnecessary matters that had been troubling you in your relationship could surface as well. And therefore, it might be important that you choose to be transparent, you choose to be humble, and not be too defensive about any shortcomings that you could have encountered during this period, Leos. As I said, quarter one is chaotic. It is, full of contradictions. So you will have to succumb to that natural tendency of your fieriness, your energy as well. And you might have to play a role which you might not be very comfortable playing, Leos. But this is what is the demand of the shift of the stars, because Mars is sitting in its exaltation. Sun and Mercury are also coming into this placement in the sign of Aquarius itself. Around March 2nd, however, Venus is going to be coming into the 8th house where he gets exalted. Now, Venus happens to be your third lord and your 10th lord. So 10th lord is coming into exaltation 11 places away from itself. Again, this is a pivotal period in terms of shift with respect to your karma, with respect to the social respect that you garner, the advancements that you could make in your career. There is going to be tremendous amount of effort that you're going to be putting in terms of your learning, research, deep diving into matters that you've not been, focusing towards so far and so forth. Now, Jupiter, through the course of this while, has been sitting in the sign of Gemini in its dignity of retrogression. But around March 11th, it is when Jupiter will also be turning direct in the sign of Gemini. So you could see that some of your gains could feel as if they're getting stalled. Your wish, your targets, your goals, your objectives could see some degree of delay coming into picture as long as Jupiter is retrograded. But once Jupiter is direct, you will see, or by the time that shift from retrogression to progressive direction and movement is coming into picture, he is going to eventually reward you with the outcomes that you've been chasing so far and so forth. All in all, if I were to sum up, a clear synthesis of what is happening through the course of the first 3 months of the year is that you will start your year with immense power. And that is what I alluded at the start of the video itself. Mars is getting exalted in your sixth house, which means that you will be able to destroy your enemies. You will be able to overcome the challenges, the problems that you are facing. You will be able to successfully address the debts that you have to repay, or if you are looking forward for certain kind of loans, you'll be able to secure them as well. You will be able to fight through the health issues that you have. And all in all, it is giving an indication that this is the time where you will clean up matters of difficulties in your life. It is also going to be a period marred with difficulties, battles in your relationships as well, because Rahu, Sun, and a retrograde Mercury's position in your seventh house, them being the lord of your Lagna as well as your second and 11th, will bring certain challenges. And throughout this period, you see Ketu and Rahu are in that axis, which means that Ketu is any which ways giving you an indication towards addressing all these matters through spiritual bent of mind, through a spiritual lens. And therefore, that will remain a central crisis point, or point of concern, or point of attention that you have to drive during this period. But where is the good news? The good news is that when Venus is getting exalted in your eighth, it is in conjunction with that Ashtam Shani, that Saturn in itself. And thereby, when Saturn and Venus combination comes into picture, it does bring some kind of adulation, fame, respect with respect to career and work. I think some sort of promotion, bonus, shift in terms of your career role because of your own effort, research, deep diving into certain matters is going to come into picture amidst all the personal chaos, all the challenges that you are, going through. So it is going to be a rewarding yet enduring period for you folks. Now, Leos, as you enter the second phase of the year, which is the second quarter starting from April all the way till June, I would define this period as the great spiritual pilgrimage. Why do I say that? See, the interesting pivot that is coming into picture in the second quarter is that your loving lord, your ruler, is going to be coming into its sign of exaltation, which is where it is going to bring some degree of positive luck, support, etc. coming into picture. Another key shift coming into this month is going to be the exaltation of Jupiter later in the month of June. But let's get started with the first part of April itself. Now, mid of April, around April 14th, is when Sun, your loving lord, will come into your ninth house where he becomes exalted. I would say this is going to be a golden month, so to speak, starting for you, because this is the point where your loving lord is going 9 places away and getting exaltation, support from your seniors, mentors, gurus, bosses is definitely going to be coming into picture. I had called out that when Venus was in exaltation, there could be a possibility of some sort of a career pivot shift coming into picture. And this is the point where you will feel as if you are shining. There will be a lot of visibility to the efforts that you are bringing to the table. This is also going to be a period where many of you could embark upon foreign places, long distance travels, journeys could be an imminent part of your life. This is going to be a time where students who are embarking upon postgraduate education programs, taking any kind of new, endeavors in terms of your startup, in terms of new initiatives, that could also be a trigger at this point in time itself. So, mid of April till mid of May, you will see a lot of positivity coming from that side. There will be an extraordinary amount of support that you can anticipate coming in your father. There could be a rise in your father's career if they are working as well, or for your bosses, as well as extraordinary support, push, momentum that you could gain with the support of these folks. At the end of the day, you will also realize that amidst all this chaos, even if you are going through the Dhaya period from a Leo moon standpoint, this is going to be a golden period where you feel as if there is a tremendous amount of benediction coming in from the Supreme. God is going to be favoring you in terms of support of the luck falling in your direction. Then Mars continues to follow Sun here, and he is also going to be transiting into the sign of Aries in your ninth house itself around May 11th. And this is a period where Mars is out of combustion. So, your ninth lord as well as your fourth lord in the ninth house itself is definitely indicating some sort of property purchase, asset purchase decisions coming into picture. Uh, uh, you know, Travel in foreign locations, a relocation into foreign locations, or even buying a property in a different country is going to be a very high chance. I will not discard the possibility of making some kind of long distance travel as well during this duration. However, you must remember that this is the point where you must not get too enthused about the positive shifts that you are seeing, because it could bring in some aggressive tendencies in how you go about dealing with your seniors and elders, mentors, teachers, gurus, guides, father for that matter. Whilst May 11th is when Mars is going to make this transit, Sun is going to move into your sign of Taurus, into your 10th house. And again, directionally, that's a beautiful shift that is coming into picture, because now your Lagna Lord is in 10th. You will behave as if extraordinary workaholism is coming into picture. There will be tremendous amount of focus towards your own karma, the initiatives that you could be taking with respect to a new startup, a new venture, partnering with new set of customers, taking new work related opportunities, getting visibility of the work that you are delivering, getting respect within the family. If you're a homemaker, for the efforts that you're putting for them, they will acknowledge what you seep in for your family as well. But at the same time, it will also give an indication that for students, this is going to be a brilliant period in terms of growing your knowledge, bringing in some positive impact from that perspective too. Why do I say that? Because Mars has also made a shift into the ninth, and he is the lord of your fourth. And now Sun will be giving an aspect back to your fourth house, thereby giving you that self belief that things shall work in the direction that you seek, as long as you are using your knowledge, you are using your wit, you are using your wisdom for that matter. June 2nd is when the golden transit of Jupiter comes into picture into the sign of Cancer, where he is going to become exalted in the sign of Cancer in your 12th house. Now, Jupiter happens to be your 8th lord and your 5th lord in your chart. And him coming into the 12th is definitely an indication of, uh, you know, some sort of spiritual awakening, some sort of enlightenment in your life. See, Jupiter holds the key to your fifth house, which means that your past life merits, your Purva Punya, are coming into the house of liberation, and thereby you will be using your past Punya to make some positive gains for yourself, which means that Jupiter sitting here will be giving an aspect towards your fourth house, sixth house, and eighth. He will help you in terms of overcoming any enemies, expanding some bit of emotional and mental peace, whilst you continue to deal with the intricacies of the Ashtam Shani of Saturn sitting in your eighth, and Ketu, of course, sitting in your first house itself. And then Jupiter is also, forming an extraordinary Viparit Rajoga, which means through the course of June 2nd till October 31st, when Jupiter is going to be in the sign of Cancer, there will be some degree of challenges that you will have to face. And eventually, with that Viparit Rajoga coming into picture, you will be able to find fruits of your labor as well. So do not drop the ball at any point in time through this course where you feel succumbing or surrendering. Surrendering to your inner self towards spirituality is a much positive way than giving up your ammunition and not putting the fight, not facing the battles that you have to go through. Mid of the month in June, you will see that Sun is going to be transiting into the sign of Gemini in your 11th house. Again, he is giving you an indication of gains, friendships, new connections, your mind and soul attracted towards gains of wish fulfillment is going to be on the rise. But I said this is a year of contradictions for you. So on one side of the spectrum, you will be dealing with matters of spirituality, whilst on the other side of the spectrum, you will be motivated towards material objectives as well. Around June 29th, another crucial event happens in the second quarter itself, where Mercury becomes retrograded in the sign of Cancer, which is in the 12th house for you. Now, right as you start or embark upon that discovery of yourself, some kind of spiritual transformation, Mercury's presence being the 11th lord and the second lord in the 12th, one is definitely indicating continued expenses coming your way, or maybe in this retrogression period, possibility of finding gains through foreign lands, foreign connections. But at the same time, people will be struggling with respect to their visa related issues, with respect to the permanent residency initiatives. If you are taking some kind of a glitch is anticipated with respect to, or confusion of some sorts in your decision making could also come into picture. But glitch in terms of document signing, decision making, or any kind of interactions that you are doing with the public, with your communication, that could be harmful. But people who are connected with the 12th house, with the foreign lands, with import export opportunities, with multinational corporations, you could see a positive bit coming out of this as well post Mercury becomes direct. Now you have to remember the key strategies that you might want to follow for this duration of April, May, and June is that one, Sun is becoming exalted for you right at the start of this quarter itself in April. He is going to be your protector. He is going to provide improvement in your relationship with your father, improve the dignity, health, social status of your father as well. Fetch you the support of your gurus, mentors, professors, guides, your manager, your boss, your clientele. Then he navigates into the 10th and into the 11th through the course. So whilst you get that support, you put the focus in your karma, and that results into the objectives, the targets getting achieved as well. Jupiter's exaltation is the second highlight for this period, where you will notice that there will be an entire shift of the narrative coming in your life, with Jupiter being in the 12th house in exaltation. It's a Viprit Raj Yoga, guys, but it will still provide you that divine shield from the Ashtam Shani, because from the 12th house, he continues to give an aspect towards Saturn as well as the 8th house. And yes, of course, you have to carefully navigate the expense part of it, because somewhere or the other, I foresee that Leos will have some significant amount of expenses, and it could be translated into some other shape or form. You could go about doing donations, you could go about a pilgrimage, a long distance travel into a religious place, or supporting the education of some child. Guru Jupiter denotes education, knowledge, and wisdom as well, or doing any kind of charitable activities towards the elderly, which should actually be acting as a remedy during the course of this period. Now, the third quarter begins from July all the way till September, and this is what we will define as the karmic squeeze. Well, at the start of the quarter itself, what you will notice is that whilst your Saturn is going to be turning retrograde, but Jupiter still is going to provide you divine protection throughout. First and foremost, around mid of July, Sun is going to be transiting into the sign of Cancer in your 12th house. So this becomes a crucial shift, because your loving Lord is going 12th to its, and that is where some degree of drain in energy, drain in vitality could come into picture. Like you could feel at the lowest in terms of your physical and your emotional strength as well. Mind you, Sun in the sign of Cancer is not a bad movement at all, but since it is 12th to itself, you will feel as if there is a higher degree of exertion coming into picture, higher degree of effort required for anything that you're trying to achieve through the course of this period. At the same time, around July 27th, in the same month itself, you will see that Saturn is turning retrograde in the sign of Pisces in your 8th house. And this is the point where the introspective review of Saturn begins in your life. You are going to start questioning, who am I versus who am I with? Your relationships will see a certain degree of challenge. Saturn happens to be the lord of your 6th house and your 7th house, stationed in your 8th. And from here, in its retrograde movement, there will be certain significant problems, obstacles, challenges that might start creeping into your relationship, into your marriage, in your partnerships as well. So it is going to be a difficult, disruptive period from that perspective. Then what you will notice is that Saturn is giving a retrograde impact or aspect to your 10th house as well. And therefore, some level of withdrawal, difficulties in terms of the efforts that were still working out much more smooth for you, will now have certain apprehensions in your mind as to why it is not percolating. There will be a definitive impact in your savings. Expenses are going to balloon during this period, and there will be a certain a possibility of chaos. Now, a lot of times, some of the smart audience tends to ask me, Dave, You should not be using the word will, and uh, it seems as if it is too mandated. Folks who are having Saturn retrograde in their natal birth chart, in your natal kundli itself, you will realize the impact of that Saturn retrogression in transit much lesser versus the ones who are having Saturn direct. And somewhere or the other, it is like you are used to that chaotic, extraordinary, malefic energy in your life. And somewhere it eases out that journey for you, or maybe you have the immunity of sorts to face it. Yet, it also depends on the dignity of your placement of Saturn in your natal chart, its Ashtavarga score, as well as its relationships with other planets in the chart, because there could be a temporal friendship with multiple planets that could come into picture based on your placements. And given that I'm doing most of these general readings, generic predictions, it's very hard to be very specific on charts. And thereby, I'm not at all selling here, but any specific questions are more prone to personal consultations versus deriving all outcomes from a transitory readings as well. And I'm specifically calling out in this case because I'm not a huge proponent of ever marketing myself, because I noticed that few comments were coming into picture where the question were more so challenging the transitory readings per itself. And I want you to have that perspective that the shift can come into an individual chart depending what your dasha, antardasha, and placements are. But yes, this retrogression of Ashtam Shani is going to be a difficult period for roughly 4 months, because from July 27th all the way till December 11th is where Saturn is going to remain retrograded, and he's right at the middle in terms of degrees as well through the course of this period within the Pisces sign. As you move further, you will notice that Sun is going to be transiting your Lagna Lord, and I'm emphasizing on that bit, is going to be transiting into your Lagna, into your first house in its own Rashi on August 17th. This is crucial movement because he is going to bring, at least for 30-day, 29-day duration, the ability for you to take control of your health, your vitality, your inner self, your confidence, your self belief, your principles, your focus for that matter. Your soul energy is going to be coming back to you, and it will give you the ability to fight back and make sure that you can address things. Remember, Jupiter continues in its sign of exaltation at this point in time in your 12th house itself. So it becomes crucial for you that whilst you are being encompassed with all these challenges and difficulties, and Sun is providing some degree of support in the middle of the quarter for you, Jupiter is continually highlighting that you will need a spiritual bent of mind to address the problems being raised by the retrogression of Saturn. Sun will continue into the house of Virgo in your second house around September 17th, where the shift will be towards money and family for you. Now, last but not the least, Mars is going to be entering in the sign of Cancer in your 12th house, where he is going to be becoming debilitated. And this is going to be happening around 18th of September. Now, this is sort of not a danger zone, but a critical zone, because whilst Mars will get a proper niche bhanga with Jupiter, you must be prepared for some degree of repercussions coming with Mars placement in the 12th, and that too in its debilitation. Your 4th lord is in the 12th house, your 9th lord is in the 12th. There could be certain opportunities that might come into picture with respect to your foreign travel, settlement in a foreign country, purchasing a property in that land, but there could be issues related to property matters. There could be confrontational situations that could arise with respect to your bosses, with respect to the collaboration there. There will be unexpected problems coming in, but Mars is giving an exalted aspect towards your 6th house. So that's a beautiful thing, which means that whilst all this commotion is going to be there in play, it's such a beautiful year, Leos. Whilst you are getting all these problems, you're also getting the benediction of God, because an exalted aspect is promising a very strong Shatru Anta yoga for you, thereby giving you the ability to overcome those problems. So Saturn is going to bring in certain degrees of problems, but Mars and Jupiter are going to give you a promise of overcoming those challenges as well. If I were to, sum up the synthesis for what's happening in the third quarter for you folks, there is a definitive squeeze that you feel through the course of this period. Sun is going to bring the most difficult or challenging period for a month, when you are going to feel almost invisible, tired, lost with high set of expenses, vitality, health, etc., getting challenged. With him being in the 12,000, that too with the expansionist Jupiter sitting in there, then a retrogression of Saturn is going to be a key highlight for you, where all your fears, your anxieties, your chronic health problems, remember, he is your sixth lord. So any kind of chronic issues will suddenly surface for you. And that is another thing that you will have to be cognizant through the course of not just this quarter, but falling into the next quarter as well. And this could be the period of your deepest and darkest transformation. People who've gone through Ashtam Shani, Leos, you must have a conversation with them. Have a word with what was the experience of any Cancer ascendants around you, and you'll get a lot of feedback and understanding as to what you can anticipate during this period. And then there is going to be a critical window where Mars also is getting debilitated. So that is where you feel, an attack from almost all sides. I would want you to be extremely cautious in terms of your health matters, hospitalization of some sorts, accidents, happening, or getting swindled, unexpected challenges, obstacles coming in your way. Be cautious with respect to machinery, with respect to your automobile, with respect to you taking any long distance journeys. That is where highest amount of care has to be taken. At the same time, you must be protective towards your assets. I do not recommend this quarter as a period, especially this period where Mars is, around September, where Mars is getting into debilitation, where you take any high risk propositions. Do not embark upon any high risk endeavors as such. And then only saving grace, the best part that I would say through the course of this quarter is that Jupiter remains in exaltation whilst Sun comes into the Lagna. So at least these two planets are giving you a promise that you must continue to, to believe in divinity, believe in religion, in spirituality, whatever awakens you, whatever feels you enlightened, and continue to focus towards yourself, inwards. And that is how you will be able to navigate this thing. Now, Leos, when you enter the last part of the year, the last quarter, I would define that as the great liberation period for you. Now, why do I say that? See, the third quarter is probably going to be the most difficult period for you through the course of the year 2026. But as you enter the month of October, you will feel as if the storm has broken. The transformation in your life is almost complete, because if you are able to imbibe the learnings that retrograde Saturn and the exalted Jupiter is giving in, you will find that the last part of the year is almost like a reward period, a rebirth of sorts coming in, where you come out of the shackles that have been pulling you down. October 3rd, at the start of the quarter and the start of the month, you find that Venus will be becoming retrograded in the sign of Libra in your third house. Now, he happens to be the lord of your third as well as your 10th. And this is going to be a period which is going to bring, a review of sorts, a revisit of sorts with respect to your communication, with respect to your, formal communication, oral and written, with respect to your career, your karma, the efforts that you've been putting in. No matter what walk of life you come from, you will be introspecting and trying to understand that whether or not I was able to bring in courage at the right place, at the right point of time, with the right set of people. Was I able to articulate my ideas, my thought process effectively and efficiently? And if not, was that the reason that I had, this pivot in the last 3 months? The difficulties that I had to endure, was that the reason for that? So you will be making some cautious amount of effort towards this direction. I would still humbly request you to not be very aggressive in your style of articulation. However, Leos, that is not necessary, because you could bring a lot of polish in the way you could articulate your thoughts, but Venus is going to give you that possibility. This is not a point of time where you start any new karma, new initiative, but look into the method, the thought process that you've had through the course of the year, and see that whether or not what should be the pivot that you are going to bring in from now onwards. Then around October 17th, mid of the month, you will see that Sun will also enter the sign of Libra, where he will become conjunct with the Lord itself. Now, Sun definitely enters its point of debilitation, but you see the Lagna Lord is going 3 places away from itself, which is going to showcase the enormous amount of effort with humility that you are going to bring to the table. And him being conjunct with albeit retrograde Venus is still going to indicate that there is a definitive niche bhang, proper niche bhang coming into play. And Sun from here is also giving an exalted aspect towards your ninth house. So this is going to be a shift where you will start applying some of your learnings of what retrograde Saturn and Venus have been indicating, and you are going to be polishing yourself towards the world, towards the market. There will be a concerted effort from your side in your karma. You will be bringing in courage in terms of new initiatives as well. You will be very enterprising. However, you will still be trying to fly under the radar. So that's the good bit. I don't see the debilitation of Sun in the third house as any negative event for you folks, Leos. When you move further, from 31st of October is when Jupiter is going to finally come out of its sign of exaltation. Yes, it's an Atichari movement. It's a temporary shift, but it is going to be like a teaser that you're going to be seeing as to what divine benediction, what divine shield feels like once Jupiter enters into the sign of Leo. This is the point where I say that there will be a rebirth of sorts, because now you will be seeing that Jupiter is going to be bringing along with it not just transformation, but your past life punya karmas as well. So you are going to be benefiting from that. Your transformation will continue, but Jupiter from here will be giving an aspect towards your fifth, seventh, and ninth. And thereby, your belief system, your collaboration with your teachers, gurus, mentors, bosses, clients is going to be at a high. You are going to be finding positivity again in your relationships, or you will be taking steps, initiatives from your own side. Ensure that you are bringing value towards your partner, your spouse, or your business associates, as well as this is going to be a brilliant period for you to plan progeny, to take the next steps in terms of new romantic relationships and pursuits in that direction as well. So it's a good period now where you see some degree of positive shift coming into picture. And Sun's transit and Venus's transit at the start of the year, with that introspection, with that self-reflection, is definitely indicating the start of the pivot which you're going to see with Jupiter's transit. As you move further, you see the beauty that Rahu is going to be entering into the sign of Capricorn in your sixth house, and Ketu is going to be entering into your 12th house. Now, this is the most fabulous period. And that is where I said the liberation is coming to picture, because finally Ketu is going to be moving out of your Lagna, and you will feel that lightheartedness, that self-belief, that confidence coming in you, whilst Rahu is going to empower you to head on face any kind of challenges, difficulties, problems coming in your life. You will be very shrewd, street smart, and whatever learnings that you've had so far, it will continue to make you humble as well, Leo. So that's a positive shift. You are starting with immense power, and you see how the shift of the year is also giving you that power back in your hands with this transit of Rahu and Ketu. Of course, we will be doing a deep dive video of the transit of Rahu and Ketu at some point in time, and during our monthly readings as well, we will try and give a lot more clarity as to what you can anticipate. But as you move further, you see that Saturn on December 11th will again become direct. So Ashtam Shani's impact will start minimizing to a certain degree. You will be able to review the challenges, the hiccups, the learnings that came through that difficult period of Saturn's retrogression, and the lessons that you've learned through this period. In the month of December, you will see that there will be some degree of reward, be it in terms of your career, work, profession, where Saturn is aspecting, in terms of your health, in terms of your family connections, your speech, or your romantic life, your creativity, your children, your your investments from a stock market perspective. All of that is going to become extremely crucial. So there is a positive bit coming in the month of December. Last but not the least, around December 13th, 14th, you will find that Jupiter will also become retrograded. Now, a benefic planet like Jupiter becoming retrograded in your Lagna itself, in your first house, is not a bad situation at all, because from here, he is going to bring in a heightened amount of Cheshta Bal. He is going to bring in a heightened amount of energy. And being the Lord of transformation, you've been through a lot of challenges. He is now retrograded, heading back towards Cancer. So there is going to be a lot of clarity in your mind towards matters of money as well. This is going to be a period where you will start thinking with clarity as to where you should be putting your investments in the positive scheme of things, so that they grow and help you with abundance and prosperity in the year 2027. So pretty decent shift coming into picture at the last part of the year, in the last 2 weeks. Sun, who happens to be your Lagna Lord or Rashi Lord, if you're watching from that, is going to be moving into your fifth house in the sign of Sagittarius. Now, fifth house is naturally a placement. It's the throne of Saturn for that matter. And him coming into this trine does give an indication that there is going to be positive blessing coming in terms of romance, children, creativity, growth of your wealth in terms of speculative, not speculative, but strategic stock or market investments coming into your life. So the last part of the year, the last 3 months, if I were to sum up what you can anticipate, is the key synthesis of the fourth quarter is going to be: number one, the retrogression of Jupiter that you anticipate at the start of the period. Then he becomes conjunct with Sun. This is going to be a period where you will be forced rather to fix your relationships with your siblings, with your neighbors, do something with respect to community, bring initiatives in your life through the course of this period, apply the difficult learnings that you've had to make things amicable in terms of your relationship. Your communication will have to be reviewed, and transformation from all those levers. The second bit is the rebirth that Jupiter is promising. Once he enters into your Lagna, he brings a certain degree of transformation and benediction from the fifth house energies perspective. And the last month is so amazing with Rahu and Ketu falling in the right axis of 6 and 12. Ketu's presence in the 12th in Cancer is not at all bad. In fact, Jupiter will move later into the sign of Cancer in 2027. So you will feel that there is a different you. Leo, you will be a different person by the end of the year. You will be not at all worried about material aspects. I'm not saying that it means that no material gains are coming into picture. You will not be bothered about it. You will feel confident. Self-belief will be high. You will know your own worth and you will meticulously be working in that direction. So that is a promise. Rahu is going to bring that level of street smartness, strategy. He's giving the aspect towards the 10th as well. So your karmas will be properly aligned, and true liberation is what you will feel by the end of the quarter. All in all, the year 2026 Leos is going to be an year of transformation. It's going to be an year of self-reflection and liberation. You start your first quarter where you will find that amidst all the chaos, there will be a heightened amount of energy, ability in you to overcome the problems coming your way, transforming your work, transforming your career, transforming your karma with your own efforts. When you shift towards the second quarter of the year, there is going to be a spark that will, push you towards a spiritual journey, self-discovery of yourself, whilst the third quarter brings in that karmic squeeze, difficulties, challenges, shift and pivot that you might have to undertake. I think the most painful period of the year for you, but at the end of the year, the last quarter is definitely promising a liberation, a release, and self-confidence regained back in your mind. I hope, guys, that you appreciate the effort and the insights that I bring today to the table. If you do, my humble request is that please smash on that like button, subscribe to Vedic Astrology. Please put in your comments and feedback as to what you feel about what we've put together. I'll be happy to take any questions or feedback if you have for me to improve on the quality of the videos that I put together, and keep watching. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Vedic Astrology. Today I'm coming up the annual 2026 predictions. This is being recorded for the sign of Cancer. Now you can watch this video both from a Cancer rising ascendant perspective as well as from a Cancer moon standpoint. Now guys, 2026 is an year where I will say Cancerians breathe, because the worst is about to come to an end. Why do I say that? Well, 2026 is a year where you will find great relief. Saturn, who had been in your 8th house causing Ashtam Shani last year, had already made the transit to your 9th house and is going to be stationed in your 9th house through the course of this year, which is going to be a phenomenal thing because he is stationed in your house of fortune, luck, destiny. And this is positive because Saturn's 9th position is generally considered a good sign. At the same time, you are going to be forming this brilliant Hamsa Mahapurush Raj Yoga coming into picture, where the shift of Jupiter into your first house, into your Rashi, if you're watching from a moon perspective, is going to be phenomenal when Jupiter comes into its exaltation mid of this year. And then finally, the tremendous karmic undercurrent that you've been facing with Rahu's placement in 8th house is also going to come to an end, because eventually he is going to transit into your 7th house. Now, folks, I have recorded this video, or I'm, bifurcating this from a quarterly perspective, where Q1, quarter one, is going to be about January, February, March, April, May, and June for your second quarter, July, August, September for your third, and the last part is going to be captured in October, November, December period, where we will discuss some of the key highlights coming into picture through the course of these four major periods, and what sort of a significance from a planetary transit perspective that you can anticipate in this year. So without further ado, let's jump into the detailed insights. Now, Cancerians, your first quarter, which is from Jan 1st till March 31st, is going to be a period which, if I may call, it's going to be the final karmic bill. Now, why do I say that? See, Jupiter, which gets exalted in your first house, is going to be still stationed in retrograde position at the start of the year in your 12th house itself, in the sign of Gemini. And he will turn direct on March 11th, where there will be a definitive shift coming into play. Now, Jupiter happens to be the lord of your sixth house and your ninth house. So, your lord of destiny, fortune, as well as long distance travels is stationed in the 12th house itself. And there are certain positives coming out with this shift too, wherein any kind of opportunities in terms of work, career, profession, education in a foreign land, all of that can materialize and bring you some substantial gains, success your way. But it is also stationed into the house of high expenses. It's stationed into the house where you could feel isolation or spiritual enlightenment. And when sixth lord is in the 12th, well, a good Vipreet Raj Yoga is coming into picture, but please be open to the idea that there could be certain obstacles, challenges, difficulties that could come your way. However, you will still be able to overcome during its retrograde period because of its high Cheshta Bal and giving you that energy to navigate through it successfully. Being the ninth lord in the 12th, it indicates that this is going to be a period marred with some kind of difficulties for people who are in jobs, who are working in large multinational corporations. And what you will notice there is that there will be some ambiguity, some difficult situations that could create, lack of trust, misunderstanding, confusion, or some activity being done behind your back without your knowledge, without you being aware of those situations. Yet, given that he is such an auspicious and positive planet, especially for you folks, Cancerians, he will still try to help you navigate through this comfortably. Especially in its retrograde position, it is going to give you certain degree of gains right at the point in time before he becomes direct. Remember, retrograde planets, especially benefic ones like Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, tend to bring a lot more positivity when compared to that in Saturn, who will become retrograde later in the third quarter, and we are going to touch upon that too. Now, Jupiter sitting here in your 12th house will be giving an aspect to your 6th, 4th, and 8th. And therefore, it is going to be still a period where there is going to be some sort of a regeneration, a visit of spirituality, but marred with lack of peace. And that is why I said that this is the, quarter of the final karmic bill coming into picture for you. Saturn, on the other hand, is sitting in the sign of Pisces in your 9th house. And it is going to slowly help you build your bhagya, your luck, your fortune. He's your seventh lord. So people who are in businesses, in relationships, in partnerships of some sort, you will see a slow build up or consolidation in a positive direction for you. But at the same time, you might feel that difficulties are still abound. Why? Because Saturn happens to be your eighth lord as well. And this means that you will have to take good care of your father's health, your relationship with your mentors, guide, teachers during this point in time. He is stationed in the sign of Pisces, and Jupiter will have a look on him from second quarter, and we are going to touch upon that too. But during the course of this period, I need you to be absolutely focused towards what needs to be done with respect to your relationships, and therefore unnecessary misunderstanding should be severely avoided with all of these connections. There could be a slow progress for students watching this video, especially who are looking forward for foreign travel or foreign education. But progress is bound to come because Saturn is giving an aspect to the 11th house as well. It will be marred with difficulties. It will be combined with a lot of effort coming in from your side. However, it will eventually pan out. For people in employment who are having any kind of loans, litigations, unexpected enemies coming their way, they will also be able to overcome those problems thanks to the Shatru Hanta Yoga that Saturn gives through its aspect into the sign of Sagittarius in your sixth house. But as I said, all of it is going to be a slow progress through the course of this period. Rahu is stationed in your eighth and Ketu is in your second. Now, Rahu's presence is definitely highlighting some bit of sudden events, high stress situations continuing in your life, or maybe marred with your relationships with your spouse's family, with your in-laws, with your fiance's family for that matter. Your continuous research, learning new stuff, especially things that you have not explored before, is going to be crucial during this period of time as well. On the other side of the spectrum, you have Ketu sitting in the sign of Leo through the course of this period, which means that there is a certain degree of detachment, aloofment. Ketu is a knife, cuts through, and that is where it can pull you away from all those areas. And many of you Cancerians could have seen difficulties in your career, work, profession as well, because with its second, sixth, and 10th connection coming into picture, Ketu does tend to impact all of those areas. Mars is showing the biggest highlight for you folks at the start of the year itself in January. On around 16th of January, Mars will be becoming exalted. And this is happening in your seventh house. And therefore, Cancer people, you are going to see transformative shift, especially in your businesses, if you are self-employed in your own professions, with your partners, with your customers. There will be a heightened degree of energy which is going to come into picture. This Mars will also be giving an aspect to his own house in the 10th. So you will be full of energy, brimming with, confidence, and taking matters head on. But this can be a critical period if you are in a relationship, if you are married, and there could be certain difficulties, especially argumentative situations that can come into picture. Try and keep a check. And I'm not asking you to not being ambitious or not strive for that power, being powerful for that matter, but aggressive negotiation, aggressive behavior towards partners can be detrimental for some of you. Of course, this is a transit reading, so you must always check into your natal dasha antar dasha to get heightened clarity. As you move further, you see that Venus is going to be present in your ninth house in the sign of Pisces around March 2nd. And this is a point where Venus will be sitting in exaltation in conjunction with Saturn. For many of you Cancerians, this is going to be a point of time. This is going to be a month where you are going to get some due adulation, promotion, support from your elders, seniors, people at your workplace, your bosses, or for students who are watching this video, success in your career as well. Because earlier Mars was exalted being your fifth lord in your seventh house. And now when Venus is also coming in exaltation in your ninth, being the lord of your fourth house, it is going to bring a lot of positivity. This is also going to be a period where the 11th lord is 11 places away from itself, thereby promising through Bhavarth Bhavam good gains, wish fulfillment, success coming in your life. When you look further, Sun is going to be entering into the sign of Aquarius, transiting into your eighth house around uh, middle of the month of February. And all of you know I'm not a huge fan of luminaries coming to the eighth house, but I will give you a word of caution, Cancer. You must look into your tax related matters, inheritance related affairs, or anything in connection with your joint finances with your partner or with your in-laws, because there could be some degree of a highlight that can come in that area. As you move further, Mercury will be retrograded in your eighth house in the sign of Aquarius on Feb 26th. And this becomes crucial, guys, because you have to understand any account related matters, any insurance related matters, wills that you have written or you anticipate to find any kind of gains. There could be some degree of discrepancy that can come into picture. Mercury happens to be your third lord as well as your 12th lord. So it's a Viparit Rajoga coming into picture, but the expenses, coming into the eighth house means there is a loss of what you can anticipate with those unexpected gains. And thereby, I will give you a critical warning that you must navigate any kind of joint accounts very carefully. All in all, this first 3 month period is coming across like a cosmic pressure cooker being built up for you, because Jupiter is sitting in your 12th house, in your house of expenses, whilst Mercury will also become retrograded in your 8th house, and Ketu is already stationed in your second. So you see, somewhere there is a financial crunch which I anticipate is coming into picture based on all these combinations. There is a good respite which is coming in through Mars. Students who are watching this video, people who are in romantic partnerships, they could look forward to establish their connections and get married as well. But at the same time, confusion, aggressive behavior with your partners can be detrimental. It will have both positive and negative connotations to it. And at the end of the quarter, you will notice that Venus's exaltation is like a saving grace, because this is going to be a period where all the things that you felt are not going in the right direction will now start, getting structured in a positive way. Maybe your teacher, your professor, your mentor, your father, they could bring in, that light at the end of the tunnel, pull you out the problems. You will find that support of luck coming in at the last part of the quarter, thereby bringing the respite that you desperately seek. Now, as we move into the second quarter, from April, May, June onwards, this is going to be a period which I will say is the great rebirth or the great comeback for you folks, Cancerians. First and foremost, what we notice is that this is the time when around 2nd June, Jupiter is going to enter, which is the biggest event for you folks. He is going to enter to your Lagna in your first house, in your Rashi, if you're watching from a Cancer moon perspective, where he becomes exalted and forms the Hamsa Mahapurush Yoga for you folks. Now, your 6th lord and your 9th lord is going to be in the first house, giving you that optimism in health, positivity in terms of wisdom, clarity of thoughts. It will appear as if things are now beginning to sort out, because there will be this stupendous benediction of the Supreme that might come your way. The 6th lord is in the first house. You will take priority of your health, of your career, of your job, profession, competitive examinations if you're appearing into them, or any kind of business challenges that you've been facing, any kinds of loan litigations that you wanted to resolve. This is going to be the period where you will get absolute clarity and things start aligning like pieces of the puzzle sorting out for you. Plus, your 9th lord is in your first house now. Finally, it seems, Cancerians, like the universe is conspiring to make things happen in a positive direction. Luck is going to fall at the right place at the right point in time for you. But second quarter is also going to be a point in time where Saturn continues to be stationed in your 9th house itself, in the sign of Pisces. As I had mentioned earlier, Saturn is a slow moving planet, and he will continue to help you build on your luck. It will help you continue to establish strength in your relationships, but you will be required to work in that direction. You will be required to consolidate your partnerships. Remember, he is your 8th lord. So transformation through the course of this journey is going to be the part of your emotion, in terms of the part of what you embark upon. Rahu is still in your 8th house, whilst Ketu is in your second. So there is no shift from the Rahu Ketu transit coming into picture. In this case, I would remind you that this is going to be the 3-month period where you continue to face the undercurrent of Rahu, that transformation, that shift, that learning, and be humble even if you see the rise as Jupiter is coming into your Lagna in your ascendant. Whilst Ketu is not going to be just driving you away from the material aspect of things, but it is going to now establish a higher degree of spirituality with Jupiter gaining its strength through the course of this period. Mars, on the other side, has transited into your 10th house in the sign of Aries around May 11th. Now, Mars is going to gain, great strength when it comes into the own sign of Aries. It gets good directional strength as well. And this is where being in the Kendra house itself, it's a good Rochak Yoga coming into picture for you. You will find Cancerians that there is going to be a rise in terms of your career, in terms of your work, profession, whatever journey you are embarking upon, especially students watching this video. This is going to be a period of success materializing because it's your 5th lord getting directional strength, forming Rochak Yoga in the 10th house itself. Your romantic relationships would see a lot of aggression, passion, work being done from your side. It's a good positive connection. Materially as well, your money will start making the rounds, but Mars is giving you an aspect on your Lagna in your 1st house. So be careful that this aggression may not rub off negatively on people in your social and, more importantly, in your professional circles. Venus, on the other side, is going to be in your 11th house in the sign of Taurus from April 19th, in the earlier part of the quarter itself, which is in your 11th house. So your 11th lord and your 4th lord is in the 11th house itself. Many of you could see some sort of gains coming in your life from a financial standpoint. Your goals, targets, objectives that you've been aggressively, shaping or chasing all this while will now see materialization. And that's why I said it's going to be a rebirth or a bounce back of sorts for Cancerians, because Jupiter will later move into exaltation, but Venus is giving a promise as well of things positively working out for you. More importantly, you will start gaining some kind of mental, emotional peace. Many of you could take, transformative activities around your property, assets, some sort of a acquisition, a luxurious acquisition in terms of an asset could also come into picture, because around April 19th period when this is happening, Jupiter will still be direct in your house of expenses. So that seems to be connecting the dot in terms of this combination acting together for you. The important highlight is that Mercury happens to be your 12th lord and your 3rd lord Cancerians, and he is going to get retrograded in your 1st house itself on June 29th. Now, this is the point where there could be a certain degree of brain fog that might come into picture. There could be some degree of confusion that might rise, which might result into losses. And I would, highly recommend you to not rush into any kind of decision making, some sort of an action, because he's your 3rd lord as well. Some sort of an action could be prompted in your mind, and you could feel that you must act within the time frame. If that is the situation, please feel free to get guidance, inputs, information from somebody around you whom you trust, from your guru, mentor, an astrologer for that matter, because Jupiter will already be sitting in its sign of exaltation during this period in your 1st house. So Mercury's retrogression always becomes crucial, with something acting up with your devices, with your electronics, in terms of your decision making, an unexpected expense or health related issue could also become a problem with this retrograde period when it starts in the last part of the quarter. All in all, I think the synthesis of this period is that there's a double exaltation which is going to come into picture. Firstly, Sun will get exalted around April 14th. Then Mars will also be joining that. Jupiter will come into its exaltation, and things will start working out for you. It will seem as if now, for the way the world sees you, all that inherent depth, introspection, research, work that you've done on yourself will start getting some sort of a support, adulation, and respect for the people who are around you. last but not the least, you have to also monitor that whilst Jupiter is going to be acting as the savior, Venus will be joining, on June 8th in your Lagna itself. So there is this interesting Kuber Yoga also comes into picture. Venus is completing the entire cycle, and the Lord of Wish Fulfillment is also coming in the first house. So he's giving a promise that whatever you've worked hard, whatever you've strived for, this is a time when things are going to get materialized for you. So, Cancerians, as you enter your third quarter, you have to understand that there will be some degree of stress test that will come into play. And why do I say that? See, we all know that your Lord ruler is Moon, which means typically Cancerian people are ruled by emotions. And this is going to be a quarter, July, August, September, where you will feel a test of your emotions coming into picture. The great part that you already find with the shift of Jupiter on June 2nd, as we discussed earlier, forming that Hamsa Mahapurush Yoga in your Lagna house, in your first house itself, is definitely promising that irrespective of any challenges coming in your life, there is a support, there is a benediction of the Supreme which is coming in your life. So that is going to provide you that divine shield that you definitively need to navigate through the course of this period. It will protect you from a health perspective, from a wisdom perspective during the course of this time. But Saturn is going to bring the biggest highlight. Around July 27th is when your seventh and your eighth Lord ruler Saturn is going to become retrograded in the sign of Pisces, again in the ninth house. And this is the point of time where your luck in itself, your destiny in itself could be under review. Your relationship with your seniors, mentors, gurus, teachers, guide could see a test. How have you been able to collaborate with them? What has been the kind of impact that you've felt in terms of the work that you're putting through? There could be some discrepancies that come now on the surface. Any kind of miscommunication that you've had in the past might surface at this point in time. And the risk that we see is that your leaders in itself could disappoint you of some sort, or there could be some challenges with respect to the health, say, of your father, of your teacher, mentor, guru, bosses, difficulties coming in their professional life, especially because Saturn denotes karma as well, or any kind of long distance journeys, plans that you had made in terms of shifting into new places, they could suddenly come to a stall as well during this point in time. So retrogression of a planet, of a malefic planet like Saturn, can be difficult, especially when he holds the eighth house lordship as well, in your case, Cancerians. And I would recommend you to navigate this period with absolute sanity, patience, and perseverance. You are going to be tested in terms of your relationships. Your efforts could be questioned at all points in time. Saturn's retrogression is going to impact your gains because he is giving a retrograded aspect into your 11th house as well as your third and sixth. So people who are working, who are in competitive situations, your relationship with your siblings, your own hobbies, it will feel as if you may want to aloof yourself. But this is exactly, the challenge that Saturn wants to test you upon. Rahu continues to sit in your eighth house. So some chaos does come, but you must continue to focus in terms of learning new stuff. See, being spiritual is going to be highly helpful for you, Cancerians, to navigate this period. Because at the end of the day, the best results of Saturn comes for people who bring a certain degree of spirituality and religion in their life. It forms a sannyasa yoga if it is positioned in a similar place in your natal chart as well. So you will have to be cognizant of these significances from that perspective coming in. There is no shift of Rahu and Ketu during this period. However, Mars will enter, the danger zone in a way, because he is going to be transiting into the sign of Gemini around 2nd of August, right when Saturn becomes retrograded. Mars will enter the sign of Gemini, and therefore, any kind of miscommunication can be dangerous, especially with your bosses at your workplace, in your, in and around your peers as well. Mars will be giving an aspect towards the sixth house, but there is a retrograded aspect from Saturn. So there is a decent Shatru Hanta Yoga, but challenges will still keep steeping up. They will still keep coming in your life. Now, around this period, I think around 17th or 18th of September, if I remember my dates correctly, Mars will be coming into its debilitation point in your Lagna itself. Now, the fifth lord or your 10th lord coming into the first house is not a bad situation, because Mars happens to be a Yoga Karaka planet for you Cancerians. But his debilitation can bring in certain challenges. The good part is he is getting a proper niche bhanga at least for half of this duration, where Jupiter is also stationed there. You may still have to be watchful of your communication, anger, expression at your workplace with people around you. And when guys, I continue to take 10th house as the workplace, as your profession and career, but it could mean anything. You're a student, it could happen in your college, with your professors, with your teachers at your school. If you are a homemaker, what is your workplace? Your family in itself. And you will be hyper busy during this period. Work on behavior almost will come into fruition, and it might appear as if things are not working out the way you desire. Yet, trust me, it will be navigating in the right direction. Thanks again to the support that you are getting and the natural niche funga that you are getting with the presence of Jupiter in your first house. Then you have Venus. He will also get debilitated in the sign of Virgo in your third house around August 1st. And I keep referring to the dates for my notes, because one cannot remember all the dates for the entire year. Now, Venus happens to be your fourth lord, being 12th to itself in debilitation, and he also happens to be the lord of your 11th house. So you will have to pump in your own efforts, your own hard work, show in courage to make sure you are able to achieve the outcomes that you desire. However, because Venus is debilitated, and that too in the third house, there could be that, low energy situation that can come in, that can creep in your mindset. And the drive that you need to make things happen might get limited. What is the remedy? You must figure out a way to push yourself through the course of this period. You might feel uncreative, unloved, or even result into some sort of unexpected argumentative situations, or a point of commotion with your siblings. But remember, the great part is that Venus is still giving an exalted aspect towards your ninth house. So whilst this disturbance is happening and Saturn is in retrogression, there is still some hope. Jupiter is aligning that, and the exalted aspect of Venus is also saying that things are not as bad as they might appear to you. And therefore, I said it is like a stress test which is coming into picture. Sun, on the other side, will be transiting into your second house in the sign of Leo around August mid durations, somewhere around 16th, 17th of August at that point in time. And this is going to be a period where, some bit of respect, adulation is what you can expect from your family members. You are going to be consolidating and making your finances stronger as well during this point in time. But Ketu is still bringing a certain degree of detachment, because he continues to be stationed in the same house itself. I would recommend you to leave any kind of ego, any kind of me, I, myself sort of a mindset, because that can be detrimental in your personal relationships. Then the last bit comes with respect to Mercury, who is finally going to be turning direct in the sign of Gemini on July 24th itself. So the confusion that you are having, or the commotion that you've been facing, will definitely subside, because Mercury's presence in the 12th is not one of the most premium ones, but why do I say premium? Not one of the best positions to be in. It is a natural point of debilitation for Mercury. However, he is in its own sign. It becoming direct will bring a lot of confidence to you in terms of what sort of investments, what sort of expenses, where should my time, effort, energy be going? And that is the kind of clarity that you will be needing through the course of this period. What you will have to definitely be wary that, number one, job or people who are associated with their careers, who are facing any kind of health related matters, they must be careful at this point in time. Avoid in this quarter taking any kind of major loans. Don't get into argumentative situations. remain calm. You will be able to successfully navigate if you just bring in some degree of withdrawal from your side towards the marketplace. Continue to put in your effort wherever required, but do not undertake unnecessary battles through the course of this period. Of course, we will deep dive with greater, timelines and weekly details once we create our monthly readings as well. But let's now look into the fourth quarter and understand what happens from the month of October to December for you guys. October is going to be a month where the major shift of Jupiter is going to come into picture, who is going to move from the sign of Cancer and enter into the sign of Leo, albeit only for a couple of degrees. Thanks to his Atichari movement that we've been discussing, it is going to bring Jupiter for a limited amount of time in the sign of Leo. But the important bit for you guys to understand is that he is moving into your second house. He brings the signification, abundance, positivity from a second house perspective. And that is, again, a crucial thing. So, you see, the best thing that is happening in the year 2026 is that Jupiter, who's a very crucial planet, Yoga Karaka planet for you folks in a way, being the ninth lord, is bringing lots of blessings and shielding you throughout. Once he enters your second house, he does indicate positivity in terms of financial abundance. All this thing that we've been talking in the third quarter, where you have to overcome the challenges that we've discussed, navigate carefully in whatever walk of life you're coming from, you will see that now Jupiter will be giving an aspect from the second house to your sixth, eighth, and your 10th, which means that issues that were coming with respect to your career, work, profession, loan related matters that were not working out for you, any kind of litigations that were bothering you emotionally, mentally, Jupiter is going to give some degree of respite there. However, this Jupiter also wants you to be continually focused towards learning new affairs, learning new matters. He's, in direct, line of sight with Rahu stationed in your 8th house. And Jupiter's ninth aspect to your 10th, is indicating growth in your karma, positivity, positive outcomes, or remediation of your karmas in terms of what you can gain is going to come into picture. There is going to be an expansion in your bank, in your accounts, in your savings, in your wealth. There could be abundance, some sort of auspicious, positive ceremony that would come into picture in your family life. You would get to enjoy good food during this point in time as well. But at the same time, I would want you to remember that, auspicious ceremony could mean anything. Growth or abundance in the second house with Jupiter might indicate new marital relationships coming into picture, new family member. When I say marital relationships, it's like entry of a new person in your family, in your life, or childbirth for that matter could also be seen. By the way, Jupiter's presence in the sign of Cancer as well as later in the sign of Leo is indicating that promise through the course of that period. So right from June 2nd all the way through the course of the year, this positive bit is coming into your life, Cancerians. Before we talk about the big shift, let's understand what is happening with other planets here. So around November 12th period, you will see that Mars is now going to be leaving its sign of debilitation from your Lagna, from your first house, and it is going to be entering your second house in the house of Leo itself. The dangerous part here is that Mars still gives you aggression with respect to communication. And I fail to understand, Cancerians, you are soft, kind-hearted people in general. But when this, this combination is there, there is going to be, a fieriness, fiestiness in your speech. Expenses could also come into picture. However, they will be all positive expenses. Why? Because, the 10th Lord is coming into the second house. There is a decent Dhan Yoga. Your own karma will enable you to find some gains. However, a reinvestment of some sorts, Mars does tend to bring some degree of expenses. The reinvestment of some sorts in some shape or form, maybe reskilling yourself, learning newer stuff to find those gains, or involving more time to ensure that it is reflecting properly, will come into picture. It's the language bit, your interest towards spicy food that could be triggered during this period itself. And then Venus, actually I should have talked about Venus earlier, because on October 3rd, Venus is going to be becoming retrograded in your 4th house in the sign of Libra. This is crucial, guys. I like the presence of a Venus in the fourth house, that too in its own sign. It's a beautiful placement for that matter. And he is your 11th lord as well. So a lot of gains, wish fulfillment, or in general, expansion of your mental emotional peace is promised. But at the same time, when Venus is retrograded, this is not the best period in terms of jumping into any kind of luxurious purchases like a car or a property. And you could be itching to do that. The period prior to that, in the previous quarter in Q3, if I had missed it, is going to be a much better period. But this 40-day period from October 3rd onwards, all the way till mid of November, is something that you must sort of avoid. Now, around October 17th or 16th, we'll, somewhere around the mid of the month, Sun will also be moving into your sign of Libra in your fourth house itself. So he will be coming into at the point of debilitation. There could be an expansion of domestic problems, difficulties, ego related matters coming into picture, yet you might shine. So on one side of the spectrum, you might gain a lot of market adulation that you've purchased something big, but it can be detrimental as well. He will get partial Nijbanga too, but you must be careful in terms of your decision making. You must look into your Dasha, Antardasha, natal chart to get better clarity as to what is happening. Mercury, on the other side, will get into retrogression in your fourth house on November 6th itself. So that again brings in certain degree of paperwork, some sort of a confusion, argumentative situations, your failure of equipments at electronics and equipments at your home could also happen. So all those scenarios can come into picture during this point in time. However, the most crucial bit which is coming into this quarter is the shift of Rahu and Ketu. Now, Rahu is going to bring that grand finale where he is going to transit from your 8th house. Ashtam Rahu is coming into a closure. That chaos is going to come to an end. And that obsession that you had with 8th house affairs is now going to be shifting towards your partner, towards your partnerships, your relationships, your business ventures for that matter, whilst Ketu is going to be coming into the sign of Cancer. And you see, this is a drastic shift. Some major event in your life around December 15th onwards, that trigger is going to come into picture. And you can look back 18 years, you'll get a lot more clarity. Whenever Rahu Ketu come in the 1-7 or the 4-10 axis, there is a predominant shift that can be anticipated, Cancerians. With Ketu coming into the Lagna, your focus will now be not towards yourself. It is going to be a sense of detachment. You will feel aloof with everything, but focused towards a certain goal, towards your partner, towards your business. And that is not a misdirection. That's a good thing to happen in a way. It's just that you need to know that how do you navigate these energies positively. With Ketu coming into the Lagna, however, there is an aspect towards your 5th and your 9th. And 18-month forward, we will, of course, be doing a detailed video when we reach November-December period of 2026. And I will be giving a lot more insights as to towards that. But it is not one of the best periods in terms of your romances, progeny, childbirth planning, and strategies in those areas. But that is a matter of later point in time. I think there is going to be an interesting shift of this Rahu and Ketu coming at the fag end of the year in December. And then the second week of December, around December 11th, Saturn is also going to become direct. So all those challenges that you faced during the third quarter, they are going to see a tremendous shift. Jupiter being in your 2nd house and now Saturn being in your 9th house in a direct position will give you a lot of clarity from a spiritual as well as fortune or luck perspective. It might start aligning for you in your favor yet again. What I would want you to remember is that crucial retrogrades are coming into picture, with that of Venus as well as Mercury in the month of October and November. You must navigate your own mental emotional peace, your mother's health for that matter, because 4th house denotes that too. When Venus becomes retrograded or any kind of challenges coming in, let's say repair of your car, of your luxurious assets, your movable, immovable property, or even your decision making, because your 4th house denotes your knowledge too, which I keep on emphasizing, folks. That all of that could be coming into question during this point of time. All in all, 2026 for you folks, Cancerians, is going to start with the first quarter where you will face financial as well as, financial stress or chaotic tests coming into your life, but you will be able to navigate them much more efficiently, hitting a peak in terms of growth, fabulous clarity coming in the second quarter itself, maybe impact in terms of severe positive career transformation, shift in terms of new job, work, study opportunities in faraway places. Those things will materialize for you. Your luck will continue to slowly and steadily grow through the course of the year. There is going to be a divine protection, a divine shield, which you will see coming in from June 2nd onwards through the course of this year. You will have sort of an emotional tussle once Saturn is becoming retrograded in the third quarter, which will trickle down for the next 4 to 5 months duration. And finally, by the end of the year, there will be a profound level of clarity once the shift of Rahu Ketu also happens with the end of Ashtam Rahu in your eighth house. And there will be a lot of sanity, clarity, peace of mind that you will eventually achieve as you lead through this transformation. I hope, folks, you appreciate the amount of effort and the hard work that goes in terms of creating these insights, sharing this with you. If you acknowledge, I request you to please smash on that like button, subscribe to Dev Astrology. Please put in your comments, share any feedback as to what I can do to do better. I would be, immensely obliged to get your insights there. Share this video with your near and dear ones. Help Dev Astrology grow. Thanks for watching this video. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Dev Astrology. Today I'm coming up with the 2026 annual predictions, and this is being recorded for the sign of Gemini. You can watch this video both from a Gemini rising as well as from Gemini moon sign perspective. Now 2026 is going to be interesting because Saturn, which happens to be your 8th lord as well as 9th lord, the lord of luck, fortune, destiny, is stationed in the 10th, and it is the only planet which is not going to be making any shifts, any transits through the course of the year. Of course, it will be making its shift in the form of retrogression. Jupiter is going to cause the biggest shift in terms of its exaltation in the sign of Cancer, coming into your second house. And then faggot of the year is going to be all about the Rahu Ketu transit. So if we look into the three major planetary shifts, the first and the foremost bit which is coming out in 2026 for you guys Geminis is that this is going to be an year anchor your career. It's not going to be about any kind of shortcuts. It's going to be about putting in that enormous amount of transformation, putting in some extraordinary amount of effort, and luck will favor you if you are favoring yourself with your own karma, Gemini. On the other side of the spectrum, Jupiter is promising an explosion of wealth. It is becoming exalted in your second house. And that becomes crucial because Jupiter holds the ownership of two key houses in your birth chart as well. And thereby, with the 7th and the 10th house lordship and Kendra Lord coming into exaltation in your life is going to bring enormous amount of opportunities, growth, and prosperity for your family. Financial abundance is for sure written in the cards for you folks, Gemini, through the course of the year, with expansion in your bank, in your account, in your wealth. Family happiness guaranteed or promised, at least from a transit point of view. And last but not the least, there is going to be a twist that we are going to touch upon through the shift of Rahu's movement. Of course, Ketu will move along with Rahu, bang opposite to it. Rahu is going to get into the sign of Capricorn for you guys, while Ketu is going to enter into the sign of Cancer. What I've done through the course of this video is that I have divided this into 4 quarters of the year instead of providing you month-on-month insights, because we will be deep diving into the monthly reports like we usually do with our monthly predictions. But it is important for us to understand that what happens in each quarter, which is quarter 1, where Jan, Feb, and March is going to be combined into one, April, May, June into quarter 2nd, July, August, September into quarter 3rd, and the last quarter will be about October, November, and December shift. So without further ado, folks, let's jump into understanding that what do you see happening through the course of 2026. Now, folks, I've presented your chart here as well so that you get a better understanding. In your chart, you can see that Jupiter has been represented transiting from your first house all the way to the third house through the course of the year, whilst Ketu is depicted moving from the third to the second, Saturn stationed in the 10th house itself, and Rahu's movement is depicted from your ninth house to your eighth house. It is crucial for you to understand that the rest of the planets will be making their movements cross the houses through the course of the year, which we will elaborate. But I am going to be touching upon some of the key insights which are going to come into picture through the course of the quarter. In the first quarter itself, you see that Jupiter will be stationed in your Lagna, in your first house, in your Rashi sign, if you're watching from a Gemini moon sign standpoint, in the first house. And Jupiter's presence, even in the retrograde position here, is giving an indication that this is going to bring some degree of benediction, support, guidance, clarity, openness in terms of wisdom to your mind as well through the course of this period. Now, Jupiter is getting some significant amount of Digbala when he is placed in the first house itself, which means that your confidence could be high. You could feel protected from a health and fitness standpoint. This is going to be a period where you are going to feel extremely optimistic about things which are happening in your life, in and around your vicinity as well. At the same time, this benediction of Jupiter is also going to enable you undertake the workload that Saturn is promising on your chart. You have to, however, understand that Jupiter is going to be retrograded for most part of this quarter. It's going to become direct later in March. And a retrograded Jupiter, which is the lord of your 10th house and your 7th house, indicates that there are going to be significant amount of efforts that you might have to make with respect to the significances of these houses. It does denote that whilst you are going to bring in all the intentions of doing the right partnerships, helping and supporting your partner, collaborating in your marriage, in your legal committed connections for that matter, it also indicates that your work will become a top priority for you. Your karma, your efforts is going to be of top priority. However, there could still be some degree of rework. Initiatives that you might undertake, they might take some bit of time for them to materialize and give you results of the fruition after revisiting that you've not been able to accomplish. Now, Jupiter has come into retrograde when, in its Atichari movement, it had come into its sign of exaltation in Cancer, got retrograde there and shifting back from that position. And it's something that was not expected or anticipated for Jupiter to do thanks to its Atichari movement, which means that from here, there will be certain significances which are going to test your mettle, your belief system with your superiors, seniors, mentors, fatherly figures at your workplace as well. You would be required to remain calm, consistent, and focused. Fear not, you will get the right clarity as well. It is just that there is consistent effort that is needed from your end. Jupiter is also giving an retrograde aspect towards your fifth house, which means that your commitment towards romance, your partnerships in terms of investments that you want to make for stock market investments or any kind of speculative activities would also get tested. I, however, do not suspect any negative outcomes as long as you are driven with the right motivations. As you move further through the course of the year, you will notice that right in the first month, on January 16th, Mars is going to remain exalted in your 8th house in the sign of Capricorn. Now, multiple planetary positions are coming, like Venus, Mercury, Sun, all of them will be transiting into the sign of Capricorn in your 8th house. And therefore, Gemini, you must be open for some sort of sudden shift, transformation, learning coming your way. Now, Mars is getting exalted, especially he being the lord of your 11th house and your 6th house, which means that Mars is forming not only an exaltation, but a Viparit Raj Yoga as well. And therefore, this sudden shift, it could be a trigger of some sort of an event, some kind of unexpected financial gain, or, in the form of insurance, inheritance. I'm not a huge fan of all those things, but that sudden shift in your life is eventually going to test your mettle. I, however, anticipate that you will be able to breathe through it you will be able to succeed through that transformation and come out victorious through the course of it. Given that Mars is your sixth lord, I will drop a word of caution that Gemini, you guys have to be focused towards your health issues, any kind of surgeries that people are about to undertake. You are definitive to see a positive outcome for it, but there is a possibility that you might have to undergo, that trouble for some bit of the time. Now, as I said, Venus, Mercury, and all the other planets will be also making their shift, and therefore there is going to be an intent of your side on your side to learn new things, to discover new aspects, to get a lot more clarity on aspects of life that you've not delved harder. This is also going to be a period where you could come out victorious if you apply those learnings to your own workplace, to in your life, depending on the placements of your natal chart planets, as well as the dasha, antardasha that you are going through, because that is going to become absolutely crucial for us to determine how would be the impact of this transit. As you look further, around 26th of February all the way till March 21st, your Lagna Lord, who also happens to be the Lord of your fourth house, is going to come into retrogression in the sign of Aquarius in your ninth house. Now, Lagna Lord or fourth Lord coming into the ninth house is a Raj Yoga placement in itself, Gemini. That's a very great, brilliant transit coming into picture. However, Mercury is going to get retrograded 3 times this year. And this is a point of time where you have to be absolutely cautious and take a pause. Rethink on your value system, on your belief system. You might have to recheck if the initiatives that you are embarking upon, are they going to be taking you in the right direction or not. The good part is that the ninth lord in itself is placed in the 10th, which means that as long as your karma is aligned, you are going to find substantial support of your destiny as well. Now, I do not say that Mercury being your Lagna Lord is going to bring any significant amount of damage here, but what you have to take a notice that this is the house of long distance travels. There could be some kind of confusion or problems that you can anticipate in your long distance trip. It is also indicating that some bit of disagreement, revelation of sorts could come in collaboration with your seniors, mentors, guides, whatever walk of life. If you're a student, there could be some disruption from your professor. As a working professional, with your leadership, with your bosses, and that is where you will have to keep your ego apart. People who are looking forward towards any kind of visa work, immigration related activities, travel in terms of settlement in a far distance location, you will have to be absolutely careful about how you go about that decision making, as well as any kind of legal paperwork signatures that you are doing during this point in time. The important bit to note is that, if you are into any kind of e-commerce related businesses, marketing related ventures, publishing related industries, there could be some bit of challenge that could come to people in that space as well. Now, 11th of March is going to be a period where you will notice, a shift in Jupiter, who becomes now direct in your birth chart. The good part here is that Jupiter, which is your, 7th and your 10th lord, when he becomes direct in your lagna, he is going to now bring a lot of energized, full thrown energy into all these areas, which means that the time and effort that was being required in the first 2 months, the rework that you had to do during the course of that period, will now see some sort of transformative shift. And things that felt almost stuck, not moving, they will materialize for you. Guys, I want you to be aware of a fact that retrograded planets, whilst they bring certain challenges, whilst they are great with chase trouble, anything that feels stuck up seems to get sorted right at the point of time when they are about to shift from retrogression to a direct mode. And therefore, this becomes absolutely crucial for you guys to understand that dropping the ball at any point in time when you are feeling that things are not materializing for you, your efforts are not working out for you in the first quarter itself, can be more detrimental. So continue to push forward, because Jupiter will bring you that clarity and that support, that benediction that I'm alluding to. All in all, I think first quarter is going to be a period where there is going to be an intense amount of transformation at the start of the year, but eventually it will help you stabilize your personal life, your family life, your health, as well as your mindset. Number two, Saturn is expecting you to not drop the ball and continue to focus hard in terms of the efforts that is required, because the eighth lord is in the 10th house as well. There could be occasions where your hard work might not get enough recognition, but things will shift as we move further. Now, as we move into the second quarter, I would define this as the period which is going to be the golden period of the decade from a wealth standpoint for you guys, Geminis. Why do I say that? See, at the start of the quarter itself, you will notice that somewhere around May 14th to June 8th, Venus is going to be transiting into your first house in the sign of Gemini. Now, Venus happens to be your lord and your 12th lord. People who are stationed in foreign countries, who are working in areas of import and export, who are doing any kind of profession that involves them to be thinking in isolation, any kind of creative businesses or ventures or efforts that require any kind of financial decisions, you folks are going to find some great success coming in your way. However, this period will also be combined with certain set of ballooned expenses, especially that could bring luxurious lifestyle to your life. Venus being your fifth lord in the Lagna is promising that this is going to be a period where romance could take priority for you guys, Geminis. Now, Venus in itself in the first house promises that you could come across extremely charming, intelligent, attractive to the people. So, some of you who are in a pursuit to forge new relationships, to get into new connections, this is going to be an absolutely brilliant period where you will be charming your way through people's hearts, Geminis. This is also going to be a brilliant period for people who are looking for some kind of strategic investments through speculative activities like stock market, crypto trading, or buying any luxurious materials. The reason is that your fifth lord is doing ninth movement towards your Lagna, but at the same time, he's your 12th lord. And therefore, this luxurious field, this investment could bring in fortunate luck as well for you folks through the course of this period. Make good use of this opportune time. As you look further between May 29th to June 22nd, your Lagna Lord Mercury is going to be entering in its own sign of Gemini itself. And this is a period, which of course forms Bhadra Mahapurush Yoga with Mercury being in the Lagna, and he is also the lord of your fourth house. So, one, you are going to be focused towards your own satisfaction. Emotions could take priority, but you will have this great comic timing, making people laugh around you. You will be sharp and witty, strong with communications, meticulous in terms of dealing with any kind of decision making that comes your way, and razor sharp in how you address the challenges that you face. Whilst all this happens, it is also going to bring a surge in emotions within you during the course of this period. But there comes a risk when the fourth lord is in the Lagna itself in such good dignity, tends to make a person lazy. And whilst Jupiter will be inching towards its entry into the sign of exaltation in Cancer, this tendency, and mind you, I had already said that Jupiter would have become direct by this point in time. So there could be this tendency of being complacent. And that is the risk that you have to navigate and monitor carefully, because Saturn is continuously going to be watching you and seeing that how you are dealing with the efforts coming in your direction. He's not just your ninth lord, but also your eighth lord. Now, Mercury's presence is a in your first house is going to be superlative for people who are working in the sphere of business, their own professions, who are in high positions of decision making if employed somewhere. Students watching this video who are undertaking mathematics or any kind of decision making, data science sort of courses, you are going to find significant amount of success coming your way in that direction as well. Essentially, this window is going to drive you with logic, razor sharpness, brilliance to the core. However, he will become retrograde, and we are going to touch upon that in a minute. right after the transit on May 29th, with Mercury coming in your Lagna in the sign of Gemini, Jupiter will be entering into its sign of exaltation and making the biggest shift of the decade in its exaltation in Cancer in your second house. And what you notice here is that this is going to be the time that your career will finally convert into almost liquid cash coming in your way. All the efforts that you've been putting through the last 4 5 months, starting all the way in December 2025 to Jan, Feb, March, April, May, is now going to percolate to give you that support, that benediction in terms of Jupiter's direct aspect from its point of exaltation to his own house of 10th in the sign of Pisces, where he will also be aspecting Saturn. This is going to be a period where there is one potential risk of you becoming egotistical or overtly confident of what you are getting, because things will materialize positively for you, hopefully. And that is where my caveat comes. You will have to keep a check on your language, on your communication, because Jupiter does bring the tendency of burning the house where he sits, whilst there is a absolute brilliant positive energy that comes in terms of its aspect where he looks at. So you will have to make sure that this is where you balance your communication as well as the support of the luck of the ecosystem that is coming your way. This is going to be a great time in terms of you getting the right ROI on your investments, be it from your career perspective, be it from your job perspective, from your relationship standpoint as well, because he happens to be your seventh lord. Now, Jupiter here is also indicating that this is going to be the time where you could see some rewards in the form of liquid cash getting into your bank account. It could result into some sort of improvement at your workplace. You might find some sort of a promotion coming your way. Your marriage could materialize during this period itself if people are looking forward to get into new relationships. It could also result into new business or career opportunities coming in the way for people who are aspiring or anticipating. Students watching this video, it's going to be a brilliant time right from June 2nd onwards, all the way till 31st of October, where you will be able to materialize your efforts into the outcome that you wanted. Many of you will also embark upon expanding your family life. Whilst Jupiter was direct in the Lagna in the previous quarter, or the first 2 months of this quarter as well, you will notice that from 2nd of June onwards, there is going to be an increased chance of you having an expansion, some kind of an abundance in your family. And that expansion could result in the form of progeny, or maybe in your life, in your family, you have an entry of a new member in itself. This period will also indicate some sort of auspicious events coming into picture. You could enjoy sweet tooth at this point in time, and thereby your interest in terms of eating delicious food, sattvic food, yet rich food, is also highly probable. However, I would want you to remember the risk of communication, arrogance, some bit of complacency coming into picture. Your Lagna Lord Mercury is again going to get retrograded in the sign of Cancer in your second house itself from June 29th. And this is crucial for you to remember because it's happening in the fag end of the quarter. But when your Lagna Lord gets retrograded, whilst the money could be flowing in comfortably, he's still giving a shift of taking it away. And therefore, there could be certain glitches, there could be certain problems, obstacles that could come into picture in you retaining on your savings. So be mindful as to how you are going about the same. The second bit is your communication, because Mercury at the end of the day is the lord of communication itself, and he is not very comfortable in the sign of Cancer. So him becoming retrograded in your second house can bring some degree of confusion around money. There could be a risk of you losing something precious as well. So be careful about that. Monitor where do you keep stuff. Your electronic gadgets could go wrong. So that is another bit. Whilst transferring your money from one bank account to another, or maybe making any kind of payments, you'll have to be extremely careful, Geminis, because this period carries the risk of you making some erroneous mistake and potentially losing that amount of money. So any kind of wire transfers, UPI payments, mobile payments, you must be watchful of that activity too. All in all, second quarter is going to be a period which is going to provide an aggressive accumulation of money, or the opportunities coming in life that bring you that wealth, the opportunity to grow that wealth as well, is going to be a period where people who are associated from the financial industry, banking industry, consulting sort of businesses, teaching backgrounds, you are going to see some stupendous growth in and around those areas as well. Remember, he is your seventh lord, 10th lord, and natural significances of Jupiter are going to come into picture. And when I remind you of not dropping the ball with respect to the efforts you make, Saturn continues to sit closely monitoring what you are doing, because in the next quarter, he is going to become retrograded. And let's touch upon that bit as well. Now, as you notice, the third quarter from July 1st all the way till 30th of September is going to bring two key shifts, with Saturn getting into its sign of retrogression in the sign of Pisces in your 10th house itself. I will define this period as the war of words and career review for you guys, Gemini. Why? First of all, you have to understand that Saturn is going to bring a certain degree of clash being stationed in your 10th house. He is the lord of your ninth house as well as your eighth. And the eighth lord can bring some disruptive energies, especially when he is getting retrograded and having that exorbitant amount of cheshtable coming into picture. Saturn here is indicating that your career progress or your initiatives, your overall karma in itself could feel as a slowing down. This is going to be a period, folks, which is going to see some exorbitant amount of patience and perseverance from your side. I keep on repeating, when Saturn is in retrogression, he is going to make you challenge and question your initiatives as to the kind of decisions, as to the kind of karma that you're doing. Is it or not moving in the right direction? And when Saturn comes into its, in the shift all the way from 27th of July till 11th of December, what you notice is that your superiors, your bosses, your professors, teachers, mentors could become silent or withdrawn. Whatever walk of life you come from, if you're a business person, you will see some kind of a strange, weird behavior coming in from your clientele. In your education spree, you might find that your mentors are not paying enough attention, or they are not excited or enthused about the inputs that you were sharing earlier. There could be a sudden shift in your own emotions where you start to question your value system, your belief system, and if or not I am working in the right direction. Is this the kind of legacy that I want to leave behind? But it is crucial for you to understand that this is the test of Saturn. This is the period where you will have to look back and fix things in your karma. Whether or not you're running your own venture, your business, in your educational space, at your workplace, you will have to check and see that whatever actions, whatever response that I made, did it make sense? Was it the right direction? And you will have to undergo this introspection to help you, come out like a phoenix rising at the fag end of this retrograde movement of Saturn, where you will get an absolute clarity and there will be a transformative shift again in your personality, in how you represent yourself to the outer world, because that is what 10th house is all about. It is your connection with the masses, with the people. Your career, work, profession can be demanding at this point in time. The efforts that you are putting in education can be demanding at this point in time. And you have to remember that you cannot choose to quit, but fix the issues, fix the problems, the obstacles, the difficulties that you are facing. You might have to acknowledge the mistakes that you could have committed. In your business endeavors, you might realize that you might have taken certain unreasonable calls. Any kind of shortcuts that I was alluding to, if you have embarked upon them in the previous months and quarters, you will realize this is going to be the time you might have to pay back for it, or at least question yourself if you are choosing the right path to function in that direction. See, Saturn sitting here is also going to be giving a retrograded aspect towards your 12th house. So this will also bring in certain degree of gains too for you. Jupiter is still sitting exalted and giving an aspect on this Saturn and your 10th house. So it's not that it's a dead situation. However, there will be some bit of heightened effort that will be required. Saturn will be giving a retrograded aspect towards your fourth as well as your seventh house. Mental emotional peace could also see a certain degree of turmoil along with your relationship and partnerships. It's not going to be an easy period, but the best part that's happening for you folks is that you are getting this extraordinary amount of blessings through the course of this period, all the way till 31st of October, whilst Jupiter is giving the watch on the sign of Pisces and Saturn from its position of exaltation. In this quarter itself, as you move further, you notice that around 17th or 18th of September, all the way till November 12th, which means trickling into your fourth quarter as well, Mars is going to be entering into the sign of Cancer where he gets debilitated. Now, partially during this period, what you will find is that Mars is going to get a strong niche bhanga. It's one of the most proper niche bhanga that can come into picture, but it is almost as if that you find this Mars attacking your personal, financial, emotional, family space. When Mars gets into the fourth, into your second house, into the sign of Cancer, you could find some of the biggest conflicts coming in your way as well. And I think for the initial period between September 18th till October 31st, there will be a certain degree of control if Jupiter is well positioned in your natal chart as well. However, if that is not the case, you might get into situations where because of your own speech and communications, you could create detrimental scenario for yourself. So you will have to understand that your choice of words, the kind of communication that you're establishing, more so in the personal environment with your near and dear ones, with your spouse, with your family members, can become crucial. This is also going to be a period where some bit of gains could come into picture. He is your 11th lord after all, coming into your second house, albeit in its sign of debilitation, but partially getting niche for the half of this period. So it's a good Dhan Yoga, and I do not see any kind of negative impact coming into picture because Mars will try to bring in those gains. However, that wish fulfillment, those goals and objectives achievement could come after a bit of a fight, or it could be diminished versus the anticipation or the expectation, the build-up that you have within your mind. I cannot emphasize enough, when Mars is in the second house, you have to be careful about your harsh speech or arguments that can ruin things within your family or your love life for that matter. This is also going to be a period where you could suffer with toothaches, any kind of infection that can come in your mouth area. And thereby I alluded to this thing earlier, that sweet tooth is something that you can pick up in the earlier part of the year with Jupiter getting exalted. So being mindful of your personal hygiene or the kind of food also that you're consuming, because some bit of challenges could come your way in the health areas getting impacted. There could be a financial impact depending on the kind of loans that you have undertaken. Some sort of a litigation situation come with family members if you are not able to control your speech, your choice of words, because Mars happens to be the lord of your sixth house as well. Your enemies will try to get aggressive, but you will have to still maintain your calm and dignity. The main focus for this period should be that you continue to focus on your savings. You continue to credentialize, you consolidate your savings, your money. If you feel as if there is some kind of sarcastic remark, ironical remark being made against you, it may not be a bad idea to take a step back and let that sink in. Absorbing things, being patient and perseverant through the debilitation of Mars is going to be a crucial bit for you during this point in time. And to make matters worse, Saturn is already retrograded, making your work life or your overall efforts also tougher. Now, folks, the last quarter of the year, which is from October, November, and December, is going to be a period which is going to bring some degree of creative reboot as well as a shift from an occult standpoint. Now, why do I say that? And right at the start of the October month, which is from October 3rd onwards, you will notice that Venus is going to become retrograded in your fifth house in the sign of Libra. Now, this is going to be important because Venus also happens to be your 12th lord, the ruler of losses, expenses, difficulties, and spiritual transformation as well. Whilst he is coming to its own sign, which is a positive shift, but fifth house, which denotes your romance, children, creativity, connections, is finding a retrograded Venus. Yes, there is going to be an enormous amount of cheshta bal also coming into picture. Venus will be trying hard to help you find those gains, financial gains, ambitions, dreams, desires that you are chasing. However, there will be some sort of a review, some sort of a rework, revisit that could come into picture. Why do I say that? Because Venus's presence in the fifth, whilst from a house perspective or even directionally, is not a bad situation to be in. But when he is retrograded, this could bring some old lover, some past connection that you've moved on from back into your life. Ex lovers return is possible for people who are, looking forward towards new relationships, or probably bringing a certain degree of enhanced confusion with people that you had not really, thought of establishing your relationship with them again. So that's the first and the foremost critical thing. And you will have to navigate this thing carefully if you want to stay, find that connection. I will urge you guys that all the way from the start of the month of October till the mid of November, you must not jump into any conclusive decision making. Of course, when we get into those monthly readings, I'm going to bring in more insights from that perspective as well. As you move further, you will notice that Venus in the fifth lord is also going to impact your kids if you're a parent watching this video. This is not one of the best periods for you to be, attempting progeny, or there could be complications, difficulties that could be coming in your children's life as well. New relationships of any form is not ideally recommended during this period. It's going to be also a critical period for people who are into stock market trading, into investments of some sorts, because the 12th lord coming into the fifth house in retrograde motion is going to give you that urge, or maybe an surge of energy, that I want to make some big decision. I want to go and invest, in a riskier proposition. Whilst I'm no one to inform you on a financial decision at this point in time, unless and until I have deeper clarity on your natal chart as such. But from a transit perspective, I would give you a suggestion that you must be careful about any kind of new lucrative ideas coming your way, because they may not result into the gains that you are anticipating, especially through the course of the period when Venus is sitting retrograded. There will be a lot of confusion in terms of your creative ideas as well. Some of the folks who are in creative fields, you are in marketing businesses, you are in art and art forms of some kind, your ideas might not resonate with the people around you. I would refrain from making any kind of significant financial investment from a new startup venture at this point in time as well. Now, October is also going to be a month where Jupiter will finally, on the last day, 31st of October, enter into the sign of Leo. And now your shift, or mental or emotional shift, from a career perspective, from your relationships perspective, will be towards communication. Your seventh lord has gone 9 places away from itself into the third house, but your 10th lord is 6 places away into the sign of Leo. Jupiter's presence in Leo is also not considered bad in my mind, because this is going to be time where you could focus towards showing that interest in travel, in short distance journeys, finding some time of vacation for yourself, finding some time with yourself as well. This is also going to be a period where many of you could initiate towards any kind of book writing, publishing articles, getting on social media, starting something new with respect to initiatives on the creative center, bent of mind. But remember, Venus is still sitting retrograded in your fifth house. So it becomes absolutely critical as to how do we navigate, given the fact that Jupiter is in its Atichari movement. His entry into the sign of Leo will not be too deep. It will move just a couple of degrees. But the brilliant part is that Jupiter sitting from here will be giving an aspect towards your seventh house, ninth house, and your 11th house. So he is still going to show some sort of an indication of you forging depth, connection, strength in your relationships, in your partnerships. There will be some degree of collaboration. Long distance travel could come into picture for many of you who are in businesses or who want to embark upon a long distance, short duration journey with your partner. This is also going to be a period where Jupiter is going to give a promise of support from your bosses, superiors, mentors, guides. You will try to revisit, establish your thought process from your belief system perspective. There will be a gain or, you know, concerted effort from your side towards spirituality, religion as well. I would not be surprised if many of you embark upon some sort of a religious travel pilgrimages as well. It's going to be a decent period in terms of collaborating with your siblings, with your, people in your neighborhood, society, community, etc. Great period in terms of doing that. And if you somehow bring energies aligned in this direction, this Jupiter is also giving an aspect towards your 11th. So that retrograded aspect of Venus combined with the ninth aspect of Jupiter in your 11th house does indicate that after those difficulties and challenges, you might still be able to accomplish some of the goals that you've set for yourself. Now, the big shift comes into picture from December 5th. The biggest transit of Rahu and Ketu will start around December 5th. Well, Rahu will be now entering into your 8th house in the sign of Capricorn, whilst Ketu is going to enter in the sign of Cancer in your 2nd house. First and foremost, Rahu in the 8th is going to bring in, a profound Ashtam Rahu 18-month cycle into play. You are going to find that this is going to be a period of deep research. People who are in industries where they have to continuously transform themselves, learn new things, revisit, unlearn older concepts, and especially with Rahu's entry into the 8th, you are going to find your interest areas into matters that have been alien to you, unknown to you, not your, your core areas for that matter. To give you a simple example, somebody working, let's say, as a human resource person, might have to go and grasp with a technological shift that we are seeing in the market right now, may have to learn something new from a marketing standpoint, from a communication perspective. Your interest in occult could be on a rise. I have so many people from US, Europe, Australia. Even, I'm so blessed, guys, that people from South America are giving lots of love, reaching out to me on Instagram and stuff. And this is a clear indication. When Rahu is in the 8th, many people will get interested in religious matters of a different religion, of a different background. Your interest could be in areas in terms of research which is completely unknown to you, which could be connected to artificial intelligence, technological aspects of some kind. Learning yourself, grasping that knowledge, and transforming in that sphere will become your priority. Rahu from here is also going to be giving an aspect towards the 12th and the 4th. So please be careful with respect to your peace of mind. To a certain extent, some shift or transformation from your emotional mental peace could come into picture. It's just that there could be wild variety of ideas, big expenses also coming in your way once the shift, consolidates as Rahu stabilizes in the sign of Capricorn. And of course, when we reach that point, we are going to be doing a detailed video to help you get clarity on that front. Now, bang opposite to it is Ketu, which is sitting in your 2nd house. And this is where it is going to enter, in the sign of Cancer, where Jupiter earlier was stationed to bring you wealth, abundance, success, positive events. Now, Ketu in the 2nd house can bring in detachment from money. You could lose interest with respect to your assets. With everything that was making you excited in the earlier part of the year, this is where you will feel as if some degree of sanity is being lost. And the reason is Ketu will be giving an aspect towards your 10th. So your karma, your career, your profession, your work might have some degree of an impact. And guys, I keep repeating, when Ketu is coming into the Artha houses, which is your 2, 6, and 10, there is a continuous shift from a work, career, profession perspective that comes into a person's life that could destabilize or that could bring lack of interest as well. And Ketu is giving an aspect towards your 6th, sitting in the 2nd when he's in the sign of Cancer. Remember, he's the co-lord of the Scorpio sign, which is the sixth house. So if you remain focused, if you remain process oriented towards dealing with the obstacles, or maybe figuring out what is the solution that is required from my side, address the obstacles coming my way, that could be the most sophisticated, strategic, logical approach of dealing with this shift of Ketu. Remember, do not get too worried about savings. If spending is happening during this point in time, Gemini, let it happen, because Ketu will then fulfill you in terms of money as well with your own efforts in your own job. So do not fret this shift. And of course, we will do a double dive when we reach that point in time. Now, December 11th is going to be a period when Saturn is going to become direct in the sign of Pisces in your 10th house itself. So you've seen all this dramatic shift in terms of your emotions, career, transformation coming in with so many planets in the sign of Capricorn through the course of the year. And now, post the retrogression of Saturn, once he becomes direct, you will find that there will be an absolute clarity in terms of your career path. You will know that your own introspection, the review that you had to do, the looking of inside that you had to do, has given you that clarity, and you will be ready to lead. And that is where, guys, this movement of Rahu in terms of learning new stuff and then reestablishing yourself at your workplace, in your karma, in your career, is going to come into picture. Last but not the least, the important bit that I would want to remind you is that during Venus retrograde period, any kind of romantic connections, you should not just jump into them. I'm not saying that you should not consider a romantic connection in your life, but making an absolute decision on one side or the other is something that you must navigate by giving due attention or due course of time. And probably November second half and December will be a much more effective period for you in that direction. See, all in all, 2026 is going to be a year where you are going to see a peak in your career. You are going to see growth from a work, profession, karma standpoint. It is also going to be an year which is going to bring some bit of private, personal transformation in your life, thanks to all the action happening in your eighth house. And all of this combined with some phenomenal amount of wealth, family, abundance, growth coming in your life. Through the course of this year, I will highly recommend that feel free to do Hanuman Chalisa, especially when you see transformation coming in from an eighth perspective, because naturally, Mars and Saturn have the ownership or signification of eighth house. And connecting with Hanuman or doing any kind of activities that take you in isolation, makes you spiritual, is going to be a remedial activity. Also, through the course of the year, if you are able to make any kind of donations, especially towards cows, animals, in terms of feeding them green food, thrice through the course of the year when Mercury is becoming retrograded, is going to be crucial for you. And last but not the least, when Rahu comes into the eighth house, eighth is going to be hyperactivated with Ketu in your second. And this is going to be a period where your own introspection, looking inwards, inside, is going to bring the best of the clarity for you for the path ahead. I hope, folks, you've enjoyed the enormous amount of time, effort, energy that goes into creating, this insight, this information for you. If you do, then my humble request from you is to please smash on that like button, subscribe to Vedic Astrology. Kindly put in your comments, give me your feedback as to what I can do better. Help me grow Vedic Astrology. Thanks for watching again. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Vedic Astrology. Today we are coming up the annual predictions for the year 2026 for the sign of Taurus. Now you can watch this video both for Taurus rising as well as for Taurus moon sign. Now, unlike other signs like Pisces, Aries, and Aquarius, who are undergoing through Sadhe phase, 2026 is going to be an year which is going to be not about survival but growth. your Yog Karka planet, which is Saturn, he tends to rule your ninth house of fortune and 10th house of your career. And it is placed throughout the course of this year in your 11th house, in the house of wish fulfillment and gains. Therefore, you are going to see that this is one of the most powerful transit throughout the course of the year, which will help you reap benefits of your efforts, of your destiny. Then again, you have the opportunity to turn your words into gold because Jupiter will be moving into its sign of exaltation in your third house. He's currently in your second. And this is going to be an opportunity, a tremendous opportunity for you, Taurus sign, to ensure that you bring in your courage, your ideas, your speech, your communication to its fullest result and make full use of it. Now, I've broken down this video into key segments, which is quarterly, Jan, Feb, and March as the first quarter, second quarter for April, May, and June, third quarter for July, August, and September, and then the last quarter in October, November, and December, where we'll try and examine that what are the key events that can be anticipated through the course of the year and how should you prepare for this important year ahead. So without further ado, guys, let's jump into your annual predictions. Now, folks, 2026 chart that I've presented for you, it essentially depicts three key planets, which is Saturn, Jupiter, and Rahu Ketu. I'm combining them into one because most of the other planets will be making the transits over monthly course, and we will deep dive into each of them through the course of our monthly Vedic readings that we release. However, the three powerful mega stories for 2026 is that number one, Saturn is going to be acting as your great manifestor. He is the lord of your ninth and your 10th house. And Saturn is the only planet which is not undergoing any kind of transit throughout the course of 2026. It is going to be stationed in the sign of Pisces itself in your 11th house, which means that it is transitioning three places away from itself as the ninth lord into the 11th house and second place to itself from the lordship of the 10th. And therefore, what it promises is that there is going to be a steady and consistent fulfillment of wishes, achievement of goals, transformation in terms of the success that you've been aspiring for with your continuous effort, plus the support that you are going to get through your destiny, through your fortune, through your luck. And therefore, you must look forward to make full use of what Saturn is promising. He happens to be the Yoga Karka planet for you folks, Taurus. It is important for you to note that he will be becoming retrograde through the course of July to early part of December, around 27th of July, if I remember the dates correctly, till about 10th, 11th of December, where he remains retrograde in your 11th house itself. And thereby, you will see some outcome from the 10th house or from a previous house perspective as well. The second mega story is going to be that what I would call as your mega voice from Jupiter's journey. Now, Jupiter happens to be your 8th lord of transformation, of learning new things, wisdom in general, spiritual enlightenment. But he also happens to be the lord of your 11th house, which means that he governs wish fulfillment, gains, desires. At the start of the year, you will find this Jupiter sitting retrograded in your second house itself. Second house placement of Jupiter is not at all bad. In fact, it is considered to be a significator of abundance, good fortune, good amenities coming in your life for your family and financial success as well. Placed here, he is giving an aspect back to his own sign of Sagittarius, as well as your 10th house, which means he is going to help you establish, balloon, grow your karma, your efforts, the energy that you bring, the status that you are going to receive from the social world, as well as his aspect towards the 6th house, which helps you to overcome difficulties and challenges with your own wisdom, with your own thought process. This Jupiter will continue in retrograde motion till March, but post that he will be becoming direct and eventually he becomes exalted in your third house. And then it's sign of exaltation, one of the best placement. Yes, it's a Maran Karaka placement, but being Jupiter, it's a good situation to be in because once he gets into an exaltation in the third house, he promises your wisdom in your formal, oral, written, as well as speech in your communication coming to the world. It also denotes that you will have courage accompanying you, helping you throughout the course of this period, wherein it will be coupled with wisdom, with thought process. It is eighth to the eighth movement coming into its sign of exaltation, which means this is going to be a fabulous period for you to enhance your health. It is going to help you forge better relationships with your siblings in your neighborhood, in your community, and help you take up some, knowledge driven hobbies as well. And the third mega story, which is the pivotal shift, karmic shift coming into picture when Rahu and Ketu will be doing their transit in the last part of the year on December 5th, where Rahu will transit into the sign of Capricorn from your 11th, 10th house to your ninth house, whilst Ketu will be shifting in from Leo to Cancer from your fourth house to your third house. And we will deep dive into the impact of this coming into the last quarter in detail. Now, as we start with your first quarter itself, which is Jan, Feb, and March period, you will notice that this is a period that denotes sort of career peak coming into picture. Peak in terms of your efforts, energy, support of your destiny, as well as unlocking of your financial gains. Now, why do I say that? First and foremost, you have to understand that Rahu is currently placed in the sign of Aquarius in your ninth house, which brings tremendous amount of ambition, self-belief, hunger, and the ability to do something big. Rahu's placement has been here for a while and will continue for the rest of the 11 months of this year itself. And this will ensure that you will look forward to embark on long distance journeys. Many of you students watching my videos could also take certain new, post graduation courses in a foreign place in a distance far away from your current location. It is also going to enhance your romantic life or your interest towards pursuing new romantic connections. This is also going to be a period where Jupiter is sitting retrograded in your second house, it being a benefic planet, and his heightened Cheshta Bal in the second house does ensure that you will be putting in extraordinary amount of effort in terms of your karma, in terms of your career, to make sure that you achieve the objectives that you are chasing. Yes, there could be situations where you might notice that the effort required to achieve your objectives could be multiplied. And because retrograde planets tend to bring tendencies of repetition, rework in nature. But that is not a bad situation to be in because he is also giving an aspect towards your sixth house, as I mentioned earlier, which means that you will try and avoid unnecessary confrontations at your workplace as well. Then he is giving an aspect towards the sign of Sagittarius in your eighth house. And therefore, learning new things, upskilling yourself, and getting the support of either your in-laws or your spouse, if you are a married person watching this video, is going to be very positive. Then what we notice is that between Jan 16th to Feb 23rd, Mars is going to be transiting into the sign of Capricorn, where he will also be getting exalted. Now, this is going to be a powerful surge in energy, which is going to come into picture with respect to your ninth house assets. And thereby, there could be some sudden gains, sudden opportunities in terms of benediction from your bosses, superiors, seniors at work that could come into picture. People who are self-employed, entrepreneurs, they could see some client who could come up with very interesting and enticing opportunity for you to grow your business. You could get support of your father, your gurus, mentors, teachers, guide if you are watching this video as a student. And this will be a superlative period in terms of you exercising your efforts towards foreign travel, towards post-graduation education, towards new association with leaders that could impact your life in a positive way. It is also possible that your own chart could be supporting the growth of your superiors. Many of you could come in touch with a highly powerful teacher, mentor, guide, or boss. Your boss could also find promotion during this period. If you're a business person, this is going to be a period that is going to reflect in terms of gains of your customer and thereby trickling down gains for you as well. So be mindful of this particular event. Then you have to also understand that between Feb 6th till March 2nd, you have multiple planets, including your Lagna Lord, or if you are watching this from a Taurus moon sign perspective, your Rashi Lord, Venus also transiting into your sign of Aquarius. Now, Venus coming into the ninth house, being the first lord in itself, is a very powerful event because he is going to, create a very powerful and dynamic Malavya yoga for you in conjunction with Rahu. The important bit is that Venus also happens to be your sixth lord. So some sort of difficult situations, obstacles, challenges could come at your workplace or argumentative situations with your leaders as well. And this is where you will have to continue to maintain some degree of discipline, patience, and perseverance. But the good part is if you are able to hold on to those levers, your ninth Lord Saturn is sitting in the 11th house in a direct position itself. Yes, he is giving an aspect towards your Lagna, towards your first house. So there is going to be a slight bit of delay in things working out in your favor, but they are bound to move in the direction that you would aspire for. As you move further, you see that there is going to be a tad bit of a glitch coming into play between Feb 26th till March 21st. This is going to be a period where Mercury happens to be retrograded in your 10th house in the sign of Aquarius. Now you have to understand, guys, that Mercury happens to be the lord of your second house and your fifth house stationed in the 10th house. So it's a good Raj Yoga in itself, but Mercury's retrogression is always challenging because this is where you have to look forward to controlling your communication, how you are articulating your thoughts with your family members, with your near and dear ones, with your romantic partner as well. There could be some miscommunication, challenges, disturbance because it's the sixth movement as well coming in for the fifth lord into the 10th house. Difficulties that could come in your relationship. And those difficulties will be spellbound because of, misunderstandings arising for your miscommunication itself. So you will have to be very, watchful during this phase. The second bit is that this is a period that you should not be looking forward to do any kind of major signatures, decision makings related to your karma. No matter what walk of life you come from, you're an employed person, you are self-employed, entrepreneur, business person, in education, any kind of major decision making, signing of any kind of documents has to be done after continuous check and recheck. But as we continue to move further in the month of March itself, you will realize that March 11th is going to be roughly the time where Jupiter is going to become direct in your second house. Now, Jupiter becoming direct is going to give an immediate impact in terms of you ensuring a rise, you ensuring stability of some sorts in your family environment, in the savings that you are maintaining. Your bank balance is definitely going to see a rise for all the efforts that you've been putting in through the course of the start of the year. And the planetary positions in the sign of Capricorn coming into picture are giving a signature that there is going to be a definitive support of your luck as well. And this is going to be the period, the last 20 days of this quarter, where you start actionizing, you start reaping the benefits of things that were not working out, now transiting into conclusion. Jupiter in the second house also denotes that some sort of unlocking of family wealth or income could come into picture because Jupiter is giving an aspect, direct aspect now to your 10th house as well as your 6th house. So it's a positive indication coming into play with good dietary habits, good inflow of money, and general peace of mind within your personal space itself. If I were to sum up the main focus for the first quarter of the year for you guys, Taurus, this is going to be the period for you to unlock your career growth, bring in greater visibility of your efforts, ensure that you maintain a calm and composed communication strategy, as well as enhance your financial inflows throughout the course of this quarter. Now, the second quarter, which starts from the month of April for you guys, is going to bring in some enhanced superpowers, if I may say, for you guys, Taurus. First and foremost, you have to understand that Q2, or April, May, and June is going to be a period which is going to bring in your personal charisma, your capabilities in terms of wealth stabilization, your ability to communicate yourself effectively and efficiently, not only to your family members, to your dear and dear ones, but also to the public forum in itself, thereby building your own kingdom of sorts, if I may say. In April, around April 19th to May 14th, what you will notice is that your ruler Venus is going to be transiting in its first house itself in the sign of Taurus. Now, your Lagna Lord or your sixth Lord coming into your first house does denote that, first of all, it's a strong Malavya Yoga coming into picture in the first house itself. Then it denotes that this is going to be a period where you are going to be focused towards your health, your vitality. There is going to be a certain degree of magnetism, confidence, attractiveness, physical beauty that could be on the rise for most of you. But at the same time, Venus is not just the lord of your first house, he also holds the rulership for your sixth and is making 8 places shift into the Lagna. This means that there could be some sudden shift, transformation, change that could come into picture for you if you are a working person, if you are employed. Now, this is going to be a period that can promise some sort of positive gains, unexpected gains coming in your career, in your job as well. People who are struggling with respect to loans, litigations, any kind of health issues, you will also see a lot of respite coming your way with the transit of this Venus in your Lagna in the April mid to May mid duration for you. Remember, Venus will continue to get an aspect from Rahu, and therefore that expansionist mindset, that propulsion of sorts with that energy of Rahu is also going to be coming into picture. All in all, Venus's aspect towards the seventh house will also promise that you will not just focus on towards your beauty, your personality, but you will be taking along your partners, your spouse, people that you collaborate with on day-to-day basis. And this is where I say that you will truly start unlocking your capabilities. You will become much more receptive as well as amicable to the people in your surrounding. As you move further between May 29th to June 22nd, you are going to notice another positive Dhan Yoga coming into picture, where Mercury, which happens to be the lord of your wealth, of your second house, is going to be transiting in your second house itself. Now, if you notice, he also happens to be the lord of your fifth house and is doing a 10th movement in your second. And therefore, this is going to be a time where your financial intelligence, your decision making with respect to matters associated to your near and dear ones, your family, the kind of food you're consuming, the kind of hobbies that you are pursuing, anything related to your own communication will be at its zilt, will be at the pinnacle, and you will be able to condition yourself thanks to the support that you got from Venus, your Lagna Lord, your Rashi Lord in the previous month, that you will be able to carve that stature, that personality, that skill, which makes you extremely amicable. With the 10th movement of your fifth lord, you will also be bringing some creative pursuits. You could be thinking of doing, any kind of auspicious event, some kind of activities that bring leisure and satisfaction, not just to you, but also your family members during this period. You will be extremely prudent with your budget management. You could leverage your own speech, your communication, your negotiation skills. As I mentioned, because Venus will be giving that ability few weeks back, being the sixth lord coming into the Lagna to bring in new job, work, career, divorce settlement, legal settlement kind of opportunities your way. You will use your negotiation skills as well, your communication skills as well, to make things either to an amicable closure, or if it is about new beginnings, to have something negotiated that brings a lot more success to your direction. Then the mega transit, the main event for the second quarter of the year, is going to be Jupiter's transit into the sign of Cancer in your third house. As I mentioned earlier, Jupiter happens to be the lord of your 11th and your 8th. And if you notice here that the shift of Jupiter into the sign of Cancer is going to be from June 2nd till 31st of October. This is going to be a period where people who are associated with communication related capabilities, people like you and me who are, say, on Instagram, on YouTube, on social media, mass communication related activities, you are going to hone your skills and bring the best out of you. The brilliant part is that Jupiter sitting here is going to be giving an aspect towards your 7th house, 9th house, as well as its own 11th house in the sign of Pisces, where Saturn is stationed, your Yogakaraka planet, and thereby multiplying the impact of all of this. Whilst Rahu is sitting in the ninth and giving an aspect to the Lagna, making you ambitious, this transit of Jupiter is promising that you are going to use your wisdom, your wit, your knowledge, your communication, your writing skills, your own hobbies for that matter, which allow you to pursue anything which is not physical by nature, but more strategic or tactical by nature, more sort of mind driven activities, communication driven activities to bring you gains and success. This is going to be a brilliant time for you, Taurus, to make sure that you materialize any kind of ambitions, targets, goals that you've set for yourself. It will be a great time to start a new venture, to write a new book, to publish articles on social media, to release your videos, to do marketing related activities, as well as bring in creative juices that help you succeed in this way. Remember, Jupiter's presence in the 3rd house is not at all a bad position for people who are in their own entrepreneurial journey, who want to build something of their own, because that gives them the opportunity to be persuasive, be convincing. He is giving an aspect towards the ninth, to your clientele, towards your leadership, towards your bosses. Yes, it's a debilitated aspect, but I will still consider it to be a positive one. More importantly, with Rahu also sitting there to bring in expansion for you in this space. However, the last part of the quarter, which is around June 29th, is when you will see a slight glitch with Mercury again becoming retrograde in the sign of Cancer in your 3rd house itself. And this is where, in the last week of June onwards, where you'll have to be a little more careful. Any kind of decision making, any kind of formal communication sent over email, what you speak over mass media, over YouTube, over social media communication channels, through your written as well as oral communication could land you in trouble or might require you to put in some investments, some money, spending of your own income, of your own savings to repair those problems. I would not recommend you rushing during this period. This is also going to be a period where travel journeys for many of you could get impacted. Any kind of contracts, especially related to new projects, must be looked into. This could also be a period that might bring in, confrontational situations with your siblings, with your neighbors, and therefore you might have to just take a step back. But the good part is that since Jupiter will be exalted and he is doing his true transit this time around, it's not a teaser that you are going to see during this period with Jupiter's transit. Yes, he's in Atichari movement, but at least Jupiter's present is going to be less overwhelming with whatever you navigate with. If I were to sum up what you see from a Q2 perspective, you are going to see an enhancement of your personal charisma, your confidence, your ability to convince people around you. You will be, smart in terms of your financial acumen, in terms of your strategies as to how you can save and invest your resources better. And this is also going to be a brilliant period for you to launch new initiatives, to get started with things that you've been thinking, that you've been planning for a long time, but they have not materialized through the course of this period. You have to remember that Saturn is already sitting in the 11th house, so he will continue to reward you, albeit those rewards could come with a slight bit of a delay. And what do I mean by delay here? It's not a negative connotation of any sorts, guys. It essentially means that this Saturn will expect you to continue to pump in your honest efforts. He is getting the support of an exalted Jupiter, and he is your Yoga Karaka planet, thereby giving you a lot more stability in the goals and the ambitions that you're trying to chase. Now, Your third quarter, which starts from July all the way till September 30th, is going to be a period which is going to bring some degree of domestic bliss, peace, and satisfaction, coupled with a karmic dip. What do I mean by that? First and foremost, what you're going to see is that this is going to be period of certain degree of contrast coming into picture. While you will be enjoying a great time, some sort of joy in your home, in your family life coming into picture, especially given the fact that from July 4th till August 1st, you will have Venus, which is your Lagna Lord, as well as your sixth Lord, transiting into your fourth house in the sign of Leo. Now, Venus in the fourth house is not at all a bad position to be in. Yes, he is in the inimical sign of Leo, but still it's a beautiful placement because it is going to bring in some degree of satisfaction, happiness to your life. This is going to be a period where you are going to see that luxuries, spending money for your happiness, for people around you, acquiring some sort of assets, something that uplifts your stature, something that uplifts the comfort that you want to witness either for yourself or for your family members is going to come into picture. And therefore, there is a high probability that you might end up spending money towards luxury in the form of a heavy vehicle. It could be a luxurious vehicle that you might acquire. You might go ahead and make certain changes with respect to your home front. Purchase of property is less of a probability, but for some of you, if you are going through the dasha, antardasha in your natal chart as well, it could give you that promise. At the same time, Venus's placement here does bring certain degree of empathy, compassion, your focus towards comfort, towards your peaceful life, towards your emotional satisfaction. That is going to be your top priority. You could work towards the health improvement of your mother. Your mother itself could see some sort of a development coming in for her. But at the same time, you will be focused towards providing comfort of some sort, which may not necessarily mean material comfort, but also emotional support. Your sensitivity towards people around you in your vicinity under your dwelling is going to increase. As you move further through the course of this quarter, you will notice that Saturn is coming in a retrograde position in Pisces in the month of July itself, on July 27th, as I had alluded in the start of the video itself. Now, this is going to be the period where your Yoga Karaka planet Saturn, being the Lord of the 9th and 10th, getting retrograded in the 11th house, is going to basically ask you to review whatever gains, wish fulfillment, whatever achievement of objectives that you've had, the income that you've been able to generate, the ambitions that you've been able to chase, or the social network itself in which you are living, because that is what is also seen through the 11th house, your friend network, people coming in from your professional connections. What sort of a worth does that hold for you in your life? You might also have a feeling during this period that your gains that you were anticipating, that whatever had been going out in a structured fashion, panning easily for you, might now require some bit of an additional bit of an effort, because this Saturn will give a retrograded aspect towards your first house as well. So it is going to be very crucial for you to understand that whether or not your efforts have been going in the right direction, because this retrograded Saturn, being a malefic planet, yes, he is Yoga Karka, but being a malefic planet is going to test your mettle on all those fronts. There's also a possibility that some age-old friends, people with whom you had lost your connection with, you were not in touch with, they might suddenly reappear in your life. And they could be seeking your support and help, or maybe, in terms of old business partnerships as well, they could be seeking some sort of a connection coming into the picture, because it's going to be a retrograded aspect towards your eighth house. So you will have to figure out that where your karma lies in terms of collaborating with those people or not collaborating, because Saturn will continue to ask some key fundamental questions. Are your ambitions justified? Is the vicinity of the people, the network of the people truly supporting you? Do you need to reevaluate your relationship, your connections with those people? Now, I'm not saying that this is a period of denial of any sort of gains, but there is going to be a definitive delay which is possible coming into picture And it is going to only test your mettle and resolve to achieve that, because the retrograded aspect to the Lagna is also going to bring in, or involve some sort of investment strategies coming into picture. Throughout the course of this retrograde period, you must have a watch on Jupiter, as well as how Mars will be transiting, because he's your 12th lord. And we will deep dive into that when we do the monthly readings. As you move further, you see between August 1st to September 2nd, there is going to be the movement of Venus into the sign of Virgo in your fifth house. Now, this can potentially be a difficult or challenging month period for you, because your sixth lord is now going 12th to itself in debilitation, as well as your Lagna lord coming into the debilitation. However, because it's in a fifth house placement, that's a good position for Venus to be in. One, on positive side of things, you will be bringing in additional amount of efforts in your relationships, in your romantic connections, towards your education, studies, in your investment portfolio, in terms of your creativity as such. However, the results, the outcome of that depends completely on what is the strength of your Lagna lord Saturn Jupiter in your natal chart. Venus will be giving an exalted aspect to your 11th house. Remember, when he is in debilitation, he does give an exalted aspect to the 11th into the sign of Pisces. But it also means that your expectations versus your efforts could be sky high. It might be difficult to meet those expectations, especially if you are a working professional in a job. There could be some challenging situations that could come in your career. There could be obstacles that could come in terms of any kind of loans that you are working towards, any kind of litigation matters that you are dealing with. You will have fulfillment of your wishes, but it may not be to the ultimate desire, because your Lagna lord in itself is sitting debilitated during this point in time. The key action that I would suggest is that this is a period where you must keep low energy. Do not get into speculative strategies when it comes to your stock market investments and stuff. However, your kids could become your focal point. There could be some areas of concern that you might have to focus towards. When we get into that timeline, we will also talk about that, whether or not it is going to be a conducive period for progeny and child planning. As you move further, you see that between September 2nd till October 3rd, you are going to almost have a regain of that power, because now Venus again is going to be transiting into the sign of Libra in your sixth house itself. Now, Lagna lord coming into the sixth house, or Venus in general in the sixth house, it's not a very comfortable position for a benefic planet like Venus to be in, but it is crucial for you to understand that when he comes into the sixth house, he is going to somehow resolve the concerns, the challenges, the problems that you were facing in the month before, whilst he was in debilitation. Now, your issues at your work front, with your colleagues, with your peers, the competition that you are facing, the issues that you have if you're a student watching this video, in your preparation and stuff, will translate into a more strategic approach. Your focus, hyper focus, I should rather say, is going to be towards your career, towards your competitive situations, towards tackling your health related matters as well during this point in time. All in all, the months from July, August, September are giving a promise of navigating the home life, emotional aspects of your life comfortably. There could be some romantic and creative dips that could come into picture at the same time during this period. And Saturn retrograde will start asking you questions that where are your priorities in the long-term scheme of things, and how you've been working, putting in your karma along with the support of the destiny that I'm providing you. Where is your priority? And if you are able to evaluate this comfortably, it is going to be a good yoga. You have to remember that Venus is forming harsh yoga in, when it's coming into the sign of Libra in the sixth house. So you will definitely be able to overcome your enemies. You will be able to resolve your conflicts, and you will be able to do that with empathy, with strategy, with planning. And it is not going to be an aggressive win of Shatruhanta that you see with a Saturn or a Mars or a Rahu placement. when they are transiting towards the sixth house. Now, as we traverse towards the last 3 months of the year in 2026 for you, what you are going to notice is one key event coming into picture around October 3rd, where your Lagna Lord or your Rashi Lord Venus is going to become retrograded in the sign of Libra in your sixth house itself. And this is crucial event coming into picture, which is going to be roughly 40 days of duration. First thing that you have to understand is that this is going to be a bit of a change period in terms of your health, in terms of your work, in terms of your daily schedule, the regimen that you follow, and there could be certain degree of disruption that could come into picture either from an internal or from an external event in your life, Taurus. So you will have to be watchful during this period. I anticipate that the retrogression of Venus, though, is not a bad thing because benefic planets like Jupiter or Venus, when they get retrograded, they do not have major ill effects. But the fact that it is coming in your sixth house, you can anticipate some sort of a shift coming in your health, given that he's your Lagna Lord as well. This is going to be a period where you have to be continually focused towards your fitness, towards your health regimen, towards the kind of food that you are consuming as well. At the same time, this could bring certain degree of challenges, obstacles, difficulties for people who are in working professions, who are employed somewhere. There could be some degree of miscommunication, being taken for a ride at your workplace, asked to do, over and above, beyond your job description. People who are students watching this video, you could have disruption in terms of your competitive strategies. In fact, even for founders, if you are an entrepreneur watching this video, you could find difficulties where wherever you are competing, there is a rework of sorts that is coming into picture, and things might disrupt your work life balance to a certain extent in this period. Now, this is the time where I will recommend you guys that you must keep a check on your body. You must be hyper focused towards your health. Rest, everything can be sorted out because he is your Lagna Lord, which is getting retrograded. So he will still try and deliver the best in your case, Taurus, versus any other zodiac sign. Then around October 31st, end of the month itself, you will notice that Jupiter in its Atichari movement will now be entering into the sign of Leo. Yes, he will transit into a few degrees, and he is going to give you a similar teaser of what you've seen in 2025 with Jupiter's exaltation. Jupiter getting into the sign of Leo is going to bring in blessings for you folks with respect to your fourth house, because now the planet of expansion, abundance, well-being is coming into your fourth house of home, mother, happiness, your assets. And this is where you need to connect the dots, that people who are venturing out in terms of purchasing a new property, or if you've done a purchase of some kind of a vehicle or an asset in the previous quarter itself, like we were talking about it, there could be some loan related issues, some mortgage related issues that could also come into picture because of Venus's retrogression. So your botheration could come with respect to finances or your job front or health front. But at the same time, Jupiter is definitely recommending that there is going to be some sort of a positive promise of emotional satisfaction, mental peace coming into picture. Jupiter is definitely going to bring in expansion. So there could be delays, challenges that you might find with respect to finances, but this is going to be a period where Jupiter is going to give you a hint or a push that would you want to go ahead and expand your knowledge base, learn something new, expand on your abilities in your creative mindset, as well as bring a certain degree of transformation with respect to your spiritual bent of mind. He is giving an aspect both to the 8th as well as your 12th house sitting in the 4th house. Yes, he gives an aspect towards your 10th house as well. So work related challenges with Venus being in retrogression have to be kept in mind through the course of this period, because Venus will be retrograded from October 3rd to roughly mid of November, whilst Jupiter will enter in the sign of Leo, the fag end, or effectively from November itself. But then, you see how interesting and happening this quarter is, that at the last part of the quarter, the last part of the year, on around December 5th, you will see the grand finale of things coming into picture with the biggest transit of the year, which is the movement of Rahu into the sign of Capricorn, whilst Ketu into the sign of Cancer in the ninth and the third house, respectively. Well, Ketu coming into the third house does bring certain degrees of, introvertedness, going into a shell in itself as well. Jupiter had been sitting exalted there in that sign, but right now Jupiter is going to be in your sign of Leo, whilst Rahu is going to be in your ninth house, which means that the obsession that you've had, the amount of time that you've been giving towards your career, towards your karma, towards the efforts, is is going to diminish to a certain extent. But at the same time, Rahu is going to give you a sense of higher ambition. It could be a spiritual ambition, it could be a higher goal that you would want to set for yourself, because he brings in ambitions, he brings in illusion, he brings an insatiable appetite to the table. And sitting in the ninth house, giving an aspect towards your lagna as well as your fifth house, your crucial aspects of life are going to get impacted there. It will bring in the possibility for many of you to start planning, strategizing about foreign travel, long and short distances. Some sort of leisure is what you are going to look forward to during this period. But at the same time, this is also going to be a period where there could be a shift in your belief system. You might look outwards and see what else can you learn and what can you inculcate in your life to bring that change that can be affected with a new mentor coming in your life, a new boss from a different location, different background, ethnicity, etc., or your mentor, guru's father, for that matter, could impact your entire belief system during this period. There's also high probability many of you could embark upon long distance pilgrimages as well in the quest of wisdom in terms of gaining something for yourself. Whilst Ketu's placement is talking about that you would now prefer to speak less, there is going to be a lot of introspection. A lot of people with Ketu in the third house, don't get me wrong, they could be very smart communicators. They really know what they have to articulate and express, but they like to look inwards. And that is what this Ketu's shift is going to be sort of teaching you or promising you in conjunction to that Rahu bang opposite in the next house. At the same time, around the December 11th to 13th period, if I remember the dates correctly, Saturn is going to turn direct again. And this is where the review that I was talking about, the questions that Saturn was asking, you would have come to a certain conclusion. You would have come to a certain strategy as to what is working out for you and what is not working out for you. And this direct approach of Saturn is going to be a far more rewarding shift, far more rewarding transit for you, because you will now continue to work on that stability of income, growth, wish fulfillment, desires, with a streamlined flow of the foundation that you've laid with the retrogression period of Saturn in the previous quarter or in the first couple of months of the last quarter, October, November period as well. All in all, I see that this is going to be a profound year of transformation, change, career growth, positivity in the year 2026 coming in. It has to be coupled with the support that you can anticipate with your natal chart, Dasha, Antardasha going on. From a remedies perspective, I would recommend that, during the Mercury retrograde period, which is happening in your, 10th house in the career in the first quarter itself, Vishnu Sahasranam or doing any kind of spiritual activity on Wednesdays is going to be highly effective. You must look forward to chanting Guru Mantra as well during the course of throughout the year on Thursdays or whatever works for you, howsoever you feel aligned to that. Doing any kind of charitable activities, donations to temples, places of worship, or for student community as such is going to be another positive activity. And because your Lagna Lord, your Rashi Lord is Venus, doing puja of Durga Shaptashati, doing any kind of Devi's worshipping is again going to bring a lot of positivity in your life. It is going to relieve you, alleviate the pains, the challenges that you might face once Venus is in the sixth house as well as retrograded. Well, I hope, folks, that this video makes sense. It has given you ample of clarity of how the 2026 year is going to be turning out for you. If you like the efforts that I've put in terms of bringing out the details and structuring this out for you, I would request you to please share in your comments. Give me your feedback as to what can I do better. Help me grow Dev Astrology to new heights. Put your comments in there, subscribe to my channel, and smash on that like button. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadev. Hi guys, welcome back to Dev Astrology. Today I'm presenting to you the 2026 annual predictions, and this video is being prepared for the sign of Aries. Now you guys can watch this video both from an Aries rising as well as Aries moon sign perspective. Of course, from an Aries moon sign standpoint, the important thing to note is that Aries moon is also undergoing Sade Sati. So the impact of Sade Sati is also going to be crucial, and it is going to come into picture. Now, 2026 is going to be an year where you guys are going to be finding divine peace in the middle of a karmic storm. Why do I say that? Well, Saturn is placed in the sign of Pisces for you, whilst Jupiter will be coming in its sign of exaltation in your fourth house. And therefore, this year is going to bring that level of karmic shift, as I can see here in your chart as well. First and foremost, let's look into the kind of impact or broad transits that are going to be coming into the picture for the year of 2026. Number one, what we notice is that Saturn is not going to be making any transit. Yes, he will become retrograded in the second half of the year, but for the majority time of the period, he is going to be direct until July, becomes retrograded from July to December, and in the fact end of the year, it will become direct again in the sign of Pisces itself. Now, there will be some nakshatra movements, pada movements, which we are going to be capturing through the course of the months when we do our monthly readings. Then, Jupiter is going to be making some interesting transits. It is starting at the start of the year in a retrograde position in the sign of Gemini itself. And then it will transit on 2nd of June into its point of exaltation in Cancer. Now, of course, there was a flavor, a trailer of sorts that you guys had seen in terms of its movement in the last part of 2025, but a broader perspective is what you're going to see through the course of the year. But again, Jupiter being an Atichari movement is going to be showing its transit into the sign of Leo as well for you guys, and he will do that on 31st of October. We are going to touch upon and understand what's going to mean for you guys. Last but not the least, the big nodal shift of Rahu and Ketu is going to come into picture at the end of the year in December, where Rahu is going to move away from the sign of Aquarius into the sign of Capricorn, as Ketu will move from the sign of Leo into the sign of Cancer. Now, apart from these two major transits of Jupiter and Rahu and Ketu, rest of all the planets will be making their monthly or occasional transits coming into picture. Like Sun will be transiting all across the zodiac every month. Moon, of course, transits every 2.5 days, and so on and so forth. Without further ado, let's try and understand, guys, that what is going to be some of the notable impacts that are going to come into picture for this year for you guys. The way I've constructed this video is I've broken it down into the 4 quarters, because we will be doing detailed analysis of monthly readings as we move forward. To begin with, in the first quarter of the year, which is Jan, Feb, and March period, well, I will call this as the career rocket launch. Why? Because a lot of your planetary positions, be it Venus, Sun, Mercury, your ruler Mars, will be starting the year in its sign of exaltation itself in your 10th house. You have to understand, when Mars is in the 10th house, your Lagna Lord, there is going to be an extensive focus in the first quarter from your side to bring highest amount of effort, capabilities, karma into picture. Now, of course, I've called out career as the focus, but irrespective of the background, irrespective of the sphere of life you're coming through, is you are going to be putting enormous amount of effort from your side to make things happen. Mars positioned in your 10th house will be giving its aspects 4th, 7th, and 8th towards your Lagna, your 4th house, and your 5th house. You see how your 4th house is also getting activated right from the start of the year. And this means that somewhere or the other, a lot of you Aries who've been trying to notice some pivotal shift coming in your career is definitely anticipated. It's not just Mars, but you also have the presence of Sun, Mercury, Venus coming into your 10th house as well. So thereby, when it comes to your own efforts, your own karma, transformation, shift, redefining of your karmas, probably even gauging your strength areas and weakened areas is going to be a revelation for you in the first quarter itself. Venus happens to be the lord of your second house and your seventh house. And thereby, you will notice that this first quarter will also entail you bringing your spouse, your partnerships, your relationships, your family, all engulfed and engaged towards your karma. You are going to see a lot of action in terms of you putting in efforts for your work life or putting in your efforts towards your family, towards your partner, towards your partnerships. It is promising to be a great start of the year in the month of January itself. You have to note that from 16th of January till Feb 23rd, Mars will remain in an exalted position for you guys. Then Mars will be moving further into the sign of Aquarius, into the house of gains. And thereby, your efforts through the course of this period also be resulting into the rewards that you could reap as time progresses. Of course, you have to keep a note of all the aspects of Mars coming into picture throughout. Whilst that is happening between Feb 3rd and 26th, you will be noticing that this career effort, karma, effort that you are putting in your day to day walk of life, any kind of new learnings that you are immersing yourself in, any kind of research that you get into, will be helping you to reap the rewards that you've been eyeing for. Aries, whilst it has been a difficult start, especially for an Aries moon, I'm calling out from a Sadesati perspective, you will automatically start noticing some bit of reward. In fact, Saturn expects you to put your best foot forward when it comes to your karma. And the start of 2026 itself, with the planetary alignment from the transits, is giving you that promise. It's giving you that chance, that opportunity to make sure that whatever has been undone, efforts that have not been accomplished. Why? Because Jupiter is also sitting retrograded. It is going to be moving back into the sign of Gemini and going to remain retrograded in that house for a while in your third house itself. So, whatever efforts, karma, relationships have been seeing some bit of an indiscipline, outcomes not panning out as you would have decided, they will start seeing a shift thanks to the impact that Mars is delivering for you here. You have to also understand Jupiter will also become direct in the sign of Gemini on March 11th itself, which means that your courage, communication, your relationships with your siblings, your neighbors, and your community, all of that is going to see a positive shift. Communication becomes extremely important. I've been talking about the shift of Mercury as well, and he's the lord of the third house, he's the lord of the sixth house as well for you folks. So that becomes a very crucial aspect that you'll have to take a note of. However, I do see a lot of positive impact, new job related opportunities, new career opportunities in terms of business associations, new partners walking into your life, you starting something from scratch, or bringing some past engagements to a closure and then making new initiatives in this phase is going to be primary call out for you. Now, Aries, you have to also understand that somewhere around March 20th, 21st, Mercury will also turn a direct in the sign of Aquarius itself. And this means that any kind of financial delays that you have been facing, apart from the effort, apart from the hard work that you've been putting in during the Jan and Feb month period, it will start accumulating down in the month of March if things have not panned out for you so far and so forth. You must be, watchful of the fact that there are multiple planetary positions, transits happening in the right side of your chart itself in your 10th and your 12th house later that we'll discuss. Now, important bit for you to notice that any kind of social delays, collaborations with your network, with your friends, with social media engagements could also come into picture. You might find people who are into, Instagram YouTube, or any social media related businesses. You are in a sales role where you collaborate with people on LinkedIn. There could be initial bit of hurdles that might come into picture for you guys. However, by the end of the quarter, by March, a lot of those stuck up activities will start panning out for you. Mercury is also the lord of your sixth house. So remember, whilst your lung lord is providing ample support, Mercury's direct approach also help people who are looking for new kind of job opportunities, career opportunities, any kind of health related issues, loans and litigations that you are struggling with. While you can see a lot of relief coming for you down during this period itself. As we move further, I would want to call out that Saturn remains stationed in your 12th house, from where he will be giving aspects toward your second, sixth, and ninth house. So, when you are trying to negotiate any kind of difficult situations when it comes to, say, legal matters, litigation, loan related affairs, and very importantly, your day to day rhythm at your workplace, please be watchful on your communication. Do not take unnecessary matters blown out of proportion. If you are going to bring in some degree of patience and perseverance, you will realize that the difficult situations will automatically fizzle out. And therefore, especially for people undergoing Sadesati, which is for Aries moon, it is prudent that you keep a check on your expressions. You keep a check on how you are sharing your thought process with your near and dear ones, more importantly, with your colleagues, with your peers, your competitors in the marketplace. As you move further, we notice that in the second quarter of the year, which is for April, May, and June period, we realize that this is going to be a turning point where your personal energy is going to see returns. And somewhere it would feel as if the universe is conspiring to bring things towards your home, towards your heart. The fourth house aspect or the fourth house is going to become extremely crucial for you folks during this point of time. Now, in the first phase that I've broken down around April 14th to May 15th, Sun, that happens to be your fifth lord, it will be entering into the sign of exaltation in Aries. And that is crucial because it is going to be coming in your Lagna, in your first house. If you're watching from an Aries moon sign standpoint as well, it is going to be very enabling period for you folks because now you feel that self confidence, that charisma, that power exuding out of you. You will be able to express yourself confidently. Whatever fears that you had deep down within you, you would be able to overcome those fears, those challenges as well. But remember, folks, as Sun remains exalted, he is giving a debilitated aspect towards the seventh house. So you must remember this word of caution that in this phase, you must not come across too arrogant to your spouse, to your business partner, your colleagues, because or the outer world in general, because seventh house is everything opposite to you. And that is the risk that you carry in this period because there could be a lot of suppressing feeling or frustration be- because you might not have reacted to people around you. You might have just kept your heads down, focused with full energies during that beautiful transit of Mars from its exaltation to Aquarius in the house of gains. But when Sun is coming into this, the first house in its exaltation, you might become overtly egotistical as well. And that is the only caveat that I would want to call out for you. Between May 11th to June 21, your lug ruler, Mars, is going to be transiting into its own sign, Aries. Now, this is going to be a period where you are going to be brimming full of energy. I want to highlight Sun's transit, which I just missed calling out here, guys. Sun, being the fifth lord, is also going to bring a lot of creativity, a lot of new initiatives, startup oriented mindset as well. At the same time, it is also going to enhance your romantic connections. Students who are watching this video will also see a lot of positive shift. In fact, for students, the brain part is going to be coming into picture when we talk about transit of Jupiter as well. However, from a fifth house perspective, matters related to your stock market investments, your emotional romantic connection with your loved one, with your better half, your partner, it is going to be spiraling out of proportion. It's going to be at a good, dignity. But that language, that arrogance, or the risk of that arrogance is something that you will have to keep on check. Coming back to the transit of Mars, as I was talking about, Mars will be moving into its own sign of Aries between May 11th and June 21st. And this is also going to be a period where, on around June 2nd, when Jupiter would also be making its transit to its sign of exaltation. Mars sitting in your Lagna is going to be giving an aspect towards your fourth house, seventh house, and eighth house. This is definitely a great period for people who are looking forward to learn something new. Jupiter will also get into exaltation, which is the house of knowledge, assets, growth. So, a lot of development, learning, unlearning, reskilling yourself is going to be coming into picture. There's a high probability that whatever karma effort that you've been putting in, you will be now positioned in a new place, in a new sphere, in a new, facade altogether. And under such circumstances, you will have to revive yourself to make sure that you are able to establish in this new role and in this new position. Mars is also giving an aspect towards your fourth house. Yes, it's an debilitated aspect. It becomes a very crucial point of time where many of you could embark upon making some kind of asset purchase, some kind of sudden shift in terms of your maternal or paternal property could also come into picture. You might be looking forward for some sale of property sale or find certain gains. Suddenly, out of nowhere, that shift will could come into picture during this phase itself. However, this might not be the best time for people to get into marital relationship or start new relationships altogether, because Mangal dosha is definitely going to be established at this point, as well as when Mars was in your 12th house prior to this period. So you'll have to be watchful on that front as well. But in a way, you could feel that phoenix rising as if a new, birth in itself has come, because the eighth lord is also in the Lagna. So there has to be a positive impact given that Mars is your Lagna lord. I do not anticipate any negative activities out of it. You have to understand that this is going to be a period where you focus towards your health, towards your vitality. You would be brimming with energy, and this is going to be a fabulous period for you to hit the gym, lift some steel, work out, and that could be very transformative as well as regenerating for you folks. Then, from June 2nd, the biggest or the most crucial event of the year is coming into picture. Jupiter is coming into exaltation in the sign of Cancer. Jupiter is going to be, showering all of its blessings during this period, and it is going to be stationed here till October 2nd. In a way, I would say that you are under divine prediction. Now, I had, called out at the start of the video itself that this is going to be an year where you are going to be almost like relaunching yourself. You are going to be getting some divine blessings through the course of this period, or finding that mental fortress into play. And Jupiter is promising that. Number one, this is going to be an extraordinary period for you to purchase an asset, a movable, immovable property, especially when Mars is also giving an aspect and Jupiter is stationed here. This is going to be a time when many of you could start planning or make certain movement towards purchasing a new property, a new vehicle. Often, renovate your existing house, your apartment, your warehouse, your office space as well. But I would see this more from a dwelling perspective where you reside. Now, this is also going to be a period where your mother, your emotions, or your connection, your relationship with your mother is also going to see a lot of healing. There could be some specific benediction, support, guidance, love, or even an inheritance kind of a situation could come in from your maternal side. Why do I say that? Because Jupiter and its exaltation is giving an aspect into the sign of Scorpio in your eighth house. It's giving a debilitated aspect towards your 10th. I'm not too afraid about it. And it's also giving an aspect to Saturn in the sign of Pisces into the 12th house itself. And therefore, whilst there could be an interest in terms of material gains, there will be a definite increase in spirituality, self elevation that could come into picture once Jupiter is moving into this house, you will find yourself in absolute peace. And Aries, I'm sort of feeling jealous with you folks because a lot of times, when we undergo Sade Sati, especially when the first phase is at its onset, we realize it is a drastic shift in our lives. And for you guys, this benediction from God is coming into play because Jupiter's exaltation is going to sort of bring a significant amount of relief during this period as well. Now, as we move further between June 8th to July 4th, you will notice that Venus also joins the party and it will also be getting into the sign of Cancer. Venus coming into Cancer, more importantly, in the fourth house, is not at all a bad thing. Its conjunction with Jupiter is called as Kuber Yoga in itself. This is going to be a time of pure domestic bliss for you folks. As I said, it could elevate your assets, it could bring in some degree of luxurious experience, something that brings abundance. You might want to treat yourself. Jupiter definitely brings abundance, but Venus coupled with it brings enjoyment of that abundance. And that's a beauty coming into picture for that roughly 1 month duration where you, along with your family, would be enjoying all the comforts and luxuries of life. Remember, this is transit reading, and therefore your natal chart, natal dasha antardasha also holds very important. As we move further, we realize that the key impact coming in the month or in the second quarter for you folks will be around your personal health. As I said, Mars is coming into your lagna, vitality, health, learning new stuff, regenerating yourself, reskilling yourself, repivoting yourself in the modern landscape is going to be one takeaway. Number two, this is going to be a period where you should be able to expand on your assets, buy new property, movable, immovable assets, maybe a car, a bike, or an asset in the form of a real estate could come into picture. This is also going to be a period where you are going to see a lot of comfort in terms of emotion and mental peace and general well-being along with your family. From a Sade Sati perspective, I would highlight that this is going to be a period because of Jupiter's blessings where you will see diminished impact of the negativities that one can imagine with Saturn's impact. As we move further now in the third quarter of the year, this is going to be a period where you will see a shame and mind stress test. Now, why do I say that? See, this is now a period that you will find a new foundation, a new, starting point. Jupiter is already stationed in your fourth house from July 7th to August 5th. What you are going to notice is that Mercury is going to be becoming retrograde and it is going to move back into your third house of communication. Now, of course, in the screenshot that I've shared with you guys, I have represented the major planets, which is Jupiter's move, Saturn, Rahu, and Ketu. And because all the other planets are making multiple movements through the course of the year, that is not captured. But I am sharing that with the transit list that I've prepared for myself so that I could refer easily for your timelines. So Mercury is going to be getting retrograded in your third house, and this is where you will have to be extremely watchful that you are using the right choice of words. Your communication is not creating any kind of a ruckus at your workplace, especially from a professional, written as well as both oral communication standpoint. And this is going to also be a period where you must be careful of any kind of decision making, any kind of paperwork. Whilst Jupiter is giving you that abundance, that positivity of luck along with Venus, you must be careful that if any kind of new legal matters, new documentation that you are getting into, you must check and recheck that situation for yourself. This is also going to be a period where there could be certain degrees of struggles that might come into your siblings' life. People who are in any kind of hobbies that involve communication with long distances, or people who are in communication medium like YouTube itself here, well, you will have to be a little disciplined in your approach. Monitor that situation carefully. This is also going to be a period where you must be looking forward, cleaning up old business before you are ready for anything new. Why do I say that? Because right after that, around the August period, Mercury will become direct again. So this will be a opportunity for you to wind up any kind of legal matters. He is your sixth lord as well. Wind up those, bring them to a positive closure. The same time in this third quarter itself, around 27th of July, Saturn, especially for Aries moon that has been causing Sade Sati period as well, and he's stationed in your 12th house, will now be causing a retrograde position. Now, this is a major internal transit which is coming into picture for Saturn. You will look inwards. Now, I would take a minute to define this thing for Aries moon specifically because you are going to be most impacted by this. Saturn happens to be your 10th and your 11th lord. And he is placed three places away from itself, being the 10th lord, and second to itself, being the 11th lord. So when he becomes retrograded, to a certain degree, it is going to bring you an opportunity to do better. There have been challenges, there could be challenges that could come into picture in your life based on the kind of work that you do. If you are employed somewhere or if you're a student, there could be some kind of a shift that could be coming into picture. But this retrograde, at least for you folks, Aries moon, is going to give an opportunity to review what has been bothering you, any kind of your hidden fears, anxieties, any self doubt that you've been facing throughout this period. This is going to be a time for you to review it because it will come out on the surface. It might also become very apparent to the people around you, especially at your workplace. And that is why, guys, throughout the last 2 quarters, transit period as well, I continue to highlight that keep a check on your communication. Things will sort out automatically for you. Communication is one thing that you might have to be tad bit more careful about. Now, once Saturn is retrograded, you could feel some bit of a lack of sleep as well. There could be, a loss in your day-to-day regimen, your discipline that Saturn was expecting you to maintain with the onset of Sadasati. In fact, for Aries Lagna, Aries rising people as well, this is something that you could see a definitive impact. But at the same time, with your own efforts, the karma that you've been putting in, and the desires, the goals, the wish fulfillment that you guys have been chasing, with this retrograde position, Saturn is going to give you an indicator that yes, I can help you reap some rewards for the next few months, especially for people who are associated with foreign lands, with opportunities associated to import and export, with any kind of connection coming into picture that requires your international travel. And therefore, you must be extremely cognizant on all those matters. Then, as we move further, we see that there is going to be this conflicting situation coming into picture with Mars, who's your Lagna Lord or your Rashi Lord, transiting into the sign of Cancer. Now, Mars coming into the sign of Cancer around September 18th does show that your Lagna Lord is coming into debilitation, but it is one of the most beautiful, amazing Nij Bhanga coming into picture. Mars in the fourth, it's not a great situation to be in. But with that Nij Bhanga happening, the ill effects of Mars could substantially be subdued. You would notice that Mars' presence in the fourth tends to bring that Mangal Dosha into picture. And therefore, a lot of times people tend to get into argumentative situations, into difficult scenarios, you know, frustration at home, argumentative situations with your family member, loss of some kind of breakdown of uh, your equipment or stuff at your home, some sort of a repair required, rebuild required, breaking of things, especially electronic gadgets, electrical equipments at your home. Jupiter's presence is still giving you a positive, insight. What I would suggest, many people would just go ahead and say that this is the best period to buy a property. No, best window is when Mars is in your Lagna or even in your second house. That will be a much better window for you to invest something. And if you still want to purchase something during this phase, during its period of debilitation, I would recommend you to have a second opinion, third opinion in terms of the documents that you are getting into. Some sort of a conflict situation, disturbance can come into picture. And therefore, I would want you guys to remember that third quarter is going to be a period where you have to remember that you have to do some level of introspection. You have to manage your emotional mindfulness, because that could come under test during this debilitation of Mars. Good part is, continue to call out that caveat: Jupiter's presence is going to be a super beneficial factor out here, because it is going to give you that inner strength, that benediction of the Supreme, which is going to help you bounce back from difficult situations as well. Now, the backdrop of this entire thing is that if you are undergoing Sadasati, and of course, if you're watching this from an Aries moon perspective, debilitation of Mars in trine with Saturn can be a bit difficult period in terms of argumentative situations coming in. So avoid arguments. And I think I've called this out repeatedly through the course of this video, that communication, especially during the phases of Mercury's retrogression, is going to become crucial, as well as during this phase where you could create difficult situations for yourself, for your family members, in your decision making. After that negative, because of that niche Bhanga coming into picture, and it's a proper niche Bhanga coming into picture, you will be able to bounce back to. So nothing to be scared about. Keep a look into your dasha to have better clarity as to what is going to be panning out. Now, as we move further, we look into the fourth quarter of the year, which I would call as the great karmic pivot. Now, again, interesting shifts coming in terms of transit here for us. First and foremost, Venus is going to be becoming retrograded in the sign of Libra. Now, Venus happens to be your second lord and your seventh lord. Second lord is going 6 places away from itself and it becomes retrograded, and the seventh lord itself is ret. Now, this is not one of the best period for people who are looking forward to get married, or people who are in relationships, who are in marriage, or in legal partnerships, business partnerships as well. There could be certain disruptions, there could be certain negative situations that could come into picture where there is not enough understanding or collaboration, misunderstandings also seeping in with your partners. I would warn you to shy away from any kind of illicit activities, any kind of illegal activities during this phase. Any sort of shortcuts that you would want to embark upon during this phase can result into losses as well. Now, I keep on repeating on my channel that when benefic planets like a Jupiter or a Venus, when they become retrograded, they gain a lot more strength and they are good. However, the seventh lord's retrogression is not a great thing from a business partnership perspective, from your relationships and collaboration perspective as well. And you must take heed of this bit. Venus sitting here is going to be giving an aspect towards your Lagna as well. There's a interesting possibility. I said illicit relationships. See, for many of you, there could be a risk. Some of you might see this positive, that old, partners, old relationships that could have come to an end, they might suddenly reappear in your life. But please be watchful, because it is going to bring in old problems as well to the surface. Things will come to a limelight and it can be dangerous. And thereby, I'm giving a specific warning that you have to, of course, this is a transit. Not everybody will be facing these kind of issues, but given that it is a sixth movement, you could get into some serious obstacles, some legal matters, some litigations with your old partners, with your old relationships could come into picture. Now, whilst Venus is getting retrograded on October 3rd itself, the impact of this month would also entail October 31st when Jupiter, which is going to be in an Atichari movement, and he is going to transit into the sign of Leo in your fifth house, which is the house of romance. It is the house of your investments, stock market strategies, your creativity, your fast life punya. All of that is seen from your fifth house itself. And you see, your ninth lord as well as your 12th lord is Jupiter. Ninth lord is doing 9 places away movement in your fifth house. Bhavam is coming into picture. This is especially good for students who are watching this video, who are looking forward to pursue post-graduation or even graduation in a foreign land, far away place from your current state of residence or your place of birth. Could come into picture for you folks, because this is where you will get an opportunity to express your knowledge. See, the brilliant part that is happening is Jupiter remains, exalted right until before this, which means your expansion in terms of knowledge, in terms of your understanding, in terms of how you are able to decipher and solve problems is coming into picture. But at the same time, it's moving second to itself, which brings the capability of you, bringing into fruition the knowledge that you've gained, the insights that you've developed. Many of you could be graduating and be seeing rewards in terms of wish fulfillment, because Jupiter is giving an aspect towards the 11th house as well. He's giving an aspect towards your ninth as well as the Lagna. So tremendous period in terms of, in terms of your growth, in terms of felicitation of the efforts that you've put in your career, students. So good time coming in from that perspective too. Now, it is because Jupiter happens to be the lord of your 12th house, which means he denotes your expenses. And thereby, this is also going to be an opportune period. You are going to get sort of a teaser of what you're going to see when Jupiter will do a long-term transit into your fifth house. And therefore, investments that you make towards cryptocurrencies, stock market, gold for that matter, could be in the right direction. You will have the own right judgment with your own senses, with your own analysis, with your own research that you will be able to bring to the table. So you will be able to leverage the blessings in terms of fifth house coming into picture with your right investments. Now, 12th house also denotes your spirituality. It denotes your, isolation to a certain extent, but it is more of a deeper awakening is what I would see. And for people who are looking forward to look inwards, introspect, as I've been calling out, and figure out that what is that I could do different. This is going to be an opportune period for that bit as well. You are going to see an upliftment in your spiritual and your emotional mindset. Remember, Jupiter has come from its sign of exaltation. This is going to be a great period in terms of forging new relationships in your romantic associations. People who are planning for childbirth, this is going to be an interesting video for you to make things happen. But yes, I definitely anticipate that with that Jupiter, movement into the fifth house, and for some people who are not married, Venus becoming retro will give you an opportunity to have your old flame back and maybe work things out in a positive sphere of light. So keep that in mind in the last part of this year. Then comes the grand finale of the year. Now, guys, see, around December 5th, you are going to see the major shift where Rahu is going to be coming into your 10th house in the sign of Capricorn, whilst Ketu will be making its movement from the 5th house towards your 4th house into the sign of Cancer. Now, this will have both positive as well as negative connotations associated with it. First and foremost, Rahu coming into the 10th house, you started your year with a bang with your focus towards karma, finding fruits of your labor, getting your wish fulfillment, or chasing your dreams, desires, goals, objectives. And then you have Rahu placed in the 10th, which is only going to heighten your efforts in terms of, craving for that power, that authority, that adulation from a market standpoint. And Rahu, with that high degree of ambition, that zeal to achieve things, is also going to help you chase all of those, goals. Remember, he's the co-owner of your 11th house, being that of Aquarius, which means that your wish fulfillment lord coming into the 10th house is promising you that you can achieve whatever you desire for the next 1.5 years, as long as you are putting magnanimous amount of efforts in that direction. But at the same time, there is going to be a tricky shift of Ketu coming into the 4th house. When Ketu is in your 4th, there is going to be a 180-degree reflection of that Rahu's shift. Rahu can make you obsessed, obscenely obsessed towards your career, your karma, your efforts that you have to put, and you might choose to neglect everything from a 4th perspective, which means there could be an absolute detachment from a peace of mind perspective, or absolute detachment from a relaxed mental state. This is going to be a hyper drive that you can get into. Now, you may want to see this in a positive or a negative light, is what I'll leave on to you, but it will also bring in the possibility for many of you to make a shift from your current place of residence. As I said, Rahu's transit into the 10th does give an indication that you could be looking for new career opportunities. Many of you might have new job opportunities coming in your way, or new business opportunities, which might require you to relocate, shift your existing residential setup. Then the other bit is that there is going to be some degree of lack of peace that will also trickle in. The good part is once Jupiter is back along with Ketu, and that is something beyond the realm of 2026, where you will realize that spirituality, kindness, being, helping out others, donating, doing any kind of charitable activities is going to give you a lot of promise of making things positive in your emotional setup too. But Ketu's transit is definitely indicating that there is going to be some sort of a pursuit that you are going to chase outside your home. Then December 11th to 13th is a period where I'll see the final shift coming into picture. Now, this is the time when Saturn will be turning direct in the sign of Pisces. He's been in the retrograde motion right from July 27th, as I was alluding to earlier. And Saturn's direct movement is also going to show that there is going to be that internal review and bounce back. At the same time, Jupiter will be turning retrograde in the sign of Leo itself. So there is going to be a brief pause for you to reevaluate your romantic connections that you've made, your planning that you are doing in terms of your investments and strategies. You might have to just look into it and make sure that you are not hurried in terms of any kind of decision making. Because post that retrograde movement, he will again shift into the sign of Cancer, later into its sign of exaltation. All in all, the Q4 period is also giving you an opportunity to look into your relationships, your connections, whether or not the start that you had in the beginning of the year, can you make a pivot in terms of doing another shift or transformation, a rehaul completely in terms of your career, karma, profession, whatever direction in terms of your social stature that you want to embark upon. So you are starting your year with a high, and you are also reaching the end of the year on a positive high itself, Aries. Well, last but not the least, I would like to call out a couple of remedies that come to my mind, because some of you have requested that, Dave, it is important that you share what sort of a remedy that can be practiced. And guys, many of you who come to my consultation, I don't wear any stones in general. I do keep suggesting people that it is your own inner calling, it is your own inner belief that should drive the kind of remedies that you must do. But especially for people who are going through Sade Sati period for Aries moon sign watching this video, it will be important that you bring in some sort of actions to address Saturn leveraging Jupiter's benefits coming into this year. And thereby doing any kind of charitable activity for a homeless person, for old age people, going and, offering community service for people who are living in old age homes. It is the best remedy. If you want to support people who are blue collared employees in your organization, at your workplace, in your own business, do something positive for them. And the way you can couple it with Jupiter is, what is Jupiter? He likes spiritual activities. He likes education. He likes to see people get abundant. So if you are, say, sponsoring the education of a blue collared person in your vicinity, in your own, setup, in your business, at your home, if somebody is coming and serving you and you are supporting their child for their further education, that's an excellent remedy during this period to fix any kind of challenges coming in your life. Supporting the elderly in any shape or form. See, the best effort can be in terms of spending time. That is the most precious thing that God has provided us. But if not that, any kind of monetary support or whatever you feel capable of is also a great thing. The second approach can be much more religious by nature. You could be chanting Saturn's mantras. You could be doing Hanuman Chalisa for that matter, or Bajrang Ban on a regular basis through the course of the year. Donating bananas or even consuming bananas on a regular basis is also an excellent activity to do. All in all, I believe in doing the right positive things with a positive bent of mind. But from a transit perspective, guys, this is all that I wanted to share. There is a lot of clarity that you can gain when you look into your natal understand what sort of an impact you can have from a comprehensive analysis and understanding for the year 2026. Guys, I hope you appreciate the effort that has gone into preparing this video. If you feel that this was worthwhile, I will request you to please put in your comments, share this video with your friends, your community, smash on that like button, subscribe to Vedic Astrology, and keep watching.